All right, and welcome, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're ready for some excellent domination action. We're here with the Summer Championship. Myself and Lore Master of Sotek ready to help you all have a grand old time featuring the debut of the Champions of Chaos in multiplayer. So, Lore Master of Sotek, how you feeling this morning, my friend?
I am feeling great, man. It is so exciting to already see what's going to be leading us into this morning. And I've been eagerly awaiting for Immortal Empires turning play to hit the scene.
and yeah, Lore Master of Sotek, the reason he's so excited is because, well, one reason is we're loaded into the match already, so let's get started. We've got Zone versus Ranger up first, starting on the Mountains of Morn map, and I see some lizards already, so why don't you start us off? We'll go through this lizardman starting army here with you, Lore Master of Sotek.
Yes, sir. So looking over here, we've got an army that I am very excited to see in practice. Ah, man, it's so great to be seeing the old factions in domination. I am very genuinely buzzing for this. So, leading the army, we have Lord Croak. It's great to see people able to have generals be like heroes and such based on how they build their armies. But Lord Croak's going to be bringing in the Lizardmen just like he would on tabletop. He's got a backup Revivification Crystal to keep him nice and healthy, along with 2 units of Skinks for some fast deployment. And then in the center, we've got 3 units of Saurus Spears backed up by a Raging Dread Saurian.
Oh my goodness, the big boy, the biggest of boys. Great big lizard puppy, ready to have a great time on one of the objectives. And that's one of the cool things on domination is, the area of effect damage from Croak is definitely going to be very solid here. The Dread Saurian also can kind of just lock down an objective, especially against a faction that generally kind of lacks anti-large AP. Vampire Coast is Zone's faction here. He's got a Necromancer, just a regular basic Necromancer, hiding in the back like a coward. With his Forbidden Rod, and we've got some zombies up front, a couple of Grave Guards, 4 Grave Guards, in fact, another Grave Guard equipment over on the side, 1 more Grave Weapon, and the Sternsman. So I kind of sense something here, just going for a very solid, kind of mid-tier heavy infantry approach with some supporting Necromancers. We've got the Devils of Schwarzhofen up in the sky for some elite armor piercing with Frenzy and so forth. So, yeah.
It's pretty elite looking vampire count army.
Yeah, definitely.
But I do like the double Necromancer just siphoning magic, especially the general. Just I realize saying with his Forbidden Rod off in the corner sounds a little, but he's got to get that magic, man.
Yeah, he is just going to be banking that magic, and the Forbidden Rod does damage himself, so I'm expecting that he will die and get resummoned at some point in the battlefield. But let me just go ahead and signal these guys that we are ready to start. And we are good to go. Definitely going to be fun. Unfortunately, we don't have a UI to see the reinforcements, but we will call them out as they come in and do our best to do so. But it's definitely going to be a good time. Domination, this map in particular, you know, there's some choke points, but there's a lot of like woods and kind of flanking areas that you can use to your advantage, potentially get into combat without getting seen. These kind of Vanguard deployment points too are kind of in the woods on the sides, so definitely use that for some cheeky, sneaky plays. Although, I guess Lizardmen are known for being fairly sneaky with chameleons running around. No Oxyotl today. Well, maybe, I guess. It's possible he's in reserve, I suppose.
Yep, I mean, that sneaky skink does like to show up places unexpectedly.
Certainly. And the Vanguards, you know, the fact that so many Lizardman units have Vanguard, you've got, I mean, obviously the chameleons, there's a few RORs like the Popopox cohort. Definitely is beneficial. Speaking of RORs with Vanguard too, I'm surprised. I myself have been taking the Devils of Schwarzhofen in reserve mostly because of that extra Vanguard trait. You can kind of bring them out of the side door with the steel chair, so to speak, get a big terror route, which certainly the Skinks will be weak to terror here to a degree, but it's interesting in domination with the capture weight situation. The Skinks don't count as expendable, right? So although they're very cheap, they have high speed and good capture weight. Their stats are not amazing, so they're not going to hold an objective for very long. But it is definitely a good time. In the lore, are there any major clashes? I'm not really a lore guy, which is why Lore Master Sotek is here to keep me on track. Are there any major clashes between the vampire counts and the lizardmen in the lore?
Well, I thought you were the lore guy. But yeah, I mean, before the Vampire Coast existed, the Vampire Counts were kind of mostly headed up by Luther Harkin and his lads over in the Sands.
Hmm.
But they did try many inward invasions with kind of more regular zombies, but there have definitely been vampires who have tried their luck at the Southlands many, many times.
Yeah, I mean, even in Immortal Empires now, Manfred's down there making trouble. So, speaking of making trouble, though, we got a Wild Helman Gorst summon coming in. He's very cheap. He's got his Graveguard summons as well as Wind of Death, so look for him to get in there and start making some Mortis Drain. The zombies and Graveguard here of Zone just advancing. One thing about Vampire Counts in Domination is you can bring insane numbers. We've got full triple prong pressure here from Zone on all 3 objectives, and it's looking pretty good so far. The Graveguard kind of not really wanting to fully engage here in the center. He's just, I mean, this is a lot of value. We've got a High Slon. Oh, Mazdamundi himself actually mixed in here now next to Lord Croak. So this has got to make you happy, seeing these 2 high-powered Slon ready to face off.
Oh yeah, all the big Slon.
Oh, okay. Hang on one sec. Let me see. I think your volume just kind of went down real quick, but we'll get it going. Say something for me, Sotek.
Going for it one more time real quick.
Okay, I think that's a little bit better. Just making sure the levels are all good on my end. Cool, cool, cool.
Oh no, probably my fault. My PC's being all sorts of fun today.
Yeah, you mentioned just before we went live that Windows did a little update for you. Oh no, looks like we've got a little bit of a disconnect here as well. Bear with me just one second, guys, and we will get this figured out here.
Hey, if it's got to happen, let it happen at the start of the day before the match really gets going. That's the
Right.
perfect time.
We do have some rules in place as well for a disconnect, so let me just go ahead and get this checked out here. Bear with us just one second,
Sure.
guys.
While you're doing that, yes. So for those, I appreciate y'all in chat for pointing out the audio for me. Y'all were correct. I had a Windows update, and I believe my webcam was functioning as my microphone. So I feel bad for Dom because he's probably gonna have to turn me up a whole bunch. But other than that, we should be good. So I appreciate that they dropped for me. That was clearly all for me.
yeah, just for you. Just for you.
I take full accountability. It's my fault.
Absolutely. Okay, let's see here.
While they're going for that, I will say I do like the looks of the builds so far. The double Necromancer with the Forbidden Rods, I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out. Just because, you know, kind of one of the typical things that's changed really heavily in Warhammer 3 is the more limited amount of magic, and that you tend to have like a straightforward power reserve.
Right.
But that Forbidden Rod is like one of the only ways in multiplayer to really get around that by increasing your reserves.
Right, exactly. And there's a few factions, like I noticed the High Elves, their hero caster item, I think, is one that gives power reserve. I also noticed Malekith's item, one of his items drains power reserve, which I think might be the only item in the game to actually drain, which straight up just destroys your enemy's magic without them being able to use it, which is kind of insane, actually.
Oh yeah, I would love to see more stuff like that, just to really punish magic heavy builds.
Definitely. And also on the flip side, help kind of foster more magic heavy builds, especially from the High Elves. I mean, they in late stage Warhammer 2, they always had great access to a variety of lores of magic, but in terms of getting like amazing power regeneration, they would sometimes get outclassed by like Manfred von Karstein, for example. But it's definitely good to see them sort of surging forward. It's interesting. You've got now like Cathay, Lizardmen, High Elves, Vampire Counts. There's quite a few very strong magic factions in the game now, to a point where you can kind of almost plan into that to a degree. Like, do I need extra magic or spell resistance here? You know, maybe if I'm playing Greenskins, I'll take Lord a little while to try and decrease your my opponent's power regeneration rate. So there is... yeah, there's quite a bit of depth to that sort of interplay there of magic.
Yeah, speaking of changes to the games and how the old factions interacting, One thing that I'd love to hear you kind of speculate on a little bit is, so the vampire counts have gone through a lot of updates to bring them into the new world of Immortal Empires. How are you how are they performing these days? Like, how are you feeling about their overall, how they like changed as far as gameplay goes?
In really, I mean, fundamentally the core kind of concept of vampire counts hasn't changed a lot. What has changed is sort of the details, right? So now you've got magic damage. I mean, Graveguard were always great, but now they've got a little bit of extra magic damage. Same thing with the Black Knights. I was always a big fan of the Black Knights, both variants for heavy cavalry, just as kind of a mid-tier heavy cavalry, but now they've got a little bit of extra magic damage. I will say the frostbite on ethereal units is one thing, and the pure AP damage, as well as sort of the physical resistance rework, it means for me I can take ethereal units in more situations and feel like it's less of a risk. Like if my opponent brings magic damage, I can potentially use the frostbite to avoid taking an engagement, or, you know, else just because they have more HP, they can sometimes hold up in engagements against units with magic damage if, you know, they get a good engagement, or get a quick terror route or something else. So it definitely helps in bringing them in different situations, and certainly in domination, because you can often kind of send them to an objective where you know there's a low likelihood they'll be directly countered. The ethereal units tend to perform quite a bit better than they did before, which is nice to see, definitely.
Yeah, I also love how many of the units are there, which I don't think we're going to see too many in this particular army from Zone, but I do love how many of the vampiric units are now self-sustaining, in the sense that like the hunger is all over the place now, as far as Vargeist, Blood Knights. Like there's a lot of self-healing going on nowadays in the vampire counts.
Yes, yeah, a little bit more so than before, and the hunger on Blood Knights in particular, as a known heavy cavalry enjoyer, I am a big fan of anything that makes blood. I mean, they were already super strong before, but Blood Knights, considering how expensive they are, anything that helps them, you know, recover after I've mismicroed them with my meaty hands, like, it's a good thing for sure. Right, getting loaded back in here after that disconnect. We should be all good to go now, so let's hope for the best. We are connecting with players from all over the world here, so a little bit of technical issues is to be expected, but it's all good. All right, just checking in. I see the chat is in fine form today. Hopefully you all are ready and excited. Champions of Chaos. I'm sure we'll see some of the Monogods factions. A lot of the Champions stuff is quite strong for them, so really hoping we do see some of that. But for the time being, Lizardmen and Vampire counts out of the Warhammer 1 and 2 factions, I think these are two of the top in domination for a number of different reasons. I mean, Vampire counts, of course, melee prowess is well known. They're a melee-only faction, so they need to. They play great with attrition, massive capture weight, and healing. Means you can sustain your units on the battlefield, so a lot of synergy that directly benefits domination. Lizardmen too, I kind of talked about the Skinks. The fact that Saurus are just awesome mid-tier infantry. Generally, factions with good mid-tier infantry are going to perform well in domination. You know, Warriors of Chaos and the Monogod factions also kind of fall into that category now. But, yeah, very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, so a question I had for you real quick, just for anyone that's watching and maybe isn't as familiar with domination as far as like the capture points are concerned, how does it work, kind of seeing this matchup? How is the Dread Saurian going to hold up in a capture point scenario against just mass infantry? Like, what is kind of the risk reward of taking a big monster versus like a horde of infantry?
Right, so monsters have lower capture weight than infantry, so the Dread Saurian, because it's so expensive, does run the risk of, like, if it just gets surrounded by Graveguard, even though it'll be mowing through the Graveguard, if it takes too long to do so, it won't be able to capture the objective. It needs supporting infantry to be able to effectively capture. The risk you run, too, of going with a really tall build like this is that you'll have lots of value on one objective, and you'll be able to lock that down, but you won't be able to spread your value out to take one of these side objectives, for example. So Yeah, it's definitely a risk, and it's something that I personally haven't tried a lot, bringing a monster of this price. Certainly, if you're going to do it, you want to bring it in your starting army and try and sustain it through the battlefield. It's going to be very, very tough to save that much supply to try and bring it on like part way through the battle. So if you are going to see it, it makes sense to see it in the starting army more than anything else. But great question. Any other multiplayer questions while we're waiting for these guys to get started here?
Sure, I got another one for you, which is seems like Lord Croak is pretty spicy for this, as far as these capture zones almost kind of work like traps for his big explosion spell. I mean, it seems like he definitely kind of has a pivotal function in here with explosion spells. Really, you know, there's a box you literally are trying to stay in with a character who can hit almost the entirety of that box.
Yes, exactly, especially on the upper tier versions. But not only that, the shield, the Supreme Shield, the old ones, also kind of helps you tank on an objective, right? The fact that Croak himself is unbreakable. Unbreakable units tend to be very good in domination because, of course, they're not going to rout. Being an unbreakable single entity, too, means that he is... he's going to maintain his full capture weight, right? Because it's based on a per model count basis. So like these Devils of Schwarzhofen, and not that they would have had any capture weight anyway, so that's maybe not the best example, but these Graveguard, for example, right? 120 models. If they were to lose 60 of their models, they would only have half of their capture weight, whereas, of course, single entities, it's just the one model. So even if he's got like only 300 HP, he still has his full amount of capture weight. So yes, just making sure these guys are all set. I guess they were waiting on my signal.
I was gonna say, if they're nervous wrecks like I am when it comes to playing tournaments, they're probably sitting there going, "Can we go?"
Yeah,
Can we
just, good to make sure you're following the host instructions, but that's my bad.
I'm so glad I get to occasionally like host these things instead of having to play in them, because playing in them was always like, oh man, I would be a wreck that day.
It's for me, I found the best tournament performances I've had were tournaments that I joined at the last minute, so I didn't have time to psych myself out, and I had nothing to lose. I was just playing for fun for myself mostly, and somehow I ended up making it to the semifinals or the finals, and I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, how did this happen? You know? So, all right, looks like we've got Gorse coming back in, so we're getting started again. Tiny bit of lag there at the start of the match, but it seems to be looking pretty good so far. We've got, yeah, Mazdamundi coming back in. So the thing about this double heal here, right, with Mazdamundi, he actually did not bring Apotheosis. Very interesting, just Ruination of Cities. And he's also got the Sunburst Standard for that sweet missile resistance and melee defense in an AoE. So very interesting. I would have thought for sure, I mean, I guess he's just going to put all of his magic into Deliverance, but I would have thought for sure we'd see double healing with Apotheosis and the Rev Crystal on the big lizard, but I guess not.
I wonder if, since the vampire counts don't have any shooting to kind of get that easy harass on the Bastillodon, if he thinks he'll be safe enough with just trying to kind of protect it through typical means as opposed to needing a heal to keep it up.
Yeah, the second, I mean, the Rev Crystal heal is enough in and of itself, definitely. The Apotheosis, in terms of, like, magic efficiency, actually isn't the best heal in the world in terms of, like, the percentage HP that it actually restores. But look at this Dreadsaurian, just straight up hunting Gorst immediately, straight through the center. Something you love to see, you know. I have been known to hate on the vampire counts in the past, and Helman Gorst has to be the ugliest dude ever in Warhammer, so him getting absolutely smashed by a Dreadsaurian, I think, is doing the world a favor, wouldn't you say?
You know, I have feelings about Gorst, but I think the I think they get upset with me if I express it. Character to play, though.
I mean, he's a villain. We can say at the very least we want him to get smashed by a giant lizard, right? I think that's a pretty safe thing to say. We got some salamanders coming in, so maybe he can also get burned by the lizards as well. Some Graveguards advancing on this side objective here with this Necromancer. Necromancer will provide a little bit of zombie summons. This one, yeah, actually has zombie summons and Invocation of the Heck, Wind of Death there as well, so some nice AoE damage potentially. But oh, this is going to be a big engagement. Crypt Horrors, speaking of changes to vampire counts, Crypt Horrors, you'll notice, did get a pretty significant buff. Got quite a bit of HP now, decent weapon strength and combat stats. So let's see them.
I was just about to ask about them. They seem like a decent thing to fight that Saurian.
Definitely. The high mass will mean that they can kind of lock the Saurian in and keep it from getting too gorsed to a degree. Although the salamanders... Oh, just getting burned alive by salamanders. I love it. I mean, they'll do a decent amount of damage. The extra weakness to fire from the regeneration, of course, from the corpse cart, does make a difference there. But Rev Crystal already dropping a heal on the Dread Saurian. And it doesn't look like it's killed any models of the Crypt Horrors yet. So this is the issue of vampires. It's like, you can deal damage to them, but they're just going to keep coming at you. And that healing sustain, you know, continuing to get their units into combat with high HP, it's rough. But Lizard's kind of falling back from this objective here, not wanting to fight those Devils of Shorts often. Feral Cold Ones and some Skink cohorts coming back. Yeah, right now, Zone is a little bit behind. I mean, in terms of the capture and the victory tickets, but definitely has plenty of time to try and come back in here and should be able to cap this side objective relatively easily.
So one thing I've noticed playing some domination myself, especially with the Immortal Empires update, is that it seems like there's kind of like a crystal gold zone as far as when you've reached too far to catch up. For people that are watching and kind of trying to keep a hold of what's going on, what's kind of that sweet spot for the Lizardmen where they really need to, you know, start worrying about those other capture points?
It's a good question. So generally, if your opponent is closer to winning than they are to your score, then you need to triple cap. So for example, let's say that I am terrible and I've captured 0 objectives and my opponent triple capped me and has like 2,000 victory tickets, right? At that point, I can still 2-cap and win, but once they cross that 2,500 threshold, then I would need to triple cap to win, if that makes sense, right?
Gotcha.
Yep.
I like how Ranger is face tanking with Mazdamundi and Croak to help the Dread Saurian not have to deal with being surrounded by Crypt Horrors.
Yeah, I was just zoomed in on that, and it's nice to see actually, you know, the sort of the big monsters fighting with support. It's a general rule of mine that in this game you don't really want things fighting by themselves, even something as expensive and powerful as a Dread Saurian. You know, it's just better to have supporting units so you don't get surrounded, especially for single entities. But right now, while the Lizardmen aren't surrounded in sort of a micro sense, they're absolutely surrounded in a macro sense. Zone's got huge forces on both side objectives now, and Ranger's faced with a tough decision. He's got to go take one of these objectives. But
there is something that loves being. Ooh, that
Wind of Death just snuck through there, did some really nice damage. Though Saurus got a Rev Crystal to kind of help them tank that damage. That
unit is completely dead. They all died.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like a line of unit here that I guess that's just a unit of skinks. Wow, that's impressive damage, and I mean, puts Zone reasonably close in terms of army damage value, battlefield control too. He's in a great position right now.
All right, looks like Ranger is sending in the king of enjoying being surrounded, that Ark of Sotek, heading in for that right flank on Objective 3.
I do see that. Looks like he's coming in, skirmishing with a bit of jabs first, and then probably going to move on to that objective. Maybe follow up with some Saurus here. Some of those Graveguard's great weapons, though, advancing up through the choke, look like they're trying to maybe tangle with some Saurus. Spears. At this point, I might roll over. I mean, the push from objective number 1 would probably take some time, so I might roll over with Mazdamundi and the other single entities and just try and, like, smash this objective, this number 3 objective. Let's see.
Man, oh my gosh, those salamanders are devastating those Vargeist.
Oh yeah, wow, the Devils of Schwarzhofen took a nasty volley there, a couple of models down immediately, and huge HP damage as well, but, I mean, all the value in the world is going to be great. I guess if Ranger just wins on the battlefield decisively enough, he can retake the objectives, but right now, oof, it's looking a little bit rough on the objective secure situation. This Ark of Sotek does drop its poison load. Oh yeah, these Graveguard going through the woods here, just getting hit by the Bastildon.
Oh, they don't want to pet the snakes?
I guess not. I guess not. We get some Sora Spears get unsummoned there as well. I think they had enough HP to actually refund some of their points cost. So right now, supply-wise, both players are spending fairly close to their supply limit. They're not really banking up too much right now, but it looks like Ranger is going to go for a push. He's got a lot of skinks coming out of his deployment zone, some feral cold ones, which I believe have cavalry capture weight. Don't quote me on that. I would have to double check, but that sounds right to me. We've got Supreme Shield of the old ones here. The Dread Saurian pushing forward with support from the Salamanders and the other monsters. Oh man, those Crypt Horrors having a pretty bad time in general.
Yeah, that wombo of the Salamanders and the Dread Saurian, that is just, those guys, those two are eating through just almost anything the vampire counts are throwing at them.
Oh yeah, and you'll notice too as I kind of zoom in close on this Dread Saurian, the skinks with the blowpipe machine guns on the side are going to continue to shoot while it's in melee. So I just saw a couple of volleys go straight into the face of a couple of Crypt Horrors right there. Nice deliverance of Itza too. Does some pretty good damage on that blob. So Lizardmen are definitely pushing hard, but look at this great block from Zone. Just putting zombies in this little choke point right here to block all the skinks from actually getting to the objective. And that's the thing about vampire counts, is they will trade value-wise just absolutely terrible, but still you won't be able to get to the objective and capture it because it's just too many bodies in the way.
I will say, I actually really like how Ranger is really using the Slann because they have such massive weight. Ooh, there's another good Wind of Death to just instantly kill a skink unit.
Oh, yeah.
He is really landing those. Oh, but look at that Arc of Sotek into a deliverance of Itza.
Oh man, nice forcing the blob there on that Graveguard and then just detonating them. Classic play. Really good stuff. I mean, value-wise, Ranger's up over 2,000, like 2,500 value, which is a crazy value lead, but he's still struggling to get to the objective. Plenty of time left, though. He's not too far behind, certainly not far enough that he would need to triple cap. He can still get a double cap and win, but time is starting to run out ever so slowly.
Oh, Sternsman have managed to sneak around the back onto Objective 2.
Oh, yep. Yep, they're coming around the side here. Dire Pack as well, and the Crypt Horrors collapsing. Kind of one of the risks of this relatively tall build. The Salamanders also get engaged there. It's Dire Packs, their little anti-large bonus will be pretty good if they're able to get through those skinks. Right now, this poor unit of skinks, man, they are holding out, but oh man, the sacrifice of the skinks is going to be worth it because here comes a huge deliverance of Itza. Going to detonate a whole bunch of units here. Oh man, absolutely nasty. And the skinks themselves end up not even actually taking that much damage. I mean, the leadership damage certainly is rough there, but Lizards should be able to hold this objective. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to capture this other objective though, so I don't know. I think Zone wins this on battlefield control, but we'll see. Lizard starting to get the Rev Crystal.
Like, I got the objective.
The clutch Rev Crystal. Oh man, Gary, the friendly Bastiladon, getting on there and showing his value. The skink cohort also great job by Ranger to kind of micro those up and around. The higher speed of infantry just needs to get on the objective.
It's just too little, too late though.
It is. He's now within the range where he will need to 3-cap, right? Because Zone needs about 800 points to win, whereas, you know, he's more than 1,000 behind, right? So he would actually need a 3-cap. We got another Wind of Death coming in here, it looks like. Gonna absolutely wreck some of those skinks. Interesting to see that just prioritizing the area of effect damage from vampire counts instead of just dumping invocations of Nehek and summons. It's not. I kind of expected that we would see absolute summon spam, I'm not gonna lie, but interesting, just the area of effect damage instead. Looks like that is going to be a victory for the vampire counts of Zone, showing their power. Man, 307 kills and less than 1,000 gold damage value on that Necromancer. That is, yeah, he must have wind to death some skinks. The rest of the army just tanks some damage here. For the vampire counts, Gorst, almost 1,800 value, considering how cheap he is. That is just excellent. Crypt Horrors also do a great job. Why don't you go over the Lizardman army values here, Lore Master?
Yeah, I mean, it looks definitely like, you know, Lord Croak performed really well. That Salamander, or the Dread Saurian also was really, I mean, there was a lot of really good value on the Lizardman side of things. If we're able to look at the backup army here on the screen, I think the Salamanders also almost certainly got a ton of damage value.
Definitely.
But it seems like they were kind of just a little too busy rumbling in the jungle when they really needed to be throwing down, trying to get those objectives away, because those vampire cats are just sticky.
They are sticky and gross, which is Helman Gorst in a nutshell. So, excellent. Let's go ahead and let me get the scoreboard updated here. Bear with me just a second, guys. And we will let them get their next faction picks locked in as well.
I will say I did really like the vampire counts using that little wind of death to just constantly snipe out those skink units. It's not something that I think a typical player would think that, oh, I need to make sure I'm carefully watching my skinks constantly to defend. You know, they're going to be more focused on higher value targets. But at the same time, those skinks have a lot of capture weight just through like their numbers and stuff. And by just easily getting rid of just a bunch of capture weight, it was making the vampire's job a lot easier.
Yep, and like value-wise, that's something in a land battle I would never tell someone to Wind of Death skinks. But in Domination, actually, especially with the extra magic that you're getting from being able to, you know, get those forbidden rods going, it's pretty decent actually. It's definitely, then that's the thing about Domination, is it kind of changes your mindset a little bit. At least for myself, like I had a hard time. It was a rough few days when I first started playing Domination to try and transition over from sort of a land battle mindset. But it's very interesting and nice to see the vampire counts doing something slightly different. Let's see. You guys are...
I really like how it changes the strategy. I mean, it's like if whether you're having tournaments or games centered around land battles or domination, it's just going to completely change the strategies and the tactics and even the builds you're going to be looking at.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And these guys are getting their picks and bans locked in the chat right now, so it's going through the process.
So for those watching at home who maybe haven't been following the coverage of the tournament up to this point, so how many games is each match pairing going to have, and kind of how many do they need to advance to the next round?
Great question, Sotek. So if you look now on screen, I've got the bracket up, so you'll see it is 8 players today in 4 different series. Each series is a best of 3, so they'll need to win 2 out of 3 to advance on to the semifinals, which will be hosted tomorrow by our very own Turin. And each of these players, of course, fought their way through a full tournament, all the qualifiers being hosted by various content creators. Myself, for example, Platypus, who we'll see later on today, won the qualifier that I hosted back in June. So these players all proved themselves in the initial rounds and are now here to compete for the grand prize. And it's the pick and ban system, for those of you guys also curious about that. We're doing pick 3, ban 1. So whoever's, I think it just starts on the top of the bracket. I'd have to double check, but essentially one player will pick 3 factions. So like, let's say, for example, you and I, Lore Master, are going to play a series. I would say, okay, I'll pick, I'll pick Vampire Counts, Demons of Chaos, and Slaanesh, and I'm going to ban Tomb Kings. So now you would then pick a faction, and then ban one of my 3 that I've chosen, and not allowed to pick Tomb Kings because I banned them, right?
Right, gotcha.
So, then, like, let's say Sotek comes back and he says, well, Slaanesh is a nightmare to play against, so I'm going to ban Slaanesh, and then I'll pick Dwarfs, and then I would pick either Demons of Chaos or Vampire Counts out of those remaining 2, right? So, because there's a lot of asymmetry in terms of the different factions and matchups with how many unique factions there are in the game now, it's impossible to balance everything. There's always going to be favorable and unfavorable matchups. So a pick and ban system kind of allows you to try and play around those as much as possible, so you're not just constantly seeing counter picks every single game, right? And
yep.
I believe, are we going to have a Slaanesh mirror?
Ooh, that sounds spicy and decadent.
Oh, indeed. That does sound spicy indeed. Let me just get things updated here and just confirm that is in fact what we're doing.
And while you're doing that, so real quick, once again, for people who are maybe just joining us at this stage in the tournament, what was the situation with the qualifiers? Like, what kinds of tournaments were they? Like, as someone who hosted one of them, like how many people did you have? What kind of was the overall experience leading into this quarterfinals?
So for my own experience hosting, it was a pretty big tournament. I mean, obviously it's domination, right? Just like this tournament was. It was played on the live patch though, so it was in 1.3. We just gotten the cavalry regiments of renown, and right? Or no, we hadn't gotten the cavalry regiments of renown yet. Oh, my brain's foggy from all these updates, but yeah, it was still on the live patch, let's say. No Immortal Empires. There wasn't nearly as much faction variety. Now, with Immortal Empires out, it's been really interesting to see. It's kind of the Wild West because there are so many different factions and matchups. Yes, it's just like a whole new game almost. There's so much to learn, so many different things. Like, for example, one thing that I hadn't really thought about, but when I actually played it, dwarfs are a hard counter for Cathay right now because Cathay lacks anti-infantry AP. Like, they literally don't have a single unit with an anti-infantry bonus. So you think about then all of a sudden dwarfs with their own armored infantry that have great weapons instead of halberds. Suddenly there's an advantage there. In most situations, I know a lot of dwarf players are complaining about not having enough anti-large, right? But then suddenly it's like, oh, well, an axe beats a halberd, weirdly enough. So it's one of those things. It's those unexpected matchups that have been really surprising and fun for me to discover.
Oh yeah. And for anyone that's kind of watching this tournament and you're seeing these players and you're like, man, I kind of wish I had caught the qualifiers. Just for those curious, each of these players were, as Dov mentioned earlier, the champions of their respective tournaments. And Zone actually managed to get through by successfully winning Anticity's tournament back on June 4th, while Ranger is the victorious champion from Hugo Thurster's tournament back on June 8th. So you can check out those content creators and find those tournaments in their video archives or whatever you want to call it.
Yep. I'm sure they have them up on their YouTube channel, VODs, or Twitch if that's applicable. But it's watching these players has been a joy, honestly, and getting thrashed by them, I have to say. I've played a few practice rounds with some of these different players, and I haven't beat any of them, but it's, it's sometimes it's good to get thrashed sometimes. It's good for your soul, and, you learn a lot that way, too. Like, I learned, for example, that the Hellstorm rocket battery is very good against Kislev. Who would have thought?
Hey, man, that's how you learn traditional Warhammer tabletop back in my day. Is you'd show up on the table and be like, I bought some models, and the guy across from you would go, cool, and then he would beat the living tar out of you, and that would just happen constantly until you would eventually be like, I understand now, father.
Oh, all right. So we're on the Black Ark map today, and it looks like, for those of you guys watching the loading screen, we've got Nikari versus Sigvald. So the two legendary lords for Slaanesh. Sigvald, of course, being for Warriors of Chaos. He's available for Slaanesh in custom battles and multiplayers. So I'll start with Sigvald's Shimmering Squad. I don't know. And then you'll...
Shimmering Squad.
I don't know.
That's his Twitch handle.
Shimmering Squad. I think that's my new album name. Anyway, we've got Sigvald here. We've got him backed up by a couple of Chaos Spawns of Slaanesh. That sweet Soporific Musk will be quite nice here against Slaanesh. Sorcerer of Shadows on foot here. Interesting to not see the Chariot, but Min Slaanesh caster with Pit of Shades. Not super surprising. We've also got some Devoted Marauders here. And some
let's get a close up on
Hellstriders.
that sorcerer, because he's a new boy.
Yes, this is
Not
a brand new
sorcerer. He's a marked sorcerer.
Brand new Champions of Chaos model, and I love the Slaanesh models. The Champions of Chaos models in general look fantastic, but is he? He's not wearing a shirt under there, dude. He's got a bare breast. I can't believe it. I just noticed this.
You gotta feel that cold rippling wind against your manly bits.
Oh, fantastic. That sword, too, man. I kind of want that sword, to be honest. Anyway, let's head over, and you can go over Nikari's forces here.
You're at. So Nikari has definitely called upon his mortal servants in droves, because we can see that he's got devoted marauders all over the place. We've got 4 units of Hellstriders backed up by 3 units of devoted marauders of Celestial Spears, which, for anyone curious, the devoted marauders are the classic marauders from the base Warhammer 3. So they're the mutated guys. And we've also got a new unit on the battlefield, being the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, which there are 3 of them. And being Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, since they're devoted servants, they actually have magical ammunition. So they throw magical spears as opposed to traditional ones. And having the Mark of Slaanesh, they come base with Devastating Flanker, Strider, so they move faster over all forms of terrain, immune to psychology, and a base 10% physical resist.
Yep, and the Devastating Flanker in particular, for a light skirmish cavalry, I mean, Marauder Horsemen have always been a pretty decent kind of hybrid cavalry with 24 charge bonuses. Not crazy, but when you double that up to 48 charge bonus, I mean, that outclasses the charge bonus of a light shock cavalry like Illyrian Reavers or Dark Riders, right? So these guys can perform in a hybrid role much better than even regular Marauder Horsemen if used appropriately. So definitely a very, very good unit. And just adds that much more power to Slaanesh's mobility, makes him that much more scary. Immune to psychology, of course, means that although their leadership's pretty low, they're going to rout probably just from taking damage anyway. They can maybe eat a charge from a Manticore and not just instantly tear out.
Yeah, so something you said earlier, oh, I love those purple missiles.
Oh yeah, let's get a close-up of
javelins.
that.
They light up beautifully when thrown.
Oh yeah.
But something you mentioned earlier that I'd love for you to expand a bit on as we're seeing this early skirmish phase. You mentioned that Slaanesh is a nightmare to play against. And I was curious if you could expand a little bit on what the reason is for that.
So the main reason is in the hands of like top level players like what we've got in today's tournament, the speed of Slaanesh makes them very difficult to try and play against because your units are never in the place where they need to be. Right? Like, oh, it's great that you have some spears, but the enemy cavalry can literally run around in circles for the entire match and you will never catch them. So it's just very frustrating. And I mean, for lower skill or medium skill players, Slaanesh still is scary, but they're somewhat unforgiving for mistakes because they are fairly squishy. So like if you're maybe a lower level ladder player, you might be like, oh, Slaanesh isn't that bad, like I can counter them. Or let's say you're a lower level player that struggles to win with Slaanesh, might be like, man, this faction is really just not very good. But it's one of those things that as your skill improves, you will start to realize like, oh, this is actually disgusting. Like, this is crazy strong. And right now we're going to see some of that as, of course, Slaanesh will win here today, but some really nice kind of feinting and retreating here, Zone and Ranger kind of skirmishing these Marauder Horsemen, playing a little bit of chicken here with the Hellstriders, trying to get as close as possible and throw their javelins without getting caught. It's a beautiful game to watch, actually. Nice back and forth.
And it is interesting because those Hellstriders, I mean, they do have bronze shields to help them out a little bit, and they are fast. And if they catch them, that poison's going to start to kick in on their speed, and they're going to have a bad time.
Oh, man. But it's like, if you get a little bit too brave, like the one Hellstrider that gets out in front of the unit just gets, like, multi-shotted and dies instantly to javelins. So it's like, oh, I'm going to catch you, and I'm dead. Sigvald also, I mean, it's interesting. Sigvald offers you something that is quite good for Slaanesh, which is a lord that can just tank, right? He can act as an anvil, and the warriors of Slaanesh too. I'm surprised we haven't seen any of those yet. We do see, though, some Forsaken of Slaanesh, another new unit, kind of new old unit here, nice pink Forsaken, of course, with Devastating Flanker, which is, again, insane for a unit like this if you can use it appropriately. But a little bit of physical resistance.
Slaanesh really does seem to have one of the best marks, being that if you are a marked unit of Slaanesh, you just get that Devastating Flanker, immune to psych, and that 10% physical resist is nothing to sneeze at.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially for the heavier armor units. And like right there, eating that little charge from the secret chariots, just 10%
man,
less
there's a
damage.
hell of a showdown going on victory location 2.
Oh yeah, let's look at that as Nakari kind of tries to hold that bottom objective. We've got a huge cavalry battle developing up here with the spawns also moving in. A really nice bit of shades there, wrecking some of those, I guess they're just marauder spears at the end of the day, so value-wise, that's not amazing, but tactically brilliant because you just break a couple of these units very quickly. The Mirror Guard are here, though. They're standing up pretty nicely so far to the spawn rush. I mean, Sigvald fighting the betrayal of the Mirror Guard here is actually something that we need to appreciate for just a second.
I don't know if it's a betrayal. They're just letting him see his reflection more easily.
Yeah, and then he just, like, taps them with Sliver Slash, and then they just, like, you know, very dramatically flail their arms in the air and fall over and just pretend to be dead, right? I think.
Man, Sigvald just instantly punched through that second objective. That Pit of Shades followed up with the Hellstriders to get through the spawn. Just ripped through it.
It's a great way to equalize the capture weight very, very quickly. And a nice rear charge here. Oh, I don't know if that was actually a rear charge. Looks like the Hellstriders are just repositioning. It looks like Zone is heading back to objective number 1 just to protect. In case Nakari and the forces on the low ground here, now that they're successful, try and rush up there. Nakari, of course, with 100 speed alongside those Hellstriders and the Chariots, could reposition to that objective in a big hurry. But right now, Ranger's in a pretty precarious situation. It's always tough on Black Ark when you lose your sort of home objective. You then have to decide, like, do I try and retake this here? Do I try and perhaps split push and go after my opponent's home objective? Risk getting collapsed on, but Zone definitely putting on a clinic right now in terms of battlefield control. Slightly ahead on value, ever so slightly. But Ranger here, I think Nakari, in a similar situation last time, taking that big, expensive piece does leave you a little bit thinner on the ground, not quite as wide, and you end up in a situation where you can kind of get overwhelmed by numbers.
Yeah, and taking back that second objective, that's gonna be hard. There is a lot standing there and more coming in by the second here.
Yep. And at the very least, getting rid of Sigvald is going to be quite difficult, and the spawns, of course, being unbreakable, you can dish damage to them quite quickly. But speaking of spawns, we got some spawn-on-spawn action here. Just, you know, tentacles absolutely smacking into each other, making wet noodle sounds. I can't even imagine. Can you imagine how bad it would smell with spawns fighting each other? Like, I don't know. It seems like spawns smell terrible.
Musk. I'm sure it'd be delightful.
Maybe actually the spawn of Slaanesh smell like daisies, and yeah.
I don't know if daisies match what that word means, but sure.
Let's go with that. Nice bit of shades there. Yeah, Hellstriders just taking the damage. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that this Lore of Slaanesh right now is just, I mean, Pit of Shades is just so efficient. There's not a lot of reason to take. I mean, Lore of Slaanesh, the attack buff that you get map-wide by just spamming the cheap spells is quite nice. And in some other matchups, I think it's definitely the way to go. But in most situations, right now, at least in Domination, the Pit of Shades is just so efficient in terms of mana usage, Winds of Magic usage, so you can use it. Oh, look, we have some matched animation. Nope, and Nakari's casting the spell. Looks like maybe something. Slicing Shards?
Speaking of slash spells, here we see one, but unfortunately it does get dodged.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Pit of Shades has a relatively short wind-up time, unlike Slicing Shards, which, man, if we had a Pit of Shades right now, there is an unholy blob right here of all sorts of stuff, but I believe it's still on cooldown for this Sorcerer here.
Yep, but it does look like Ranger has managed to recapture. Oh, no, here it comes.
Never mind. Here it comes.
He's not going to be able to get out of the way.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Absolute devastation.
While all these Slaanesh units may be immune to psychology, they're all still Marauders, so they don't have the best leadership if they take too much damage quickly.
Yep, and they tend to not have the best HP in the world, too. They're just sort of generally squishy, so that does mean one Pit of Shades can pretty easily do enough damage to break their leadership.
That being said, Ranger did... Whoa, my voice there. That being said... despite the fact Ranger did lose quite a few troops, he did manage to successfully rip away that objective. So
yeah,
he is catching up on points.
He is starting to catch up on points. He's not too far behind. I mean, the Pit of Shades, he was able to sustain the damage in the spawn. I think Nakari actually cycle charging quite a bit here too, alongside the chariots, and just nice micro with the cavalry as well. So far, looking pretty good. Value-wise, Rangers a little bit behind, but not by much, barely like 500 points. But look at this, Exalted Demonette on the low ground, just comes in, cleans up. This is going to be a scary unit to deal with. We've got the Fascination army ability going off. That'll deal some damage here and possibly get them into a rampage due to low HP. Will actually deal pretty good damage, but Slaanesh, I mean, fighting an Exalted Demonette with like a spear and the regular Marauder is not going to go particularly well. You probably want some Marauder Horsemen to like skirmish them out or something. But oh man,
they're going to be hard to ship, especially with those magical attacks. They cut through all those defenses that a lot of the Marauders are relying on, that physical resist.
Oh yeah, yep.
We got a mirror going down on objective 2, and this one can't be dodged because he's got him held in combat.
Yes, oh, those Forsaken taking nice hit there. Nothing too crazy, but enough to perhaps break their leadership. Nakari's also, was locked in Sigvald momentarily, but of course, the main difference between these two is the speed, right? Nakari is just absurdly fast, whereas Sigvald is currently locked in Footlord jail, surrounded by spawns and cavalry.
Alright, so Zone is recaptured objective 3 with that really nice Exalted Demonette unit, and I don't know if... I really am not sure how Ranger's going to shift them without having to drag Nakari over there.
Yeah, which he could relatively easily. He gets some Hellstriders also in off of the Vanguard objective. We'll have a nice 1v1 Hellstrider versus Hellstrider. Perfectly balanced engagement here. Although the spears from the one side here from Ranger might counter-collapse and actually come help out. That'll help him win out on that engagement. And the anti-infantry Marauders are getting pounded by Exalted Demonettes, but they're also probably trading okay.
Those Seeker Chariots can land that charge. They're getting harassed to hell right now. But if they can make it, it'll hurt.
I mean, the Hellstriders are getting hits on them, but they're not able to stop them. So a nice hit there. Oof, good impact damage. Great job to help deal with that. So Ranger's definitely fighting back hard. I mean, he's not out of this yet. It's neck and neck right now in terms of victory tickets. So
I think if Ranger can get back objective 3, like right now, he might be able to take us to a rubber match.
Yeah, I think so. Time is closing. We've got more Hellstriders for Zone coming in here. So I think the match is largely going to be decided by this engagement here on objective number 3. So we'll kind of keep Nakari and Sigvald in the background, but it's mostly window dressing. I mean, maybe, I guess, if Sigvald can somehow take that objective, but I really just don't see it at this point. And it looks like Ranger's going to have enough value here. Another Pit of Shades going off. Let's check in there. It does hit mostly the Mirror Guard. Wow, great job by Ranger kind of dodging the majority of that and forcing Zone into some friendly fire damage. That is pretty great, actually. The more faithful Mirror Guard, right? They're holding there.
Yeah, Nakari is really actually getting his value on that defense because he's able to just absolutely obliterate anything that's any of those units that are really trying to get like staying power.
Mm-hmm. And supporting too. Like again, another 1v1 with Hellstriders versus Hellstriders. The difference being Nakari is supporting one side, which is quite a significant difference. Ranger also seizes that low ground objective, wins out there. The Chariots, I have to say, the Seeker Chariots, I don't know if they've done a ton of damage value. Actually, this one has just about paid for itself. So nice to see that.
I think that rear charge into the Exalted Demonettes with the devastating flanker buff they got from that, really, like, that was worth it alone.
Definitely. Great play there. Great play. And, yeah, Slaanesh Mirror with 2 high-skill players is going to be wild, but I think, ooh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. This is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, this is a great, great match here. I think Ranger has this in the bag if he doesn't lose any objectives, but, I mean, the capture is starting to tick up here for Sigvald's high ground forces here for Zone.
It's worth noting that anytime Zone is capturing objective 2, it stops producing tickets, right?
No, it should still be producing tickets for Ranger as long as he still has the capture. But oh man, right now, literally right now, Ranger is passing just in time. Oh man, I think he's got it. I think Ranger's got it.
That's game.
Wow, what a
Woo,
game.
That was a good game.
Great job to both of these players, and we've got a rubber match, folks.
There is only defeat.
I was poo-pooing a little bit on Nakari's tall build there, but proving me wrong, and 281 kills, almost 3,000 damage value. Really, really nice stuff. The Hellstriders also, man, I mean, on both sides, I would imagine the Hellstriders are going to do great, but Marauder Horsemen also get some really, really nice value. Spawns are just kind of here. The Chariots pay for themselves, and tactically, I think I'm going to give the MVP to the Chariots on that nice little rear charge. And how about you go over Sigvald's army values here?
Oh yeah, I mean Sigvald himself, he didn't necessarily get a lot of kill value, but I mean he did have a lot of tankiness, which I think normally would have played out well for him, but he wasn't able to really lock down Nakari, because Nakari could just easily run him over or run past him because he's so fast. So I think Sigvald actually wasn't really able to get his money's worth this game and be the deterrent that he usually is. But the Sorcerer definitely got some good value. Those Pit of Shades really making their money's worth. All the Marauders did pretty well, as did the Hellstriders. Those Exalted Demonettes, they didn't get a lot of value, but they got a ton of kills. I mean, they single-handedly captured, I think it was Objective 3. And I think they honestly would have held it if it hadn't been for those Chariots finally managing to burst them, along with a double fascination shot. I really do think that Ranger was made very effective use of his army abilities.
Definitely, I would agree. Very on point in terms of timing and everything like that. So, excellent stuff. We'll switch back over to the bracket just momentarily as these guys get their next picks and bans locked in. I'll update the scoreboard, and I actually just realized I had the wrong map displaying for that that round. That's fine. We'll get that updated for the next one. Excellent. Wow, what a series. Nice to see Slash Mirror with two high skill players is always going to be a very, very back and forth affair with a lot of excellent plays on both sides. So, okay, let me see here. All right, I've pretty much got your volume maxed on Discord now, so hopefully that's a little bit better.
Fantastic. I can do some boosting over here.
Wow, yeah, it seemed like chat really enjoyed that. 95-point lead, right? Very, very close. Anytime you have less than 100 points difference in a domination victory, that is a tight, tight game.
Yeah, that was probably one of the closest games I've seen in domination a while, because normally you hit a point where a player's kind of like, all right, I'm out, and they dip out early. Like we saw that go all the way down to the 5,000 marker.
Yep, that was down to the wire, as they say, and cool to see too that a match can be that close with the players taking fairly different Slanesh builds. I mean, obviously both of them kind of have some spawns and some cavalry, but from a Lord kind of leadership perspective, very interesting to see the different approaches there and how they worked kind of against each other, especially.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. And I am glad that Nakari worked out in the end there. It seems kind of a little more rare to see those big monstrous characters manage to have such a dramatic impact.
Yeah, I agree. So, those of you guys just joining us, I am Dov Plays. I'll switch this over. You guys can see, we could show the menus, right? Right?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I don't see why not. Okay. So, I am Dov Plays. I am joined today by Lore Master of Sotek, and we are today bringing you the Summer Championship. It's going to be great. I mean, we've already had a great series so far, and this is just 1 out of 4 series, so we're not even a quarter of the way through today. Crazy.
I'm gonna have to order food today.
Right? I made sure I got some leftovers last night to just be ready to microwave here in the morning as soon as I got up.
What do you have?
Oh, there's an Italian place near us that does carbonara that so they'll bring your carbonara, and then they have like a huge wheel of Parmesan, like a legit wheel of Parmesan that they've like carved out a little bowl into, right? So they'll light that on fire to like melt the cheese inside the wheel. They'll literally throw your carbonara into the wheel of cheese and just slather it in the molten cheese and then plop it on your plate. It's so ridiculously good. Like, I can't even describe.
When you use the verb throw, I was really, for some reason, expecting you to say like throw it at you, and I was like, I mean, I'm excited to get I'm excited to get Parmesan or mozzarella, whatever. Regardless, I don't know if I would like it as much if it was on fire while it was thrown at me, but like I'll still take it.
Oh yes, it's I mean, I like the first time we went to this Italian place recently with my family, it was maybe a month ago or so. I was absolutely blown away. And so last night I went with my fiance for a nice romantic dinner, and it was just as good, man. It was just as good. I'm like almost tearing up right now thinking about it. Oh. Yeah.
So, do you have any thoughts on what we might be seeing going into a final game?
We haven't seen Nurgle yet. Nurgle, the healing sustain that you get with the Nurgle, especially like in combination with the heavy infantry now, is very good for domination. So I'd be kind of surprised if we didn't see Nurgle, to be honest, at least at some point in the tournament today. Yeah, Nurgle would be one. Khorne is another one. A lot of really great mid-tier infantry. They can control domination objectives fairly well. You have some cheaper infantry now, too, to kind of supplement that a little bit. Honestly, any of the monogods, even Tzeentch, I wouldn't be surprised to see some Tzeentch as well. Maybe some warriors. Depending on the matchup. I mean, Slaanesh is off the table. So if one of the players wants to ban Khorne, they could bring dwarfs, actually. Let me see here. Making sure. Yeah, looking good there. Just making sure we're all set up.
So one of the things that has been talked about a lot with the upcoming Champions of Chaos is, of course, that while the Warriors of Chaos roster is going to be expanding considerably, we're also going to be seeing the monogod rosters expanding quite a bit with a lot of these new mortal units coming in. What have there been any kind of particular standouts that you've heard being kind of talked about or played in your personal experience? Like who's really benefiting the most from getting these new units as far as the monogods go?
Probably Nurgle, honestly, because Nurgle lacked the most in terms of having mortal units. So they're getting very good heavy cavalry in Chaos Knights. They're getting very good mid-tier heavy infantry in the warriors, especially warriors with great weapons. That's, in my opinion, in Warhammer 1, Warhammer 2, for the longest time, the best variant of Chaos Warriors individually was the great weapons, because they are kind of the Swiss Army knife. They'll trade well in a lot of situations. You can bring a bunch of them and just be safe trading into a bunch of stuff, right? So the fact that you get that plus healing is pretty insane, honestly. And then, of course, Marauder Horsemen kind of, again, supplement that fast speed mobility. They also have throwing axes and poison, which is great for extra poison and AP. Again, Nurgle kind of lacked AP largely before, so in my opinion, Nurgle benefits the most. I might put Slaanesh at a close second because of Sigvald and the heavy infantry. Again, sort of adds something that the faction was lacking. The heavy armor knights as well can be useful in a few different situations, and the horsemen are a nice supplement just for additional numbers of mobility.
All right, sounds pretty great.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So these players just getting their faction picks locked in.
I think if I'm reading this right, I think they're locked in.
Yes. Looks like it's going to be Lizardmen versus Demons of Chaos.
Oh my god. Okay, I have to talk about Demons of Chaos for a second. I am so excited for this faction showing up in the main tourney scene now.
Yes.
This is what demons are supposed to be. This is the true demonic horde.
Yes, I've played quite a bit of demons against the new and old factions in Immortal Empires, and I mean, you compare them to something like, I don't know, like, there's plenty of factions with enough variety that I don't feel that demons are that imbalanced. Like, we may see a lot of them today because the tournament players might feel that they are imbalanced, but I mean, there's a few very predictable things about demons. Like, number one, obviously, is there's not a lot of armor. I mean, besides the soul grinders, there's no units with heavy armor on their roster. Physical resistance is also omnipresent, so you kind of think about that, you can start to plan. Also, a big expensive flying lord is going to be guaranteed with the current roster construction. They're going to take Bellicor or one of the bespoke demon princes available for multiplayer. So you can kind of start to plan into that, right? You're going to need some high weapon damage, don't really need AP. You're probably going to want some magic damage as well, maybe, especially if you have like something that can give magic damage to your units, like a flaming sort of ruin or some other kind of area of effect. All those things start to factor in. If you have some really strong snipe tools for the sniping a powerful flying lord, that can also be very good. So I mean, it's a faction that it has its own distinct general characteristics, and because of that, you can start to plan into it. And in my experience, at least, they've been strong, but they haven't been oppressively strong.
Yeah, and for anyone that maybe hasn't seen the Demons of Chaos, because it's not a faction you would really ever get to experience unless you're playing in custom battle or multiplayer and have personally selected them. They are a pure demon roster, so there's no mortals at all whatsoever. It's just the demons. But they have a nice mix of all the four gods. So you can't have any marauders. There's no warhounds or anything, but you do have access to all the demons of the dark gods. And I personally love them. They're one of my favorite factions, even though there's not really a faction for them in single player right now or campaign. But the true demons just takes me back to the good old tabletop days, and it's so exciting to see them being a strong faction.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, a lot of the demon mid-tier units are very good, and the lower tier units too, like blue horrors, have been nerfed, I think, twice already, and they're still like very good for their cost, right? You've got like bloodletters, fleshhounds, all the mid-tier corn units that trade very efficiently, right? You've got access to the excellent Slanesh demon cavalry. I mean, seekers are amazing if you use them right. So, yeah, it's the Demons of Chaos in multiplayer. They don't have access to any mortals, right? I believe in campaign you do get access to the mortal units, but in multiplayer it's just demons only, no mortals. So, and that's it's interesting, but I think it's mostly fine. You also do have Undivided Furies, which are just Furies without anything special going on, but yeah, they definitely have the tools you need to make a complete army. It's interesting. We'll see what they end up doing here. It looks like it's going to be Zones, Lizards versus Rangers, Demons of Chaos. So
where are we fighting at?
This map is going to be the last map. Is Battle for Itza. So,
we're going to a Lizardman City being attacked by demons. I can't think of anything more thematic.
Yes. Right? Lizardmen going to be defending their home turf against the demons. It feels too appropriate almost. These guys are just getting that locked in here, and we should be getting started very shortly.
Is there any particular matchup over the course of all the games today that you would be like really, really interested in seeing, that maybe is your favorite matchup, or a matchup that just hasn't necessarily happened a whole bunch?
There are quite a few matchups that are super fun. I don't know if we'll see them because I don't know if the players today are going to consider these sort of the meta factions that give them the best chance to win. But one particular that stands out to me that I've played a few times, and it's always insane, is Wood Elves versus Kislev. Because it's two factions where there's a lot of shooting on both sides, obviously. Wood Elves have more dedicated units, but they sort of the hybrid nature of Kislev means that they can fight and shoot pretty efficiently against the Wood Elves. You also have access to a lot of slows with Kislev, whereas on the flip side, you know, the Wood Elves have good flying tools, which Kislev lacks entirely, and they have pretty good battlefield control tools as well. The heavy cavalry of Kislev obviously matches good against against the light cavalry of the Wood Elves. So there's like a lot of, both those factions have a lot of counters for each other, and that usually results in some awesomely close games. But I don't think that we will see either of those factions today, although Wood Elves are very strong. Somewhat struggle in domination just because their power is a lot in their missile units, and domination tends to favor melee factions, sort of as a general rule. So I don't know that we'll see either of those factions today, but that's one matchup in particular that has stood out to me. How about you? Have you had a chance to play much multiplayer in Immortal Empires?
I've played a fair number of just little matchups here and there. I've had Anticity has been so nice as to absolutely pump me around the corner a few times. But I think for me, I don't know if there's any particular matchup. Like, honestly, probably Lizardman versus Vampire Counts is the one that I was kind of the most amped for, and got a good game out of that already earlier today.
Nice.
But you know, I'm definitely curious to just kind of see who are going to be the more popular and standout factions today. Like, we know that Slaanesh is really, really strong. Lizardmen already seem to be a pretty popular pick. I'm curious if any other races are going to kind of rise to the fore for today's tournament, just because we know everyone here is going to be going super tryhard.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of monogods. There's some factions that I didn't expect to be as good as they were. Like, I thought Vampire Coast was going to be absolutely terrible. I'm not going to lie, in domination, but I've been pretty surprised. I've managed to come up with some workable builds. It helps that they reduce the cost on animated hulks, so they're now only 500, which is crazy cheap. But like, you know, Sirens also benefited from the Ethereal unit rework, right? Depth guards finally have a place in domination where they can actually like lock down objectives and hold them pretty well. So it's interesting. It's kind of one of those things where the play style of domination results in different stuff being useful. Like we've kind of talked about already. It's a different mindset than land battles, definitely. But let's switch on over now. These guys are loading in right now on this beautiful Battle for Itza map. For a long time been one of my favorite, visually, my favorite maps from Warhammer 2, so I was super excited when they implemented it for domination.
This is a fantastic map. For anyone that hasn't seen it before, this map features as the final quest battle map for the Hunter and the Beast campaigns, featuring Marcus Wolfhart versus Nakai.
Yep. And today we've got Be'lakor versus Mazdamundi. How about that for a matchup? So I'll let you start with your Lizard Boys, Loremaster.
All right, so over with the Lizards, we have a very strong, kind of not necessarily super varied build, but a very powerful one. I mean, we've got 5 units of Chameleon Skinks leading up the front line, which is just. I don't think demons are terribly fond of Chameleon Skinks. And then we've got 3 units of Saurus Spears backed up with 2 units of Saurus Warriors with shields. And then Lord Mazdamundi coming in with Comet, Net, and his Sunburst Standard, along with Ruination of Cities.
Fantastic. So quite a bit of area of effect damage there. And then for the demons, of course, Be'lakor flapping about to start. And is that just 5? I mean, it is. It's 4 Plague Bears and 3 Exalted Plague Bears. No Festering Stooges. Interesting. I would have probably brought the ROR for the extra sustainability and terror, especially against the Skinks. But this is what's known as the Walking Dead build. It's not quite dead, but they might as well be. Yeah, just...
Hey, Nurgle resents that. He is more brimming with life than any of us mere mortals.
He's so alive that he smells like he's dead. How about that? Yes. So the chameleons are going to come forward. Plague Bear is obviously physical resistance, huge HP, but not a lot of armor, so they will take damage over time from those chameleons. I mean, the chameleons 1-to-1 are less expensive than the Plague Bearers, so looks like we've got a couple of blues coming out in response. Chameleons, missile resistance will help them quite a bit against that counterfire, but the barrier also of the blue horrors right now is absorbing a lot of that skink blowpipe fire and not doing any real HP damage.
It definitely helps with kind of those skirmish trades. But man, those chameleon skinks do get through that barrier reasonably fast.
Yeah, once they start to focus fire, then they can cut through it pretty quick. But the issue is as they kind of start to maneuver away here. Yeah, you can see that return fire pretty much completely ineffective due to the missile resistance and kind of the loose formation of the skinks. So let's get up close. Skinks are adorable. I don't know, you probably feel the same, but ever since that Warhammer 2, like Saving Private Skink trailer, I've always thought that skinks were absolutely just the cutest things ever.
They're all right, I guess. I don't have one for a mascot or anything.
Oh man, look at this though. One unit of blues already focused very efficiently by those chameleons, which is great to see. Again, 500 points on the blues. They're not the cheapest unit in the world, but they're not crazy expensive. Do need to get rid of them tactically though. I mean, Saurus, 60 armor, decent missile block chance on both variants with shields, but nothing too crazy. They definitely don't want to just eat blue fire to the face. So
yeah, definitely better to let the skinks maybe run out a lot, because blue horrors don't have the most ammo. So if you can get them to kind of blow their load on, you know, a high missile resist unit, that probably would definitely be preferred.
Definitely good tactical decision, absolutely. And interesting to see a clash between Saurus and Plague Bears. These units are very similar in a lot of ways, both kind of high weapon damage, low offensive stats, but oh man, those Death's Heads volleys doing some pretty good damage. At the same time though, I mean, it's a high value kind of spend to just throw them at regular Saurus. A Shield of the Old Ones also comes in to help resist some of that damage, but if he can use up all the volleys of the Exalted Plague Bears, that's going to be nice. But Zone's got to be careful. Right now, he's not contesting any of the objectives. Ranger's got a double cap on him, and this high ground objective, both players are just kind of leaving. They've decided that this should be a land battle, so they're going to just face off. Nice Ruination of Cities, cuts through some of those blue horrors there. Good AoE damage also on those Plague Bears. But one unit of Saurus already goes down. Plate of Shades from Bellicor. So the demons are in a pretty good position here pushing forward. It looks like, oh, those blue horrors, he tried to unsummon them, but they started getting banished. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Yes, we'll go with that. Getting banished away. Terror kicks in also for the Saurus, for Bellicor. Just such a strong presence in this vicinity.
We got a comment there. Clips those Exalted Bearers, but they do manage to get out of the way.
Yeah, it did a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. Right now, I mean, the Skirmish Chameleon build for Zone is working against him a little bit, but he did manage to get some skinks, some Saurus Spears up on this high ground. It's scary enough to push back that Seeker Chariot. They're kind of having some pathing issues bumping into this. trying to get around these pillars here. Some Feral Cold Ones also going to come screen quite nicely. Just use their mass to kind of prevent a direct charge here. Charge through a back isn't going to be nearly as effective as these Seeker Chariots kind of they did okay. Another Pit of Shades also going to be going on these Saurus Spears here. So Bellicor doing his best to just claw value away from Zone. Right now it's fairly close. Ranger's still a little bit behind on damage value, but Chameleons are starting to run out of ammo here. And
they will not be the most useful tools once they are out of that ammo. And those Saurus, man, really man. Nice combat back there. Oh my good gracious.
Wow. By the gods, that was very good. The old ones are very proud of Mastavoni for that one. Oh man, we got some Furies rushing in here as well. The Chameleons, I mean, yes, they don't have that much melee power. They do have poison though, and you know, I mean, 20 attack, 25 weapon strength. Maybe they can get some hits on like some Nurglings, or at least, you know, provide some extra capture weight. But Zone did get that high ground secured. Has not managed to maintain this low ground though. The Nurglings and the Plague Bears are just a little bit too much for him right now.
So, just because I don't think many people have gotten to have the pleasure of really using him a bunch, but what does Bellicor really bring to the party as a commander of the demonic legions?
So, besides the fact that he is quite strong in melee, I mean, he's got great weapon strength, really good attack, decent defense, does lack armor. 45 is definitely not great, but of course, physical resistance, and he comes with a bunch of special abilities. He, similar to Scarbrand, has an ability that charges his weapon strength. The more kills he gets also includes melee attack as well. Uh-oh, did that comet crash the game?
I thought about it for a second, but it's just a little slowdown.
Nope. Okay, we're good. And then he's also got this Lord of Torment. This is his self-heal. So right now it was healing him at least 0.2 per second. Oh, now it's 0.08 per second. Basically, with each unit that's wavering or lower within that area of effect, he gets a little bit of self-healing and power recharge as well. So because of that, he has a damage resistance also that it looks like maybe wasn't brought here just to help him cheap out. He is quite expensive, so the more you can kind of min-max his ability set, the better it will be for you, because you can take more troops. But yeah, the Pit of Shades here, not really surprising to see that as the only spell with no lore attribute or anything else. Nasty, nasty Pit of Shades.
You know, one thing that's really annoying about Pit of Shades when you're playing against it in Domination is, like, not only can it do pretty decent damage, but it also holds you in place if you get hit by it. You just can't get away from it.
Yep, it's almost like a net for a lot of like cavalry and infantry units. They'll just get stagger locked or literally thrown around into it and won't be able to get away. We've got some toads coming in here, munching on some adorable skinks. Not something I like to see, but the toads are pretty great in my opinion.
The Lizardmen got a much-needed reprieve capturing that bottom objective with just skink spam.
Yep, and it's an advantage skinks have over Nurglings is they're faster than even Nurglings, which is saying something. I mean, 40 plus speed on most skink units, I think all skink units actually, and yeah, the Chameleons also fighting in melee against Nurglings isn't going to be too much of a problem. Even the Plague Bearers, only 30 attack, means they really don't have the best chance to hit in the world against the Chameleons, so surprisingly, the Chameleons are going to be able to hold fairly well and just maintain capture on this objective. The problem is...
And they do have that critical... excuse me, they do have that critical poison in melee as well.
Yep, exactly, to lower the weapon strength of the Plague Bearers and whatnot. But another nasty Pit of Shades here. I was just about to say, basically, at this point, the Lizardmen are just waiting for Dad, Be'lakor, to come back and start to affect this objective. And he doesn't even have to come over here himself to do so. Just a nice, nasty Pit of Shades.
So do we? It looks like we have a triple cap here by the Lizardmen.
Yep, I was just gonna say too. I think Be'lakor starts to kind of get out macroed a little bit here as the Lizardmen get enough capture weight to actually secure this. The Toads were kind of running around chasing skinks, and I think he kind of lost track of having enough units there to cap. But it looks like he's going to be able to get Objective 3 back fairly quickly, unless the Lizardmen can kind of rehome on this point here a little bit. The Chameleons look like they're coming up and around, try and get at the back of that objective. But Zone here with the sort of value push, at this point, he is very far ahead. More than, 4,000 ahead in terms of damage value, which is pretty tough to come back from, even for a faction like Demons that has a little bit of access to healing. Just kind of depends, right? So, a nice comet there. Another nasty comet just wrecks the Plague Toads and the Plague Bears.
Oh, that was juicy. Yeah, all those units are crumbling now.
It's going to wipe all three units there. And Be'lakor responds with a nice Pit of Shades. So, both players showing their kind of premier area of effect damage spells and using them to great effect here. But it looks like Zone is probably going to come out on top. The one thing about Demons of Chaos, their army abilities are random, right? And they charge up by your Lord dealing damage. So your Lord needs to be in combat and fighting the whole time as much as possible. And there's a chance that you could get like the Fecundity heal, right, for the Nurgle army ability. But there's also a chance that you'll get a different army ability, so it's not super reliable to try and, get healing from that consistently. But we'll see. Right now, Bro, Cold One's rushing in, Lizardmen just pressing all fronts. They're all, like 3,000, more than 3,000 ahead now on army damage value, so I don't see Ranger being able to come back and win this. I think he's just too far behind on the field battle at this point. So, although...
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's Lizardmen just everywhere, and there's only what 8 active demon units right now.
Yep.
And there's 20 active lizardman units. Like, he's just getting absolutely swarmed.
Yep. This is, I think, what you might call getting tabled, right?
Yes, that would be an accurate description. And something I kind of wanted to point out just real quick while we have a second is something that I'm really enjoying about Mazdamundi is the new Greater Arcane Conduit, because his Comet actually has that much more of an extra punch because it actually gives Spell Mastery now as one of its updated effects. So his Comet is hitting 10% harder than it would normally.
Yep, 10% extra, and I think, yeah, does it affect? It doesn't affect duration, right? So like Net of Amantok, it wouldn't have any effect on, but yeah, the Comet of Casandora, you can see the values are slightly increased as to what they would be normally, and it is definitely nice to have those extra little effects there to kind of accentuate the high level of caster. But there you go, Zone going to take the series there. Very well played Ranger to claw his way back in. Bellicor getting some pretty good value there. Probably didn't quite pay for himself. I want to say he's probably about 2,500 with the kit he was brought. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe he did pay for himself. But I'm kind of surprised. The Plague Bearers end up just getting... I mean, I shouldn't be that surprised they get shot to death, but at the end of the day...
Well, just no armor. Like, I mean, that's kind of the ultimate weakness of the demons is they're not able to really get into a slugfest. And, you know, they seem to really struggle with those... what do you call it? Oh, God, there's a word for it. It's like when you shoot somebody right before you start fighting.
Precursor.
Yeah, so it like those chameleon skinks just do such a good job of peppering people as they're getting in close. I mean, and they got great value.
Yes.
Almost every single unit of chameleon skinks completely paid for themselves.
Yep. They were able to use all their ammo, so they're very efficient. Mazdamundi also on his chair, 320 kills. I mean, very good stuff there for Zone's reinforcements. I didn't even spot those Sacred Croc scores, but evidently they did come out and get some value, at least a little bit there. That's hilarious.
They slapped 13 people and took no damage. I don't know where they were, but it was a quick affair.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Well, we are going to take a very brief intermission as we get the next competitors lined up. So bear with us just 1 second, guys, and we'll be right back. Okay, and I tried to put some music on, but I guess I failed to do it correctly. That's fine, just getting the scorecards updated and everything. So, yeah, very good stuff. What a series, man, what a series. It's a nice back and forth, but Zone does prevail there. And we'll go ahead and take a look at the bracket in just a second.
I was about to ask, who's next?
So if we take a look here, you can see Zone has advanced on. We've got Reginald Puggington versus Randommnix up next for our next series. They're already getting their picks and bans locked in. And
oh, I was gonna say I saw the I saw the game and I was like, versus random. What? What?
Yes, Randommnix, veteran of the Total War Warhammer multiplayer community for some time. Oh, it's been yeah, it's been interesting to watch him play. They are here now in the lobby. So we'll get over to that in just a second. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this so far. We've had some really excellent games, and hopefully we'll see some more monogods. That's kind of what we're all here for, right? Is the Champions of Chaos. So
I mean, I'm here for the great quality of play, but I mean, whatever.
Okay. Fantastic, fantastic. So, yes, they are here. I'm getting this updated.
So we talked a little earlier about kind of Nurgle so heavily benefiting from the new units that have come to his roster. But as far as like the actual Warriors of Chaos themselves, what are kind of like the big standouts as far as like their new toys?
Well, I mean, I'll say this up front. The reworked characters and the addition of the new Champions of Chaos characters is probably the biggest thing. I mean, Archaon is insanely good now. Very, very scary. The fact that you get access to Lore of Nurgle on a Lord level caster is also really, really nice. There are a few units that stand out in particular. The cheap Slanesh cavalry, the 600 and 700 cost Hellstriders, are a great kind of utility tool to have in your toolkit. Likewise, the War Shrines. So the Nurgle War Shrine and the Slanesh War Shrine are an AoE heal and an AoE damage effect, respectively, which makes them both quite good, in my opinion.
Yeah, do you want to explain to everyone how the War Shrine like works?
Yeah, so the War Shrines all have an area of effect buff or heal or damage in the case of Slanesh that charges up with each kill made within that area of effect. They are also available as mounts for the Sorcerers and for the Cultists on the Monogods roster as well. And they have a ton of HP. All of them have over 10,000 HP, so they're very tough to kill in that way. And like the Nurgle one especially, it has an AoE heal, which of course affects itself. And if you take it with the Cultist mount for Nurgle, for example, the Cultist has his own regeneration, which he then keeps on the War Shrine. So, and I think the Nurgle one has a higher base HP too. I want to say it has like 13,000 HP or something crazy. So they can be, they don't have a lot of armor. Their combat stats are not that great, but the high HP does make them surprisingly difficult to kill. And it is something to watch out for, definitely, especially when you're playing against Nurgle or Slanesh. Maybe to a degree also when you're playing against Warriors. The Tzeentch and the Khorne ones are good, but they're not as good in my opinion. The Tzeentch one, I believe, gives spell mastery in an area of effect, which can be nice, but it does mean your caster needs to stay with the War Shrine to get the benefit from it. And the Khorne one gives a little melee attack weapon strength buff, which is nice, but you already got a lot of that going on, so I don't know how tactically useful it's actually going to be.
It's more thematic than useful. Yeah.
Yes, I would agree. Yep. But that's okay. Khorne is, I mean, their units are individually very strong, so they don't really need buffs, kind of the way they're designed. And let's see here, just double checking my messages, make sure I'm not missing anything. Are we going to have vampire counts versus Tzeentch? That should be interesting.
Ooh, so all the shooting, well, maybe all the shooting. I keep forgetting that the monogods are updated, so like they can do other things now. They're not as nearly as pigeonholed as they used to be.
Yep.
So is there any particular standouts to kind of look for when dealing with Tzeentch versus vampire counts?
Not too much. Let me just get this loaded in here. Bear with me just a second. I mean, obviously the shooting from Tzeentch is all relatively short-ranged, and it's kind of hybridized as well. So, like, the horrors, for example, will fight zombies just fine in melee, so it's not like, I mean, you can summon zombies to bog them down, but it's only going to be so effective. Whereas you know, with other factions, you can lock their shooting down and just like almost kill them outright with zombies, right? So definitely something to watch out for there. Yeah, Slaaneish's low armor might also come into play here. Or sorry, Tzeentch's low armor, like on a lot of their units, but likewise the halberds. The fact that they have a lot of magic damage means that you basically can't take ethereal units at all here, so that locks out a little bit of the roster at least. But let's go ahead and take a look here. I finally got the scoreboard updated, so here we go. Hopefully that all correct. Just double checking. Yep. Okay. So I'll start with the vampire counts of Puggington. We've got Gorst here, who's going to be a staple in Domination because he's a very cheap Mortis engine. A couple of Crypt Horrors, a Necromancer, another Necromancer on a Corpse Car over there, and an actual Mortis engine. Got another Crypt Horror here, skeletons on the side, some zombies up through the center, and some skeleton spears as well. Let's get on over to Tzeentch, and I'll let you go through the build here.
Yeah, so over on the Tzeentch side of things, we have a lot of the delightful new units coming with the upcoming DLC. So we've got some Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch being backed up by Spawn of Tzeentch in quite a few places. So I believe that's the almost entirety of the situation, is that it's 5 units of warriors backed up with 3 units of Spawn, and then there is a Herald of Tzeentch flying up in the sky on a disc, who's bringing into battle the Chromatic Tome so he can get some more Winds of Magic. He's got his Locus of Conjuration to give him even more magic faster. And then he's got the Blue Fire of Tzeentch and the Infernal Gateway as the magic he's going to be relying on.
Yep, Infernal Gateway, similar to Pit of Shades, a stationary vortex, going to be quite good in Domination. The spells for vampire counts, let's see, of course, might be rocking, yeah, Graveguard Summon, and then the Necromancer, I would imagine, yep, has Invocation of Nehek, Raise Dead. Lesser Raise Dead is a new single-use bound zombie summon, doesn't cost Winds of Magic, and comes for free on the Necromancers. Well, I think you do have to pay for it, but Gaze of Dagash as well for a little bit of a missile attack. But let's see. Make sure these guys...
And these Tzeentch Warriors, they are tanky boys, having that barrier on top of their already pretty formidable defenses.
Yep. Armor, heavy armor, shields, magical attacks, and then that barrier on top of it. Not to mention, I mean, they look fantastic as well. Probably some of the coolest looking swords in the game, in my opinion.
Curved swords.
Curved. You see those Tzeentch Warriors? They have curved. Yes. Oh, fantastic. So, both players, yeah, looks like Puggington's going to be hard pushing 1 and 2 and just sending some token zombies over to, like, look at objective number 3 right now. Tzeentch also bringing in some pinks. So we'll be seeing a little bit of shooting from them.
Yep, and he's making really good use out of that Chromatic Tome. He already fired it off to give himself some more magic to play around with, but it ate at his barrier. But since he's fighting against vampire counts, it's not really a big deal.
Yep, that miscast damage, it's sort of an unforeseen benefit of barrier, at least one that I didn't think about until I started playing Tzeentch a lot, which is that you can just eat miscasts no problem, and it doesn't actually do any HP damage to you because of the whole barrier mechanic. So... yeah, very strong. Tzeentch has been a powerhouse for some time because of that barrier mechanic, and they don't necessarily always win, but they are probably always going to be a pretty decently competitive faction.
And that Tzeentch really does have a lot of nice tools versus the vampire counts, between all of the magic damage, the barrier to help with tanking in those initial conflicts, and also all of the shooting is fire damage, which is really good against those regenerating units.
Yep. Any units which are base weak to fire, and also reduces the healing rate, both of which will be very applicable against the vampire counts. So let's see these forces slowly kind of walking towards each other menacingly. Yes, the Crypt Horrors. Man, those are some ripped dudes. I can see why they gave them a combat stat buff. I mean, they are fairly yoked, I have to say.
Yeah, I am really glad to see that they've kind of been transitioned to be more of heavy bruisers as opposed to just kind of hard poison tanks.
Yeah, whatever they were before. Oh, yep, and looks like we got a little bit of an engagement just about to start over on this objective number 1. These spawns, again, just kind of menacingly you know, throwing threatening tentacle gestures at the Crypt Horrors right now, but should be getting into combat. Ooh, nice zombie summon, like right on top of these warriors and spawns. Just immediately draw them into combat, start draining their vigor. Also, you know, kind of keep the focus away from the Mortis engine, but a nice little blue fire there. And I'd imagine the shooting of the pinks will also probably try and go straight for that Mortis engine. But right now, Puggington is going to be able to lock down 2 objectives, I think, fairly easily. I mean, we'll see. Certainly, this center force is taking a lot of damage, and that Mortis engine in particular.
Oh, man, yeah. Down to half almost immediately.
Yeah, just nasty, brutal shooting. It does have the standard regeneration trait, so that 20% weakness to fire definitely hurts. Not to mention it'll go up, of course, with the Warp Flame effect, get an additional 10% weakness to fire as that blue fire makes contact from the caster. So already looking pretty rough value trade-wise. I mean, that is a very expensive unit to get sniped out early on like this for Puggington here, but let's see. He's able to start locking down some of the blues so they can't continue shooting. The Screamers are coming in here. Are they going to get tangled up with the Devils of Schwarzhofen? This is an engagement that I didn't know I actually needed to see, but now that it's happening...
Yeah, you know, I think he's doing that to try and give his caster the ability to just come and use blue fire with impunity on that Mortis engine.
Yep, definitely a good call. Gets another big hit there, and then Bombardment should come in and finish it off. An Invocation of Nehek from Puggington to try and keep it alive, but it's down below 100 HP. The double heal effect right now has put it back up above 100 HP, so he's out healing Crumbling efficiently right now, but I don't think it's long for this world. It's kind of a lost cause at this point, as it sort of teeters right around 300. See if it can stabilize its leadership, but one more blue fire from the Herald should finish it off. That being said, I mean, Random's objective control here seems a little bit tenuous. That being said, Puggington coming in with some fairly light units that aren't really going to beat these Chaos Warriors, but at the very least, they can get in here and start to contest some capture weight. Looks like Gorst and the Crypt Horrors are also heading over to that objective number 3, so interesting situation. I mean, Puggington is behind definitely on army damage value, losing that Mortis engine. But it's something that if there's any faction that can recover from being this far down on damage value, it's definitely the Vampire Counts, as they start to isolate these units over on this objective number 3 here, get some good engagements. Yes.
Yeah, it does look like Random is a little he managed to get a double cap there, but he's swiftly losing control of that other objective, just due to all those direwolves running around being annoying.
And again, even though the Crypt Ghouls aren't going to win here, the fact that he can just like reposition these in sort of this tight little box and continue to pull them away, they are starting to get a little bit strung out and surrounded, and the Gorst, the Dread Gorst here, is in combat draining them as well. And in the center, the the Tithe, ooh, that's nice. Regiment of Renowned Zombies fighting on top of the Crypt Horrors. This is something we talked about a little bit earlier in regards to the Dread Saurian and Mazdamundi. It's a similar situation with Monstrous Infantry fighting on top of regular infantry. The regular infantry will eat a lot of the hits that would have otherwise gone into the Crypt Horrors, so it's definitely a much more efficient way of using your monsters, is to saturate them and support them with lots of infantry.
Yeah, Devils of Schwarzhofen doing a good job bullying pink horrors and such over on the first objective. And Zinch, I don't know if Zinch really brought any units to contest them. If he had some Doom Knights, I imagine they could do pretty well. Yep. But I don't know if he has any of those available.
And I don't know if he has any Flamers either in his reserve army. They would be tricky to keep protected, but I think he probably could with the amount of mobility he has here. And Flamers are a unit that can clear out a lot of this like zombie and other chaff very, very quickly, right? Just that insanely high DPS means that, yeah, those units, they just get shredded quickly. But instead, Gorst going for the slow death approach, grinding down that objective number 3 here on objective number 2 as well. I mean, these Chaos Warriors, it is a wet noodle contest, as they say.
Yeah, that Herald of Zinch, though, is focusing down Gorst really hard.
Yeah, over time, I mean, with the blue fire and his own shooting attacks, it is definitely enough. The question is, can Gorst, with his double heal, right, he has the Unholy Lodestone, Master of the Dead, and Regeneration, I take that back, triple heal innately, with, 25.25% HP per second. if he's able to just out-heal the ammunition and magic of the Herald, that will be pretty good for him. But right now, I don't think he's going to be able to just weather the storm. We'll see.
Tzeentch did get a beautiful, I forget what the name of the ability is at the top of my head, but he got a beautiful use of his big army ability to absolutely obliterate the vampires in the center.
Yeah, I see the forces are very tattered here. It looks like the crypt horrors are pretty much gone. But even still, as that is, I mean, the Marauders with Spears are here, Blue Horrors. A lot of these are kind of lighter units. And the Skeleton Warriors and the Tithe, they're all still alive pretty critically. So even though they did take a lot of damage, that Vampire crumbling, of course, means that they should continue fighting. But a full triple cap here from Puggington, just about. And
Tzeentch has got to kill Gorst right now and take back everything.
He's got to start securing some of those objectives. Objective number 1 seems pretty hopeless, but objective 2 and 3, if he can just force past some units through to get onto the objective, that should be enough. Gorst is crumbling, but
I
of course,
think he accidentally doomed himself by using his Liber Necrus there, which did a lot, or his Liber Noctis, which did a lot of damage to himself on top of that Tzeentch bombardment.
You say that. Gorst, with this kit, probably only costs about 800, so although he does go down there, it's not going to be that expensive for Puggington to resummon him, right? Because he is that cheap. And even if he doesn't even get to the battle in time, because, I mean, he's that slow as well, he's so cheap that losing him, while it is a loss, it's less of a value loss even than the Mortis engine. It's kind of crazy to think about, but we'll see. Looks like Tzeentch has some horsemen and some blues coming in here. They should be able to get this objective 3 secured, but that triple cap,
I don't know if he could bounce back from this. He is so far behind.
yeah, he's going to need to get a 2 cap relatively quick, but I think the vampire counts, again, showing that even though they're going to take horrendous damage on army damage value, they could still just come back and win outright on capture and on healing. Feels appropriate to the faction's theme, but maybe a little too strong. Hard to say.
Well, it's like, you know, the vampire counts, I think, do such a good job of, they're not playing for kills, they play for the objectives.
Yes.
Which is, they're just so good at it.
Yes. Yeah, real Mortis engine is like, what, 1,300, 6... I think Gorst, if you absolutely min him out on his cart, I want to say is 700. So it's like half the cost, literally. And then, of course, you take the couple of abilities and spells, and he gets closer to 900. But looks like Random is going to throw in the towel there. And Puggington takes the win. I know Puggington is he's been a Vampire Counts player for a long time, so I figured he would do well with them in this tournament, and he did not disappoint in this battle.
Yeah, no, sir. He definitely got just made so effective use of just the absolutely amazing capture weight of a lot of those units.
Yep. Just looking through the values of the vampire counts right now. And, I mean, the battle's a little bit shorter. Tzeentch also does suffer a little bit of crumbling damage, so you wouldn't expect to see full values here. But the Crypt Horrors turning in a very impressive performance. Definitely a unit to look out for in the future. Skeleton Spears also must have got matched up against some spawns, because like 582 value on one of them is surprisingly good. Yeah, 100 value on a zombie is also fantastic. On Tzeentch's side, man, 3,300 value on the Herald of Tzeentch. You would kind of expect that to be pretty high because of the damage to the Mortis engine and other high value targets. But Tzeentch otherwise just kind of struggles to cut through the chaff, which is why I think you needed some flamers here. Maybe 1 or 2 flamers.
Yeah, I think. Well, and I think he might have also been better served with like the warrior front line was strong, but considering that the vampire counts tend to revolve more around like wanting to get you into a long engagement than dragging you down, or just sheer capture weight, it might have been better off to go with a larger horde of marauders early on to try and really contest that early capture.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe just like 5 Marauders, 5 Blues to start. Just really wide up front. And I think you sort of lack a little bit of offensive power too with those Warriors. Because, I mean, yes, they're going to defend and hold an objective quite efficiently, but they don't hit very hard. So
Yeah, well, and you can't outhold the vampire counts, you know?
yeah.
It's like, I think against a lot of armies, Zinch's strategy would have worked really well, but he kind of went for oh, I'll get on the objective and sit there, but the problem is vampire counts can always do that better than you.
Yep. That's true. That is correct. So I'm going to go grab a real quick drink of water, Lore Master. I'll leave you here with the chat, and I'll be right back.
Sounds delightful. Well, I hope you all are enjoying the tournament so far, as we're kind of going to slowly start getting ready here for the next match in this particular showdown of Randommnix versus Puggington. I will say that it's really awesome. That I want to thank CA for allowing us to have this tournament, taking care of the prizes and all that stuff, and also allowing us to use the new Champions of Chaos DLC. So we can show it off a little bit and let these players really fight with all of the toys that will be available to them. So we really do appreciate that. But I would be curious to know which match have y'all enjoyed the most so far? What was kind of the best showdown as far as the one that got you the most hyped? Is there anything in particular that caught your eye? We'd love to see about it. I think for me personally, I just even though the Dreadsaurian wasn't able to be maybe as effective as he would have liked to be, I always love seeing a Dreadsaurian snack on vampire counts. That's just an absolute classic to me. It takes me back.
I come back to hear Dreadsaurian snacking on vampire counts. This action has my consent.
Yeah, I feel like it's a staple of competitive tournaments. I feel like almost every time I show up to one, I get to see a Lizardman versus vampire count matchup, and it always involves a Dreadsaurian eating dead people.
Nice. It always cracks me up in campaign when you get the post-battle option to like eat, right? And whenever I'm like playing as Lizardman, or a bunch of factions can do it, right? And I kill off like some vampire counts or some Nurgle now, especially. I'm like, oh, you shouldn't eat that. Like, I feel like if I choose this option, I should get some kind of debuff on my army. Like that's
Yeah.
not healthy. That's
Listen, I mean, have you ever seen the kind of stuff reptiles get up to out in nature?
that's true.
They got tough stomachs. They don't care.
Like I just want to know what ogre is looking at a dead like plague bearer and being like, "Oh yeah, that's dinner."
Listen, it's about the variety of life.
Yep.
All those diseases give them unique flavoring. It's seasoning. That's all it is.
It's like fermentation, right? Pickled.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take some pickled plague bearer, please. Oh, amazing. So cool. So picks and bans. Let's see. These guys are getting it locked in. Randommnix is going Slanesh, vampire counts, warriors of chaos, bans, lizardmen. So
speaking of warriors of chaos, from a multiplayer perspective, because that's kind of today's focus,
yes.
who of the new big four has kind of jumped out at you as the
Bestest.
most interesting or best?
Bestest is the bestest. Because he has area of effect heal. He's a Lore of Nurgle caster, which means you can like go double Shaggoth with Festus and make like a disgusting heal box and still, have area of effect damage spells also that are pretty decent. He is somewhat snipeable. One game in particular, I remember, I took him in a domination game against the Skaven, and he got horribly murdered by Deathmaster, which feels appropriate, but
Not the good doctor.
nope. Snick just did not want any of that medicine. But
No.
yeah, Festus is quite strong. Valkia and Chinny Boy, Zazelnut are also both pretty good, like mobile flying lords. But Festus, I mean, he's relatively low armor. He does have a decent amount of HP. He's a little bit snipeable, but he has a Mortis engine and an area of effect heal, essentially. So both of those tend to be very competitive. and having both in the same package, as Gorst has been demonstrating, he is in a similar boat, can be very powerful.
Yeah, whenever you can bring a more decision effect onto a character, that is never something to sneeze at, just because they tend to have a little bit more built-in options for defense than like a unit that might rely on that function, which are usually very specifically designed to be snipeable very quickly as kind of a counter to their abilities.
Right, right. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, you'll see probably a lot of Festus for Slaanesh and for Khorne. I think you'll see a bit of Valkia for Khorne. I don't know if you'll see her very much on Warriors, just because I think you have more gold efficient options for Warriors. But for Khorne, she does a lot of what the like Exalted Bloodthirster does for less cost, and she's also less of a target. She's got that invulnerability ability, which obviously prevents her from taking any damage for a short time. It's a very short time. I think it's literally less than 10 seconds, but it is, situationally pretty nice to have. Her area of effect damage ability, her little like wind ability, is also very good. And since
the Spear Slupnir.
Yes, that's it. The Spear Slupnir, which is an amazing name. And since Khorne lacks area of effect damage kind of in general, that also is another kind of point in her favor on Khorne's roster specifically. But yeah, the others, I mean, Village unfortunately suffers from not flying, and as we've seen, blue fire is best used from a flying lord, so it kind of, in multiplayer at least, it kind of puts him behind the curve in that he's going to be less gold efficient than something like a Herald, and he also can't just fly around and blue fire snipe people. But he's definitely very cool, and in certain matchups he might be pretty decent, but another issue with Village is like his melee power is pretty well in the middle, which means he'll lose to dedicated melee, like powerful melee characters and units, and but he's a foot character, so he's too slow to catch less powerful, either caster or support characters or whatever else. So it looks like we're gonna go Slaanesh versus Tzeentch, perhaps. Puggington, yep, Puggington went Slaanesh, and Randommnix went Tzeentch. So let me just quickly get these updated here.
I don't think Random has picked yet.
Has he not? Let's see.
I think we're still waiting on him to pick because Slaanesh got
three.
banned. I think he gets to pick between Warriors
right,
and Vamps.
Right, Warriors and Vamps. That's right. That's right. Here. Okay.
They're doing that critical tactical play that comes from that pick and ban system, because you really do have to think very carefully about what your strengths are and what your opponent's strengths are. When you're dealing with these highs of prize pools, and it's such a kind of high stakes tournament, it is not unusual at all for these players to spend a genuine amount of time like studying their opponents, trying to figure out what kind of builds they like to take, what they're good at, where their weaknesses are. So that pick and ban phase is critical to trying to claim an early advantage.
Yep. And I've seen a lot of players sort of pick themselves out of a win by like sort of mind gaming themselves into thinking like either that they have a build for a matchup that's perceived as bad, maybe they have some secret build that they think can turn that matchup around, or other situations where maybe they don't realize that a faction maybe counters another faction in a certain way, or it's one of those things where I have seen even very good players kind of pick themselves out of a win. It's hard to win a game on the army selection screen. I'll say this, it's a lot easier to lose on the army selection screen than it is to win on the army selection screen.
Yep, and it looks like we've got Reginald Puggington taking Slaanesh up against Randommnix's vampire counts.
Yep. So some more vampire counts, some more Slaanesh. So at least we get a couple of monogod factions to fight Gorst today.
This should be a pretty spicy matchup of kind of the just absolutely insane hitting power of Slaanesh up against that really impressive staying power of the vampire counts.
Definitely. the speed of Slaanesh too to try and reposition, and the shock damage potentially. It's definitely another high sort of a high trait of Slaanesh, right? Is just massive shock damage. So we'll see that perhaps if Slaanesh can shock route some units off the field, the physical resistance and immune to psychology also will help somewhat in this matchup. Help kind of shrug off some of the damage from those lower tier units like the skeletons and whatnot, but definitely is going to be very interesting.
So have you gotten to play this particular matchup? Do you have any thoughts about it? About like who may have an advantage or something?
I have. I can't speak to really who has an advantage yet, but a few kind of characteristics to note. Nikari gets heals by wiping units out, which against undead is quite easy to do, right? Like you can consistently wipe zombies no problem. So Nikari could be a good option here to help kind of get that self-healing and get a surprising amount of sustainability combined with mobility in order to sort of control the flow of the battle and get some good damage out. The devastating flanker and speed of Nikari also means that he can come in and assassinate like Gorst or Immortus Engine very quickly. So, yeah, we'll see. Again, the immune to psychology means that terror is essentially not a factor in this matchup at all, which is another point against the vampire counts. But the lack of range from Slaanesh means that if they don't have something like Nikari or, another big powerful piece to snipe Mortis Engines, they are vulnerable to getting drained out over time and just dying to attrition. So we'll see. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. One of the more interesting monogod matchups, in my opinion, just because the factions are so different. But at the same time, they're very similar in that they both lack ranged units. I mean, Slaanesh just barely got its first ranged unit and still only has one. So in that way, they are very similar.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's also a faction that doesn't need to rely on them, it's these two with the just mass sustaining heals of the vampire counts versus that just raw speed of Slaanesh.
Yep. Be good. So I think Random's just finishing up his army picks, and we should be just about ready. Go ahead and ready up on my end and get things swapped over in just a second. And so what's been and I didn't get a chance to see today. I think you streamed a campaign yesterday, right?
I streamed I did a lot of kind of Q&A type stuff, like kind of flew around the map for a while and showed off a lot of the changes and stuff, but we did eventually settle down with an Oxiodal campaign for a few hours, which was quite fun.
Nice. His start position's fun. It's a little lonely right now. I'd expect it, with future DLCs they'll sort of fill out that southern waste a little bit more, but it is a lot of fun being able to teleport around and just kind of do your own thing to a large degree. I at least enjoyed my time with this campaign.
Oh yeah, it is quite fun. And if you're going to put anyone there, he's such a great pick for it, just because, a lot of his campaign is you're kind of going to be constantly interrupted by, hey, you've got this mission that you've got to teleport halfway across the planet to go take care of. Right. And so like him being really isolated is not nearly as big of a deal as it would be for almost any other character.
Right. And what other campaigns have stood out to you as particularly notable?
Oh man. Off the top of my head, Be'lakor is quite fun. As is Archaon. They both have just a titanic amount of tools. I mean, I think there's been a couple people already streaming them, but even the way we're showing them off now doesn't show them in their true glory, because we're not showing off the new DLC units just yet, which really expands them to an insane degree because they just have access to everything.
Yeah.
So like if you just want to be that guy that's like, I want to go into the candy shop and I'm allowed to touch everything I want, then you're going to want to play those two.
Yep.
Because they just have an obscene amount of options. Probably the largest roster in the game is now Archaon and Be'lakor from a campaign perspective.
Yep. And Kolek too. I mean, Kolek and Sigvald are in a similar boat, right? Like they have access to everything. And Kolek,
yes, it's not as fluid for them. They're definitely going to struggle more with it. But they do have those options.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Kolek, I played a Kolek campaign, and the favorite thing about him is the percent weapon strength per vassal. It gets crazy out of hand very quickly. Like I think I've got a Kolek campaign where I'm about to turn 80, and I think I have like 1.3k weapon strength without the Sword of Cain, without any in-battle buffs. I mean, that's his weapon strength on the campaign map right now, which is just...
Oh yeah, yep.
Ugh.
5% weapon strength, mass, and armor for every vassal you attain, which just gets
Yep.
You get big.
Yep.
You get real big.
Yep. 200 armor. Yeah. It's just ridiculous. It's so much fun too. And Sigvald's, from what I have played, I always enjoyed the Slaanesh mechanics where you're able to vassalize human and elven factions. And Slaanesh, Sigvald gets that while still also having access to the all the marks, right? So
Yes.
it's, in my opinion, it's kind of the best of both worlds. You have a ton of variety, especially when you start getting like vassals that are humans or high elves or even Bretonnians or Empire. You start to get some of those like very fun, unique units, and even if they aren't that powerful, just for the sake of having pink Empire Knights. Like it's a lot of fun to play around with. That was, for me, probably one of the most fun campaigns I had was Sigvald.
Yeah, it's a very good time. Though the Warriors of Chaos in general are extremely fun. But we'll talk about some more stuff maybe during one of the later intermissions, because it is go time.
It is go time, and it's Gorse time indeed. Again. Let me actually hang on one
You remember
sec.
when Gorst used to be the ultimate meme that all the multiplayer guys made fun of because of just how trash he is?
Mhm.
And now he's been picked the most out of any character so far in the tournament.
Yep. I mean, a Mortis Engine for that cheap, I kind of figured that he would be a powerhouse in domination, assuming you can keep him. And even, I say, keep him from getting sniped, but we both know, even if he does get sniped, he'd probably still win if you can resummon him or even just win on the battlefield, so... It's a lot. It is a lot. And no Nakari, but instead we've got an Exalted Keeper of Secrets, Lore of Shadows. So looking for that Pit of Shades. Similar style to Nakari. Does have self-healing based on wavering units. So there's a little bit of potential for
yes, discount
sustainability
Salaxi Hellbane.
Yes. A couple of spawns here. We've got 4 spawns, a bunch of Marauder infantry as well. And how about you take a look now at Gorst, man?
All right, so we've got Gorst, and he's got a nice little entourage bodyguard here with the double White Kings, who both have Hellfire or Scab Scrats, which are going to be pretty good, I imagine, at peeling those Marauders off of objectives. And then, man, this is a huge starting army. We got like what, 4 or 5 units of zombies, 4 units of crypt horrors, good 2 skeleton spears, and then backed up by another 4 skeleton warriors.
Oh, yeah, that's a thick army. I've been seeing in a few of my games against some of these tournament players, I would see like this 20 stack starting army, which is to me like stresses me out thinking of how I'm gonna micro that. But I guess vampire counts, you don't really need to micro actually that much, so should be interesting here. Random having a pretty strong build, but I'm curious also to see how Puggington can trade the spawn. I think spawn actually just lose to crypt horrors, I want to say. I don't think it's a super efficient trade, but we'll see.
Yeah, because I mean they do have the musk to try and debuff them a bit, but at the same time they're able to slap right back with the poison to kind of even out that contest. So yeah, it's kind of, but I mean that regen is really kind of, I think, the deciding factor there.
Regen plus Vigor Mortis plus the Unholy Lodestone also. So they'll have quite a bit of buffs going on. Vigor Mortis. Oh, I actually didn't realize Vigor Mortis actually refreshes Vigor now. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's basically perfect Vigor if you can keep in range of it.
That is great.
Oh, Oh,
Oh,
Gorse
the
brought
name map.
Awaken
Whoops.
from the Grave with him. He's got the white summon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah,
So
we've
he
been
can summon a
seeing
unit
that.
of Graveguard or even a third White King if he wants.
Yep, if you overcast it, you can get a White King. So it's a pretty good spell. I don't know if anyone has actually used it yet that I've seen, but...
This is going to be interesting. I do like that Gorse seems to, or Randommnix really seems to have brought a lot of anti-marauder tools between the double Scabscrath and then also having Wind of Death on Gorse. Like, he is really going heavy on those tools to just obliterate a marauder pocket if they end up becoming a problem, which is going to help with capture weight a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Scabscrath did get nerfed. It's less powerful than it was in Warhammer 2, I believe. Did the damage get nerfed? Did they give it a wind-up time? I don't remember exactly, but it's not quite as strong as it was in Warhammer 2. But still a good tool to have, certainly, against the lower HP of Slaanesh, especially.
I'm sorry, for what? For, oh, Scabscrath? Yeah.
Yeah. For the lower HP,
yeah,
it's good enough.
Oh yeah, one, like if you don't have much in the way of armor, because it has 0 AP, so as long as you've got armor, it's probably not gonna hurt you too much. But yeah.
Yep.
But if there's one thing Slaanesh Marauders don't wear, it's clothing. So
Yeah,
they're gonna have a bad time with that.
The helmet counts as 5 armor at least, right? Oh man, I'm still blown away that the Slaanesh Sorcerer is just like bare-chested. I guess it shouldn't be that surprised, but it's a nice detail.
It's a good look.
It is a good look for Slaanesh. And look at this Keeper of Secrets, man, just getting pretty far forward. Bug's got to be careful not to get caught out by anything too strong, but it looks like we've got some
I mean,
Hell
at the same time,
Scourges.
what's really going to threaten him? That Keeper of Secrets would absolutely demolish just about anything that the vampires have out right now.
Yep. No, nothing can really contest, and I think the Keeper might try and get back and get at Gorst if it can, but oh, going for a side charge. Nope. Little feint there. Wanted to sacrifice one of those Crypt Horror models, but decided not to. We've also got some Hellscourge Marauders, which the Hellscourge Marauder infantry, actually all Hellscourge infantry now has 0 armor piercing, which is a little strange, but the Hellstrider Hellscourges do have some armor piercing, I guess because of the actual steeds themselves. So we're about to get a big old clash.
I actually think the Hellstriders could perform so well against the Vampire Counts because of Soul Hunters, where they get buffs for the rest of the game for every kill they make, which against Vampire Counts, you can easily get a massive amount of kills.
Yep, definitely. And that damage resistance and the leadership, the extra charge, all will be quite nice. And yeah, the Keeper Secret's also coming in here. Gonna start to smack those Crypt Horrors around. One model goes down already. Poor buddy. Probably deserved it, but that's okay. Spawn's also rushing in, so Slaanesh just going for the straight-up attack here. They've got double objective control, and they want to start trading on value a little bit here. Value so far basically dead even, but look at that Scabscrath. Actually does very little to those devoted Marauders, so that's what I was saying in terms of it being nerfed. I'm not sure if it's worth it to bring now, that damage. I mean, I guess if you get all 3 of them, but maybe it would be worth it to wait
that was definitely
for...
kind of a tickle.
Yeah, more of a tickle than anything else. Maybe wait for a little bit bigger of a blob. But, I mean, it's, what, maybe 300 points to bring both Scabscraths? So it's really not too bad. I mean, you still get the White Kings as characters.
Yeah, and they are pretty much... Oh, okay, we got Blood Knights out on the field now.
Yep, I see that to help counter pressure the caster here.
Oh my god, that Pit of Shades is deleting some skeletons.
Oh yeah, skeletons, zombies, crypt ghouls, all the stuff. We are also going to have a Wind of Death, though, from the Vampire Count side. This will be absolutely devastating. Oh man, like 2 units of Marauders, pretty much. 1 unit like halfway, the other unit does get routed completely. Looks like the Sweet Sorrow Army ability is going to be used for Slaanesh to make sure the Vigor stays high. buff up a little bit of speed as well. Looks like there's some Seekers kind of hanging around the edges of this formation here. They're probably looking for a good opportunity to try and countercharge those Blood Knights, perhaps, or nope, they're going to swing out to the other side here. They could actually come around here and get a little rear charge quick on those Blood Knights, maybe actually break them.
Here come the Hellstriders for the Blood Knights, who are getting caught. Oh, they're caught up on that spawn right in the middle, too, so they're really spread out.
Yep, all their units are all kind of spread out. They've got the Devils of Schwarzhofen also super spread out here, saturated with the Furies. Armor-piercing and devastating flanker on the Slaanesh Furies makes them an excellent counter to heavy cavalry, especially in a situation like this. Dire Pack also going to pile in those, counter collapse, and see off those Hellstriders. So both players committing a lot of value, but value, I mean, purely in terms of gold value, points value, this is a big advantage for vampire counts right now in terms of a trade.
That Keeper of Secrets is trying so hard to get to Gorse, but he's doing a good job of hiding in the Crypt Horrors, and that those double White Kings, they are really putting the hurt on that Keeper of Secrets whenever they catch him.
And it looks like the Keeper might actually be caught up like in his own spawn right now, having a hard time actually disengaging. And believe it or not, Gorse actually, I mean, he does have 340 weapon strength on his corpse cart, so especially in a 3v1 with the 2 White Kings plus Gorse, it's not going to be a comfortable situation for the Keeper to be in. And it looks like vampire counts are able to just surge forward and take Slaanesh's home objective. This is kind of one of the issues that you run into. Value trade-wise,
I was kind of surprised that Slaanesh retreated a bit when the vampire counts are coming close. Really seems like you almost want to just try and stop the vampire counts from ever even getting near your objective, because once they're on it, you just can't get them off.
Yep. Try and hold them out in front of the objective, definitely. And at this point, he's kind of outmaneuvering, trying to draw the Crypt Horrors away, but oh man, this Keeper's in a dangerous position. If he gets surrounded by Crypt Horrors, that's going to be a big game over for him. But another nice bit of shades here. Lots of expendable infantry, but I'm not sure. Looks like the Blood Knights got cut up by Seekers here. The Keeper Secrets and the Seekers finishing off the Blood Knights. I think they finish off the Devils of Schwarzhofen as well. So a couple of high-value units off the field. And these Hellstriders and Spawns also just bottling up and killing these Dire Wolves. So perhaps if Puggington could just bypass this big Doom squad and come cap this objective number 2, he could get back in this, but it's looking like it's going to be pretty tough for him. I don't know. That was a nice charge there by those Hellstriders into the Crypt Horrors. And if he can get these...
The nice thing about Puggington is he did give himself a bit of an early lead with the double cap, so he has some breathing room to focus on killing before really having to go all in on objective capture.
Yes, and that is very correct. And the skeletons also only count as expendable, so if he can get some actual units onto this objective, perhaps they could start to wrest some of that capture away. But look at this, great isolation to get all of these Crypt Horrors caught out in the open. With the Hellstriders, another really nice bit of shades here as well. Catches some of these skeletons and zombies, just trying to deal continuous damage. Meanwhile, Gorst and his Dread Squad are just kind of standing around. Something is dealing damage. Was that some Scab's Grass that I just missed there to try and finish off those weakened Marauders? But let's see. I mean, this push from Slaanesh does lack some staying power, but offensively, they are getting it done. If they can just finish off these Crypt Horrors, man, those Crypt Horrors are tanking so efficiently, and a nice Invocation of the Heck hits all 4 of them. Very good placement of heals there.
Yeah, you can see the heals have been really good because a lot of the Crypt Horrors are getting kind of close to their healing cap, so they've been really getting their value in. Oh, yep. Some really nice Hellscourge Marauders are showing up, but Slaanesh did leave that objective open, and those Dire Wolves are getting right on it.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a quick Hellstrider summon to help counteract them, but objective number 2 is now being captured by Slaanesh. They've managed to amass enough capture weight here, and Puggington is still just barely starting to get behind on the tickets, but this low ground capture will help stabilize things for Randommnix. It's going to be very interesting.
He's got to take objective 2 now, otherwise he's going to get triple capped, and that's going to be brutal.
Yep, and he needs to also macro in some more forces to try and hold that low ground objective too. Maybe a couple of Hellstriders. He does not quite have the supply right now. Keep it going. Looks like he brought in some Seekers up on the high ground, so he might be going for just winning the battle up here on the high ground. Nice Wind of Death though, missing it mostly there, and a Pit of Shades as well. Get some of the Königstein Stalkers and these Skeleton Spears. The bats just fly straight into the Pit of Shades. That's pretty rough.
Yep.
Didn't notice
Unfortunately,
that in time.
Slanesh is losing control of that second objective. So right now he is currently triple capped.
Yep, technically he is triple capped. That is correct. And although objective number 1 is starting to tick up in Slanesh's favor ever so slightly, it's not looking great right now. Keeper of Secrets is also kind of distracted fighting Gorst here, which means he's not helping to try and finish these Crypt Horrors, and they are slowly grinding down this sort of flank force from Slanesh. So I think Random is in a position to take home the victory here. I don't think Puggington is going to be able to get back on this, but we'll see. Perhaps there's a chance. Seekers, the Hellstriders getting in here, counteracting these poison, or the regular direwolves. Could you imagine poison direwolves? That would be an actual nightmare.
Yeah, that does actually sound disgusting. Yeah, I really don't see a way for Slanesh to come back here. Like,
Yep.
he's not able to do enough damage. Like, those Crypt Horrors, they hit fairly hard on their own, but Slanesh just doesn't have anything beefy enough to deal with them.
Yep. And although the Dire Pack here are also taking significant damage, nice little kind of surround on the Hellstriders with the Crypt Ghouls in the back. It's just rough. There's so many very tattered Vampire Counts units that have taken a lot of damage, but nothing that's been finished off yet. So, looking a little rough. Looks like Puggington is going to throw in the towel there. So we'll go ahead and update the scoreboard once again. Yes, indeed. Just as a reminder, I'm DovPlays. I'm here with Lore Master of Sotek. And look at that. I mean, 277 kills, almost 4,000 damage value on the Keeper of Secrets. Great stuff. And yeah, the Spawn's also doing an okay job. The Marauders, I was surprised to see perform pretty badly, actually.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of over relying on them from the Slanesh perspective, because like they just don't bring that much damage to the table as far as like really needing to kill the vampire counts.
Yeah, they can cut through skeletons and zombies pretty quickly, but not quickly enough. And yeah, I mean, you'd expect to see some inflated values here for the Slanesh roster, but for Puggington, or for Randommnix rather, Gorst, yeah, 2,000 plus value on him is insanely good. Crypt Horrors also tanking some great damage there. Spears, Skeleton Spears, over 500 value on one is hilariously good. And yeah, the Blood Knights also struggled, as did the Devils of Schwarzhof. And Slanesh did a good job taking down the elite targets of the vampire counts. They just struggled to cut through all that chaff, which is kind of surprising to me, actually.
Yeah, well, and those Crypt Horrors did such a good job of just being these bulwarks of like, yeah, you can kill us eventually, but it's going to take you 1,000 years. In the meantime, we've just got all these cheap units swarming the objectives.
Yep, it feels bad. It feels.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like we've almost seen an over reliance on Pit of Shades, and it's just not really proving to be as effective as a lot of players seem to hope it's going to be.
Yeah,
like against the vampire counts, like there wasn't any high value. Like it can deal damage to a high value target, but like the zombies were really spread out a lot of the time, so they weren't taking any damage from it. And the vampire counts just don't really care if you muck up a couple of their units for a little bit.
Yep, it's true. It is true. It's they vampire counts almost seem tailor-made for domination, you know, like just in terms of their faction design. So
yeah, like I honestly think the only way to really stop them that I can easily think of was that you really got to have something that from range can just obliterate. Like I don't know, maybe Flamers of Tzeentch could really pull a lot of good weight, but it's tricky.
It is tricky, very, very tricky. And you know, even somebody like Khorne, the raw kind of damage output of Khorne and melee prowess, I still feel like you're at risk of just getting drained in attrition to death against vampire counts, but we'll see. Let's see what these guys do for their final picks. I'm going to go open my window because it is 1,000 degrees in here right now. I'll be right back.
I love that we're getting 2 random or rubber matches in a row, though. Always great to see contest go to game 3. And seeing both players really being able to take games off each other really lets you know you're getting just like beautiful matchups.
Yeah, what was
That's
that?
the kind of stuff you want to see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Let's take a look. I think this one may take some time. These players are, I mean, there's some pretty good prize money on the line. I guess we could go over that while they're actually picking their prizes. So, first place prize is 1,500 US dollars and the title of the first Total War champion. Second place prize is 1,000 US dollars and third place is 500. So, there will be some third place matches tomorrow as well, of course, and should be very, very interesting. I mean, there's a lot on the line for these players. Of course, they've all earned early access to Immortal Empires already, and they've all been enjoying that. But hard cash, can't argue with cold hard cash, right?
Yeah, no, I'll always take that.
Big thanks. Shout out to Creative Assembly for putting this whole thing together and sponsoring this. It's been great, honestly. The multiplayer for Immortal Empires is like nothing else, honestly. It's been amazing.
Well, and it's what a perfect way to open it as well, with like a big tournament right before everyone gets access, to really show the capabilities and possibilities of what everyone will soon have their hands on in 10 days.
Yep, 10 days. I can't believe it. So soon, so soon.
Yeah, this is your last double-digit day away from Immortal Empires, chat.
Right. It's very, very shortly you'll all be able to enjoy. And one thing I'm looking forward to as well is, of course, the modders getting to release some of their great stuff, because there's a lot of good content that was made for Warhammer 1 and 2. There's a lot of great new content for Warhammer 3 as well, and I need a custom halflings faction. Like
I don't know why you would need that.
Oh, yeah, also the endgame events, right, are moddable, and that's one thing I'm looking forward to is someone making an endgame halflings invasion. So, just like 20 doom stacks of halflings spawn from the moot and you have to fight to the death.
Can't put my finger on it, but I feel like you're over focusing on some particular aspect.
Perhaps. But yeah, I mean, the end games also, I'm curious to hear what you think. Do you think it would be lore appropriate for there to be like a Lizardman end game, like Great Plan, like some Slann misinterpreted?
Listen, CA is going to hate me for saying this, okay? I'm just going to say that now, but I think there should be an end game scenario for every single race in the game. Come on.
You know what? I think I agree. I think I agree. Yeah, I mean, the vermin, there's some that just make too much sense, right? Like a Vermintide invasion from Skaven that pops up in like 5 settlements at the same time. Like it should, in my opinion, the Vermintide should fire in Hell Pit, in Skaven Blight, in Ubersreich, because that's where Vermintide takes place, right? Like the actual Vermintide game.
Yep, screw that city in particular.
Yep, screw that city in particular, exactly. And then if you're playing Reichland, it's right on your doorstep, Maybe Mordheim. What other cities do you think would be good candidates in the lore? Crookback Mountain?
Yeah, definitely Crookback Mountain. I would probably also say either Quetzal or Chakwa, because that's where Clan Pestilence really, a lot of their... I would probably say the city of Quetzal in particular, because that's where Clan Pestilence got their origin.
Okay.
But I think those would probably be like the best prominent places. Probably pick some random place in Cathay as well.
Right.
Either Shingpo, where we know that Deathmaster Snitch begins his journey, because we don't know exactly where Clan Etchen is based, or you could just have them come out of the Warpstone Desert. That could be fun as well.
Yeah. I think that'd be great. Like a map wide kind of Skaven Vermintide. Also, the Chaos Invasion, I mean, like a multi-Chaos Invasion that has all the Monogods, Beastmen, Norska, and Warriors of Chaos all together, like from both the Northern and Southern Chaos Wastes at the same time. That could be really cool. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many possibilities.
Yeah, it is going to be rather tasty to see what modders are going to do. Like, honestly, one of the mods I'm really excited to see ported over to Warhammer 3 is the it was big, I think a month or a few months back, the I don't know if you saw that Nagash mod that was made for Warhammer 2 that was really impressive. seeing that brought to 3, which hopefully that mod doesn't have too hard of a problem with, and then maybe adding it to the Black Pyramid Awakens event. Ooh.
Oh man, literal Nagash wakes up. Yeah. Looks like we're gonna have Warriors of Chaos versus Slaanesh, perhaps. So let me go ahead and get the scoreboard updated, and just double check, confirm that that is going to be the case. Like, yes.
That does look correct.
Warriors of Chaos versus Slaanesh. So I will get this updated. First time seeing Warriors today. They will be a very decent faction. We'll see how they match up against Slaanesh. Slaanesh's AP and fast speed could give them an advantage here, but we'll definitely see.
I'm excited to see the Warriors come out. I wonder what tools they're going to bring.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know how good Archaon is here. I might take Festus, honestly, just to try and heal sustain through Slaanesh. But yeah, maybe Festus alongside like a ton of spawns, maybe. Yeah, spawns.
It does seem that Slaanesh is particularly vulnerable to like, it's not easy to do, but if you can out sustain that initial burst of damage,
Yes,
you can really start to push him back.
Yep. I found like high weapon damage units like spawns be pretty efficient at dealing damage to Slaanesh and just trying to get them off the field as quickly as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some spawns, maybe. Yeah, not really sure, to be honest. Maybe some Hellstriders from Warriors also to help counteract the Hellstriders of Slaanesh. Yeah, I mean, Lord choice, I would have a hard time deciding who to go with here, to be honest. Festus, probably what I would end up settling on, but we'll see.
So something I wanted to ask you about for the sake of the audience is we've been seeing a lot of Marauders of Slaanesh, though we've been seeing the devoted Marauders in particular as opposed to the newly marked ones.
Right.
What is it about them that makes them such a popular pick?
The number one thing, if for the cheapest version, is that anti-infantry bonus. It's pretty significant. It's not an insignificant anti-infantry bonus. If I can just double check here to remind myself. Let's see here. I don't know if I can actually look at it right now. Hang on. Nope. Okay, that's okay. I want to say it's like +8 or something. Bonus versus infantry, which, considering it applies to both weapon strength and melee attack, that puts them, you know, in the 40s range for melee attack and the 30s range for weapon strength. You combine that with the immune to psychology and the physical resistance, and their offensive output against other infantry is pretty good. Like, they will beat, I think, all other infantry in a similar price range, even bleak swords, which is very good because bleak swords are now much better. But they're probably the best low-tier infantry in the game because of that, like, because they beat all other low-tier infantry. So you can kind of play off of that and use them to have cheap capture weight that also has pretty good offensive power as well. And
I am going to grab a fresh glass of water. I will be right back.
Sure. Absolutely. Hopefully you all in chat are enjoying as well. We've got a ton of people watching right now, almost 2,000 people watching. That is incredible. It's a pleasure, you guys. Thank you so much for the honor of being here. My name's Dov Plays, of course, if you're just joining. Lore Master of Sotek went to go get a drink of water. He'll be right back. And we will continue on very shortly. And ready up on my end here, and I'll let the competitors know. Start when ready. You all in chat, let me know what's the campaign that you are most excited to play. Like, what out of all the campaign start positions, maybe, you know, unique mechanics, what's going to be the campaign that you want to play? Shout out to Mr. Zensky also in chat. If you guys want some hilarious, like hand-drawn Warhammer cartoons, definitely go check out Mr. Zensky. he's a fantastic guy. Yes, indeed. So this is the last match, game 3 of a best of 3 between Reginald, Puggington, and Randommnix. Score is currently 1-1, so it's anybody's game. Whoever wins this will go on to the semifinals, hosted tomorrow by our very own Turin, and I believe Italian Spartacus is joining him once again. So we should be getting to that shortly. We're almost halfway done, guys. We're barely 2.5 hours in, and we're almost halfway done. So pretty good time so far. Yeah.
All right, and I'm back.
Welcome, welcome.
By the way, if you wanted to catch more games of these guys and see their qualifying tournaments, Reginald Puggington was the champion of the tournament that Turin hosted back on June 11th, while Randommnix was the champion of Elkai's tournament back on the 15th of June.
Yes, that is correct. And yeah, there's like some little bios you can go up and read. If you go to the TotalWar.com website, I'm sure one of the friendly mods will post a link in chat for you as well. There's a little blog you can read. Each player's sort of written a little blurb about themselves, and it's awesome to see. A lot of these guys are players that I have seen playing for a long time in Total War Warhammer 1 and 2, and there's a few that I know are new basically in Warhammer 3. So it's great to see that mix of veterans and fresh faces. You know, I know a lot of the really top level players from Total War Warhammer 2 either didn't make the transition to Domination, or they've been waiting for Immortal Empires. Maybe they, you know, didn't qualify because the tournaments were played in Domination and they're still more used to land battles. But like Puggington, for example, is a player that I've been watching for a long time and enjoying watching for a long time. Had a lot of really great games against him too. Same thing for Randommnix. Both of these guys are definitely veterans of the Total War tournament scene. So great to see that. Now, Sotek, you used to host sort of tabletop style tournaments, right? Where people would submit their army list beforehand, so they just play with the same army the whole time, right? And are you planning on starting that back up?
Yes, and actually, yes, I am. Once the 23rd rolls around, we will be rebooting that tournament series, which does have a very, very different style of army selection, which does speed things up a lot, which is nice.
Yes, yeah, that's the one thing, especially with a high dollar value tournament like this. Maybe I'll put up a little screen blocker so I can show you guys exactly what's happening. Right now, we're just picking the armies here, and let's see. What can I use as a little blocker right here?
Make sure it's a big enough blocker, just because if they've got like enough of one unit, it could show like a lockout or something.
Yep. I'll make sure it's covering the whole build. You guys can see what we're doing here. So there we go. That looks fine, right? That's not janky at all.
Alternatively, you could just switch over to the map setup if you wanted to.
Oh, true. That the way it doesn't show the army selections, right? There we go. That looks a lot less janky. Nice. So yeah, Puggington's just locking in his last few army picks, and we will be started very, very shortly. These guys, we're allowing them plenty of time to pick their armies because it's a big decision. Like I said, there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line. So we want to make sure they have plenty of time to think about their army selections and make sure they're bringing the right stuff.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with the last game in a series where both players have taken a pretty heavy win off on each other. Like, it's like, we're pretty evenly matched, so you're really gotta try and have the best setup going into that last game.
Yep. It's a lot of decisions, and the thing too about Warriors is they have so much variety. It can lead to a little bit of paralysis in like thinking like, what do I even pick here? Like, what's the right choice? Sometimes it can be hard to know. Even with practice, because there's just so much variety within a certain context. I should say, for those people who are worried about warriors maybe being too overpowered, they didn't get any like armor-piercing, hot like long-range archers. They didn't get like stock vanguard infantry. Like everything that they got is still within the design of their faction, right? It's more knights, more heavy infantry, more marauder horsemen. It's just kind of different effects and toolkits within that context, right? So I think it's still pretty safe to say that sort of the way you play against Warriors of Chaos wouldn't have changed that much. It does change some, though. And one reason for that is the dude you saw there as we were loading in, Festus, is the bestest.
Oh, I love Festus.
Just a jolly
So delightful.
soul. Yeah, he really is. Like, out of all the Champions of Chaos lords that I would like to be pals with, have a beer with, Festus is definitely the one, for sure.
Just don't let him touch your drink.
Yeah, no, I won't have his beer. He can definitely drink his own beer, you know, his homemade brew, and I'll just have, like, a Bud Light or something.
Oh, we're getting, both armies are bringing one of the new DLC lords. We got a Zazel on the Slaanesh side, too.
Nice. So, cool. I'll let you go over Azazel's build, then. Why don't we just start with that?
All right, so we've got the Demon Prince Azazel, the Prince of Damnation, Sigmar's estranged brother-in-law, leading the, well, what would have been his brother-in-law, leading the forces of Slaanesh, and I adore Azazel. He's a lot of fun, and he's bringing with him Slicing Shards and Acquiescence, which is a really great spell. He also has his Demon Blade, which buffs his damage pretty nicely and gives him the Discourage effect for a temporary bonus. And then one of his unique abilities is the Domineering Aura, which is that whenever people are wavering around him, whenever enemies are wavering around him, he lowers their combat prowess. So the more scared they get, the worse they get at fighting.
That's
And then he's got
amazing.
a whole bunch of marauders, devoted marauders on foot, backed up by Chaos Spawn, and that's pretty much his army.
Yeah, fairly straightforward. And I mean, the army from Festus is pretty similar in a lot of ways. We've got, what, 4 spawns, 5 regular marauders. That's 5 spawns? Okay, yeah, 5 spawns, 5 regular marauders up front. 4 and a great weapon with another marauder out back. We've got a Chaos Giant and Festus. So the Giant pick is interesting. You know, if a Giant is something that I have used in the past with Ogre Kingdoms, actually, against Slaanesh. So the reason being is with Lore of the Great Maw, you could actually heal your Giants, you know, give them Bullgorger for a nice, efficient attack buff, armor-piercing buff. But here, Festus, of course, will also be able to heal. He's got Fleshy Abundance, Stream of Corruption. He's got this Harbinger of Pestilence and the Healing Elixirs. So these 2 abilities are mutually exclusive. Only one can be active at a time. So you can't have, you know, Mortis and Heal like OP Gorst, but you can do both alternately, and that's pretty much it. I mean, Festus kit, relatively cheap here, so...
Yeah, and the nasty thing, one thing that's particularly nasty about Harbinger of Pestilence is that if, correct me if I'm wrong, but Festus does not actually have to be in melee to be draining you.
Yes, that is correct. It is unique. Most area of effect drains in the game require you to be in melee. This one does not, so he can just stand in the back and drain out the blob without putting himself at as much of a risk. But considering you can't also have the healing aura at the same time, it is definitely a decision as to which you should use when, and often I have misused them and ended up losing the battle because I should have been healing or I should have been draining in a given situation. But let's see. Gonna have some reinforcements already coming in from Nurgle, or sorry, I said Nurgle, it's actually just warriors. Chaos Manticore here, Wild Chaos Feral Manticore, great option, 800 points, cheap, non-AP terror, but still great weapon strength and charge. So Manticore's been a staple for competitive multiplayer play for a long time. Let's see though, we'll see how it tangles with Azazel here. Azazel's kind of just floating around.
And Azazel, he is a pretty nasty beat stick. He has a very excellent stat line. Oh, that Giant is not wasting any time.
Nope, just getting straight in there, straight up the pipe, tangling up with the spawn. Oh man, this one spawn gets kicked into oblivion. I don't know why the spawn just bouncing off of his knee makes me so happy. But anyway, the high weapon strength of the giant is going to be really nice against these spawns. He's already killed a model, and another model very likely to go down very soon. More spawns, undivided, following up along with the marauders here. Slaanesh marauders and Slaanesh spawn will have the advantage, but they are a little bit more cost. So with the giant also impacting this battle, it could change. Another nice slicing shards being used here. Let's watch for the effect. It is quite a long wind-up time on slicing shards, I must say. Does some nice damage. Festus responds with a brutal, stream of corruption. I almost forgot the name of the spell there.
Oh, Festus is going in for his comedy combat. I love his combat animations. They're so goofy.
Let's get up close and watch and enjoy Festus's animations.
And he's got his heal active.
Yep, I did see that heal is active, restoring the giant and the spawns and everything else. And I think this is how Warriors of Chaos, almost called them vampire counts, because this is very much vampire count style of play, of just making a heal blob and trying to win through attrition. But let's see if he can sustain. Right now, the Slaanesh assault is relentless. Manticore actually gets routed off, but the Slaanesh spawn are also taking huge damage as well. Over here, the Slaanesh spawn and Marauders able to kind of turn the flank. Seekers getting in here. Not a good situation for the Warriors, but the Seekers of the Warriors trying to counteract. I don't know the way the engagement played out. I think they're actually going to end up getting fully surrounded by Slaanesh units here, which could be really bad. And slicing shards probably ends up doing more friendly fire than anything else right there into the Slaanesh Marauders, but that's just fine. Festus and the Giant are holding. But the problem here is triple prong pressure from Slaanesh has captured all three objectives. And although, you know, Warriors are trading okay in the center, they're getting some decent value. They are getting out-traded on value ever so slightly. And the split push on the side objectives, like there's just not a lot that can immediately threaten these devoted Marauders. So Slaanesh in a very good position so far. Let's see what they can do.
Those Manticores are really trying to get some work in, but Warriors are doing an all right job of, like, where Festus is present, they're doing really, really well, and he's sustaining very nicely. Like, that Giant is almost in tip-top shape, but he needs to be more places at once right now.
Yes, I would definitely agree. And, you know, dealing with the spawns is great and all, but gotta contest a couple of objectives. And right now, I mean, it is still pretty early on in the battle. It looks like Festus is going to be able to seize that center objective, but yeah, it's interesting. You know, the Manticores are great power pieces, and especially in a blob like this, they can be quite nice, getting the healing from Festus also. But the issue here is that they don't have any capture weight, right? So unlike, you know, like a Beast of Nurgle or a similarly priced monster on the ground, they're not going to be contributing at all to the capture, which definitely is going to be a problem long term. Looks like Festus did secure this center objective, but let's see what they can do here. Randommnix is ahead slightly on value, about, what, 600, 700 ahead on value, give or take. And the spawns of the undivided forces are doing a good job, but both sides just absolutely mauling each other right now.
Yeah, and Azazel is getting some really good value running around the battlefield, being a nuisance. I mean, he's so versatile for Slaanesh, which is so nice, being like a really, really powerful combatant. He's also an extremely fast flyer, and he's a wizard. I mean, he just has a lot of tools.
Yes, great utility for sure. And the flying in particular is something that Slaanesh doesn't have a lot of, so him being able to reposition quickly and just get to different aspects of the battlefield while also not risking himself on the ground, unlike, say, Nakari or a Chariot Caster, does give him a pretty nice advantage. But let's see. Not out of reach yet for Festus. He's trying his bestest, and he is macroing in a lot of Marauders, tattered Marauders over on this side objective, but it's definitely not going to be enough, especially with the Zazel hanging around there. So I think what Puggington could do is try and get some of his cavalry and, again, just push over onto the side objectives.
Oh, that narcissism grab.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
painful.
Yeah, right on those Marauder Horsemen, allowing the Hellstriders to get in there and absolutely wreck them. But there is another anti-large Hellstrider following up, and it looks like a fascination on them to deal some damage and get that enrage as Zazel swoops over. It looks like the Manticores and sort of the spawn force are looking to go recap this objective here. Puggington is still within range of a 2-cap, technically, but he's very quickly getting to the range where he would need 2 triple caps, so definitely wants to try and get this objective as quickly as possible. A big, strong force pushing, and there's really just the one Marauder to stand in their way. I mean, the Azazel isn't going to hold against this kind of huge push like this, and in fact is in a pretty vulnerable situation on the ground. Gets back up into the air where he's going to be much safer. He can fight 1v1 versus the Manticore if he should choose to, although even still, it's probably not a cost-effective engagement for him. But let's see here.
Yeah, especially because he's got that 100 speed. But, oh, he's going into combat now. He's got some beautiful combat animations.
Oh, yeah, we'll get in and watch him as well. Oh, nope, just kidding. He did like one attack and then is going to fly back up into the air. But
yeah, it looks like Festus has got a much better position now on this bottom objective.
Yes, he does. And meanwhile, the Giant and the Marauder Horseman can just hold it down and beat up those Marauders there. So, yeah, it looks like Pug might be able to get back into position to strike the finishing blow, but I think he actually does need to get a triple cap, unfortunately, because, I mean, Random is within 2,000 of winning, right? And he's about, what, 2,100, 2,200 points ahead? So it is like right within range where Puggington's going to need to start to get a triple cap, but the first objective is just to actually secure objective number 3, which so far it doesn't seem like he's been able to. Maybe not quite. I can't actually mouse over the objective and see who owns it at the moment, but it looks like it changed.
Now, but we have 2 objectives controlled by Festus.
Yes. Yep. So now we've got the Poison Warhounds coming in here to counteract the capture weight, try and maintain the center objective. But it looks like the Hellstriders are responding quite effectively. Oof, those Hounds ate the charge there. That is the one issue with the Giant, although I love this piece for style, and the punching power has definitely been pretty legit in terms of capture weight. It's not, it is going to get outweighed by just a bunch of cheap stuff, but look at this. Festus pretty decisively winning, and if Pug can come back, roll up all these Slaanesh troops, and maybe come up to this top ground objective and cap it pretty quickly, he definitely could get back in this game. Like, I might actually... yeah, this is great here from Pug. Excuse me. Just peeling these 3 Marauder Horsemen, go up and immediately start capping this objective, because Slaanesh, all of a sudden, only 7 units on the field, and Puggington still has 20 units on the field.
He has got to hurry, though, because Slaanesh is now back up 2 objectives. He's got 2 to... He managed to catch that center one just now.
Yep, so... Excuse me, my voice is getting a little tired.
It is kind of a rush to the finish here for... So, I think Slaanesh realizes that, like, when it comes to killing power, he's out of gas.
Yep.
So he has got to try and win now.
Yep, big time. And, yeah, the Marauder Horsemen now, they've got some supporting Hellstriders coming in here. It's interesting that you notice how Puggington, like, figures out which one the Hellstriders are charging and then peels that Marauder Horseman off and charges with the other Marauder Horsemen so they don't actually eat the charge bonus there. But Festus is trying right now for the 3 cap. Let's see if he can get it in time. All of these undivided units piling onto that center objective, being held back by a single devoted Slaanesh Marauder. Meanwhile, up on the high ground, it doesn't look like, unfortunately, the undivided cavalry is going to be able to get onto the objective in time. So although Puggington is well ahead on army damage value now, he's got 18 units to the only 7 units of Slaanesh. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to actually complete the capture. It does look like he's got the center objective locked down. Let's see if he can get this other side objective. There's still a decent amount of time left.
Yeah, objective one is where the game's gonna be decided, I think.
Yep. So let's...
we've got some really good combat with Azazel now, and Azazel's really putting to use that whenever an undivided unit starts wavering, he starts nerfing them, but he's all by himself now.
Yep. Oh, and look who's coming. The Giant actually didn't attack Azazel right there. I think he took a swing at the spawn. Unfortunate. If he had gotten a couple hits on Azazel right there... Oh, no! Oh, it's swing and a miss, actually. Looks like Azazel's melee defense.
Azazel's like, all right,
I'm out. You know, part of me says you should have maybe tried to surround Azazel with the Hellstriders and finish him off, but Puggington needs to 3-cap immediately, so instead he's just piling all of his units onto the objective here, and it does look like he's going to be able to 3-cap. Oh man, it was close. Now the question is, can Random actually hang on to the triple cap for the win here. And there it is,
Puggington, but
folks. It does appear, I mean, Slaanesh has 4 units on the field right now, so wow.
I think Festus saved it right there at the end, because they're like he's got a good standing force on each objective except for the center, but that's where Festus is, and Festus can switch to damage over time if it needs to.
Right, and he's got these hounds, he's got these marauders that can come in here and reinforce Festus, he's got the marauder horsemen that can come reinforce Festus fairly quickly. So I think Puggington's got this in the bag. It was super close there. That delay push almost was too much.
Yep. And there's the giant getting his value, beating up Azazel.
Yep. Oh, can't miss that. Oh man, the giant and the Manticore
Azazel is a demon, so he's crumbling.
Oh, he's getting the banishment damage. 2v1, surrounded by Hellstriders. Oh, KO'd by the giant. I love that so much. This stupid, ugly giant just kills the most beautiful demon in Warhammer. Like, look at this giant. He's just the most ugliest variant of giant, too. Like, one eye turned into a horn. He's got, like, a serious dentistry issue.
Hey, man, don't make fun of his cleft palate, okay?
I mean, it seems like he might be chewing a little bit too much, like, atomic warheads or something. Like, the sour candy has actually dissolved his cheek, so...
Man, Random was so close. He just wasn't able to hold out long enough.
Yep. Maybe a couple of heavy Slaanesh warriors might have been able to sustain, because it doesn't look like Puggington really brought any armor piercing at all, so maybe a wild mirror guard onto an objective to hold it might have been enough, but it's hard to say. You know, these are definitely very high level players, and who am I to criticize their decisions? But I mean, Randommnix is technically just barely still within range that if he were to cap one objective he could win, but there's very little chance of him actually doing so. I mean, at this point, Puggington's like 4,000 ahead on damage values, so what a series, guys. Crazy back and forth. Festus going for the win there, and wow, just a round of applause from me. Great games, guys.
That was extremely hard. And we actually saw Slaanesh lose back-to-back there.
Yeah.
Like, Slaanesh, he's not invulnerable. He actually just lost 2 games in a row.
Yep. And I think there's a commonality between those 2 games, which is attrition. Seems to be the best way to deal with Slaanesh. It's just to grind them down into dust. So, great game. I'll go over real quick. Festus himself, 15,000 damage dealt on only 1,200 values. Pretty interesting. He must have been mortis draining a little bit there, or maybe that was just the streams, but healing-wise, he definitely paid for himself. 2,000 damage value on the Giant also. The spawns, I mean, only 900 for the undivided spawns, so they're very cost-effective. Likewise,
yeah, I mean, Reginald had such a good strategy there with Festus able to help sustain his spawn, and then the Giant was able to just bonk the hell out of Random spawn. So, like, Random was not able to get the sustainability I think Slaanesh is used to getting out of those spawn because there was such a large target running around just obliterating them.
Yep, that high weapon strength just smashes unit models of the spawn and starts to wear them down very quickly. Crazy, man, absolutely wild. The Hellstriders on both sides, obviously, are going to be very cost-effective, kind of going after the opponent's light cavalry. But
Can I just say how much I love Azazel's portrait picture? Like, it feels like they just did not get the most flattering picture with that smile.
It's perfect, though. It's, like, so creepy and, like, weird. I think it's perfect, personally. Oh, fantastic. So there you go, guys. We have a series in the bag. So we'll move on over to the bracket, and let's see here. So Reginald Puggington moving on. We'll have to face off against Zone tomorrow. Will be a battle of the ages, absolutely. So here we are. We've already got the 1 match set. Now we're moving on to Evenstar versus Houseplant, and we'll get those guys going with us just a minute as we kind of reset here. But yes, awesome series, man. Awesome series. That right there, why I love this game. Absolutely. That was... like, my heart's still racing. I don't know about you, but...
Well, yeah, it's been a very exciting tournament so far. there have been some matchups that did not go favorably for players, but like they were able to immediately bounce back in the following matchup, and then both game 3 so far were like really close.
Definitely. And the fact that both series went to 3 games is a great sign for sure. 2-0 sweep isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's nice to get all the games that we have been promised, right?
Adds that little extra spice.
Definitely. So, excellent. I just wanted again to shout out Creative Assembly for putting this all together. Shout out to my co-host here, Lore Master of Sotek. Awesome dude, awesome channel. Yeah, it's been great. Shout out to all the competitors as well. And you guys for being here watching. All of you fans and viewers. We wouldn't be here without you, obviously. So thank you. Let's...
All right, everyone who is in chat, from what y'all, what's been your favorite highlight moment in the tournament so far? Let's get some. While we're waiting for these gents to kind of get all set up and everything, and has anyone kind of seen like a moment that really stuck out to them as like, cinema?
For me, it has to be Azazel getting bonked by the giant. Like, yeah, such a great moment for sure.
I think my favorite moment I've seen so far, just because it was so goofy to me when I actually think about it for more than 2 seconds, had to be the Lord Croak and Mazda Mundi face tanking like Crypt Horrors because they were using their mass to hold them back from an objective, which was just so funny to look at.
like in a line, you've got like Mazda Mundi, the Dread Saurian, and Croak like as a front line, like fighting.
Yeah, they're just like we are the front line. The Temple Guard. We will protect the Saurus.
It's just perfect, absolutely perfect. You know what else is perfect is that. Oh, you know what? I spoke too soon. These competitors are on the wrong side for the graphic that I've made. That's okay. We'll just all have to deal with it. Because I can't.
It's unwatchable.
Yeah, I can't.
Unwatchable.
Can't switch it right now, but that's okay. Let me get the factions, and we'll get the screen over here. Ooh, looks like Evenstar is going with Zinch.
Oh, this is going to be a beautiful matchup.
Versus
Zinch
Nurgle?
versus Nurgle.
Oh yeah, perfect. Absolute perfection.
I love thematic matchups.
Right? Now all we need is a corn matchup, and we will have got all of the monogods plus warriors. So good showcase.
Yep, it tickles my lore organ.
I don't think you should say lore organ ever again.
But it's what I need for work.
So that's what's on your OnlyFans. Okay. Fantastic. And it looks like Nurgle Houseplant was ready to go because he is already readied up here. So fantastic. The graphics, of course, also today provided by Creative Assembly. As much as I would like to take credit for these beautiful graphics, I did not make them. I am managing them, but it's great, honestly, to have the support from CA for something like this. Multiplayer community is so vibrant, and it's interesting to me how many people actually watch, even without playing, that they maybe only play campaign, or maybe they don't even play Total War Warhammer at all. Like, I know people in my personal life have told me, like, oh yeah, I love watching your videos. I have no idea what's going on. I know nothing about the game, but it's just awesome. I can appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I mean, hell, my family has watched multiplayer for Total War, and they have no idea what's going on. They're just like, oh, spectacle.
Exactly. Exactly. Like, huh? Here's a dragon fighting some, like Han Chinese halberds. Or here's some like Arthurian knights fighting ogres, right? Like it's just the cinematic goodness, the spectacle. Definitely a great way of putting it. Unmatched. And now that spectacle just gonna continue to get even bigger and bigger. Like there's there's this DLC, there's always future DLCs as well, and I don't know what Creative Assembly's plans are exactly, but if they wanted to, they could sell DLC for this game for the next 5 to 8 years, and we would all buy it, right?
I mean, I don't know why you're putting a cap on how many years.
Right?
I feel like that's unfair.
I mean, hey, Rome 2 got a DLC, what, like 10 years after launch? Something crazy like that? So, I mean, why not? I need my halflings.
You know, there are some things to wish for in the world. I don't know if that should be included on the list, but don't let me tell you how to live your dreams.
Man, all I wanted was a hot pot. I want the halfling hot pot. I want the Slayer, like, throwing axe artillery thing.
Oh, the Goblin Hewer?
Yes.
Goblin Hewer is so funny.
I need it.
No, I got absolutely wrecked by one in a tabletop tournament back in, like, must have been around, oh gosh, I want to say it was probably around, like, 2005, 2004. I even a Temple Guard get absolutely eviscerated by that thing. It was no bueno.
So, like, how does it work in tabletop? Does it throw out, like, a ton of multi-wounds, basically?
Well, no, actually, if that's what it would have done, I would have been fine. But what it does, so it's basically a glorified. Imagine if you took oh god, what do you call them? What's the things that you run on at a gym?
A treadmill.
Treadmill, yeah. So imagine if you took a treadmill, right? And you had it set up so you put like a little grabby arm, a whole bunch of grabby arms along the side of it, and it was just rapidly going across where a bunch of axes were. So it was just picking up axes and throwing them at rapid speed, but not necessarily the most accuracy. So the way it would functionally work is when you would shoot it at an enemy unit, it didn't have a lot of range, but for every rank the unit had, you would get a certain amount of shots. I think it was like D3 shots per rank, or maybe it was 3 shots per rank.
Interesting.
So if you had a unit like goblins that tended to have a lot, like be 10 deep, it would shoot a billion shots and just cut the unit in half. Unfortunately for me, my Temple Guard were stacked rather deep because I had a Slon in there and
Right.
some other stuff. So the Temple Guard were a pretty thick unit, and this thing starts shooting, and it's like pretty high, it's pretty decent strength with good armor piercing. So it just shreds them instead of killing, a whole bunch of like 7-point goblins. It ended up eviscerating probably a good 10 or 12, like 16-point Temple Guard. I'm like, no.
Oh, pain.
Yeah, I lost that game.
Yeah, I mean, in Total War, there's no benefit really to making, like, unless you're playing against the AI. Against the player, there's no benefit to making like a column formation, right? Like a thick, like tall formation. But in tabletop, I know in the games I've seen, I've never played, obviously. In the games I've seen, it seemed like that was a common way to use Temple Guard, is to kind of stick the Slon like in the middle of the unit, right? And kind of make like a little column around him. So that sounds nasty. I mean, in terms of how they could translate that, would you just think it'd be like a multi-shot anti-infantry artillery piece? Oh, looks like somebody might have had a disconnect.
That was weird because it didn't like say anything. It just immediately, whatever. I'm sure it'll.
Yeah, and the lobby might be bugged. I think I might need to rehost. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I think I would just have, probably best just rehost.
Okay.
Better safe than sorry. But in any event, what was I talking about? My brain just short-circuited.
Temple Guard in a column formation. I think.
Yeah. But it's a little weird trying to translate it into like a live action game, because the reason you would run those deep ranks is because we had a system called combat resolution, and the idea behind combat resolution was that there were certain bonuses that would activate depending on how your unit was designed. So like, and you would get points for like, oh, if you a good example would be like, oh, for every rank you have past the first rank, you got +1 combat resolution. For every enemy model you killed, you get a point of combat resolution.
Right.
For every, if you have a standard bearer, you get another point of combat resolution. If you have, you know, some kind of leadership bonus, you get a point. And whoever had the most points would potentially break the enemy unit. So having like a really thick unit was really important a lot of the time for trying to break your enemy's morale. So we always ran around in boxes.
A bit like if in Total War Warhammer, if your leadership was dependent on how many ranks you had in your formation, right? Like how deep your positioning was.
Yes, that would be how it would have to translate. Though I don't know if that would work in a good way or if it would just be like a garbage fire.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't sound particularly fun for Total War Warhammer, but in a way, Warhammer Total War represents that differently in that, like if a unit has friendly units to its side or rear, it will actually get leadership buffs. Or up, you know, on the other side, if a unit, even if they're not getting attacked in the side or rear, if the unit has an enemy unit within like its side or rear arc relatively close, it gets a little bit of a leadership debuff, right? So it's not unit specific, rather it's a sort of an inter-unit relationship, but it's a similar idea in sort of representing the unit cohesion and like overall formation cohesion, right?
Yeah, and Total War, I mean, Total War does represent it in the sense that like there's also a leadership debuff if you're heavily outnumbered.
Right.
Like if the game senses that a unit has like a lot of enemies around it, there's like a, I don't remember what it's called, but there is a particular bonus that usually represents that you're just like surrounded.
Yep. There's a few, right? There's some for being in the side, there's some for being in the rear, there's some for having a stronger, faster enemy unit nearby, there's some for losing or winning combat, which is again kind of tied again that combat resolution similar, right? So
yes, well I would say it represents it well in that there's that nickel and dime aspect.
Yes.
Where you're penalizing your opponent's leadership to see if you can get them to crack.
Yep, and it's one of those things, once you start to understand it, you understand like, okay, artillery and ranged fire give separate leadership debuffs. So if you have both and you're hitting the same target, you're actually going to have a greater effect on leadership than if you were spreading that damage around, right? So it's like shock damage is another one that we've talked about. There are multiple thresholds. If you get like 20%, 30%, 40% HP damage within, 7 seconds, let's say, that's one of the thresholds, then you lose a certain amount of leadership as well, right? If you take a lot of damage very quickly, you're going to also lose extra leadership. So it's a very complex system. If you ever want to look more at it, I highly recommend at any point in a battle, you just pause and like mouse over a unit's leadership, and it will actually give you a breakdown of all the modifiers currently affecting a unit's leadership, and you'd be surprised at some of the different modifiers you may not have expected that even exist. It's a very complex system that I think not a lot of players fully appreciate. But anyway,
absolutely.
Looks like we're loaded in. I'll let you, since you're a fan of Jolly Festus, I'll let you start with this Nurgle build here.
Oh yeah, so just real quick, I love this. These are the actual marauders of Nurgle. So they all have diseased flesh and like boils and stuff. They're all nasty looking, and so Nurgle has 5 units of marauders of Nurgle, and then he's got 4 units of marauders with great weapons, which the Nurgle great weapons are all big mauls and spike hammers and maces.
Yep.
And then he's got 3 units of Nurgle spawn, which look fantastic.
It looks like a wild toad here in the center as well.
Toads.
Yeah. Love the toads. They're high mass and their animations are very, very good. For Tzeentch's side, it looks like we got Herald on a disc here, a couple of flamers up front, got some warriors, a couple warriors here, some blues, single blue in the center and 2 blues on the side with another warrior. And then over on the objective number 3 side, 2 more blues and another warrior. So the flamers should be pretty good here at dishing some initial damage. The Herald gonna right off the bat come over and start to blink these plague toads. Let's see, Festus Pushing up this side as well, making a nice little advance there. Festus does have relatively low armor, only 30 armor, a decent amount of HP, so I'm kind of surprised Evenstar's not just going for the snipe immediately on Festus with the Herald, but oh, here come the Flamer shots. Oh, the Marauders. The Marauders of Nurgle. I have to say, I love how there's like moss like seeping out of the holes in their helmets down at the bottom. Like, that has to be one of the coolest visual effects I've ever seen.
Yeah, they look really good. I'm really pleased with a lot of the marked units. I'm also pleased with like how there's a lot of theming. Oh, those plate toads are getting a little boiled.
Yeah, well, anyone wants some toad legs here? Again, you probably shouldn't eat that. That's to our earlier discussion. But...
just cook it high enough and, you know, burn it to a crisp. I'm sure it'll be safe.
Yeah, like, you know, burn it with warp fire, which I guess for Tzeentch is appropriate. We've got the Regiment of Renown Doom Knights, the Knights of Immolation, probably the coolest looking unit in the game, in my opinion. Just real quick, we'll get back to the tactical view, but I need to see these guys up close for just a second as they dive in on those Plague Toads. Meanwhile, over on the other objectives, got some more Flamers, dishing out the damage here. Spawn of Nurgle and some Nurgle Chariots. Interesting choice here. We haven't really seen too many of the Chaos Chariots yet, but you can get marked chariots. These ones only 17 attack, but 76 charge, anti-infantry bonus of 18 with poison damage, and 110 armor is crazy. That is a lot of armor for a chariot of that price range. So pretty good stuff there. Meanwhile, Festus...
Yeah, Nurgle boys are thick, because the mark of Nurgle does bring some unique benefits, being mainly that it gives you a lot more health, usually higher melee defense and poison, but they do tend to have reduced melee attack and speed.
Yes, yep. And we've got, oh man, the Nurgle Champion in here. One of the coolest new models in the DLC, in my opinion. This dude with his massive two-handed hammer is here on his horse. And he's not only a mobile powerhouse, armor piercing with the great weapon too, on horseback with poison and high melee defense with Cloud of Flies active. I mean, the Nurgle stuff is just, I mean, the heavy armor in combination with the high HP and healing is very, very strong, but it looks like this Nurgle Chariot did get caught up in Screamers and is going to end up taking quite a bit of damage. So not the best, but...
yeah, real quick, kind of as we're kind of keeping an eye on things here, though, it looks like, who has the triple cap? So Nurgle has the triple cap right now.
Yep. Nurgle has the triple cap, and value trading, they're actually doing an okay job, like, staying even with Evenstar. The fact that, you know, Nurgle trading evenly is never good for Nurgle's opponent. Typically, just like vampire accounts, Nurgle will trade down and, like, lose out on value initially and then kind of come back through healing. Here, though, nice combination of the Nurgle Warriors, that quick blue or pink fire, I guess the blue fire from the Blue Horrors and the pink fire from the Caster, breaks those great weapons.
And a lot of these new Tzeentch units really benefit the old ones. Like the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are super nasty because not only do they have flaming and magical attacks, but their missile weapons also have the Warp Flame passive.
Yep.
So they make you more vulnerable to fire when they hit you with their magical spears.
Yep, and also more vulnerable to the non-armor piercing damage. I mean, they already have pretty good AP at 7 per shot on the Javelins, but I mean, the Javelins have high non-armor piercing damage as well, and Tzeentch pretty successfully split pushes these two side objectives and is going to break the Nurgle forces on both sides, and even in the center, this Herald is taking a surprising amount of damage. He's getting pretty risky. Evenstar is with him, but the Flamers getting retreated as soon as they run out of ammo. I think Houseplant potentially making a little bit of a mistake here, not taking enough like Furies and Poison Warhounds in order to chase those Flamers around. The Flamers have gotten some very good damage so far and have helped Evenstar.
Really clever that the second they're out of ammo, he's done. Oh, we got some Tzeentch chariots coming in from the back.
Oh, here we go. Yep, some Tzeentch chariots with barrier, 110 armor. Maybe they just buffed all of the chariots' armor. I thought the Nurgle ones were special, but magical damage, and of course barrier is the mark of Tzeentch, so those chariots, barrier is a great unit. For anything that's designed to cycle charge, barrier is going to be a really nice trait to have.
Festus is not having a good time. He's getting surrounded by the Knights of Immolation. So the Knights of Immolation, they're a regiment of renown that bring some unique toys to the game. Most notably, they have Vanguard deployment, and they have an ability called Searing Torment, which is basically that they drop bombs that do warp flame damage, which is why those Marauders of Nurgle that were guarding Festus are instantly gone.
Yep, they are. That bombardment is really good if you place it correctly. And it's also, again, they are non-armor piercing, right? So on top of the fact you get extra damage from the flaming attacks, you know, resulting in the weakness from fire, resulting from the weakness to fire. The armor reduction also is good. Like, it also helps them dish out additional damage. So just great synergy overall. And Nurgle is pretty quickly getting rolled up here. Looks like they're making a pretty heavy push over on the side. Tzeentch's army ability comes in, does some pretty good damage in return. So Nurgle at least hanging on to the one objective here. And in the center, still technically has the objective secured, which is pretty surprising to me. But the Nurgle champions coming through. We've got some Forsaken also trying to get through. A second Exalted Hero of Nurgle also coming through. Probably going to get caught up in those Screamers. Let's see. Houseplant's definitely not out of this yet. He's got a great victory ticket lead, even if Evenstar is starting to get ahead, although they are kind of yo-yoing a little bit. Evenstar was about 1,000 ahead on damage value, and Houseplant has started to claw his way back, so a nice back and forth between these two players. Really anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of a flip of what I normally expect, where Nurgle had a really strong early lead on control of the objectives, but now Tzeentch is kind of slowly but surely clawing it away from him in a lot of places.
Yep. And we've got Nurglings and Marauders coming over here to just try and outvalue. There's 3 Nurglings off of the Vanguard point on the side, so I would imagine some of those are going to try and... I mean, the Blue Hordes are out of ammo, so... Oh, but Festus! Oh, poor Festus! Is getting sniped by the Knights of Immolation here. This is the problem with him having low armor and not the best stats in the world. If he gets soloed out like this, I mean, against an elite unit like the Knights of Immolation, it's going to be a bad time for him. And he is...
Oh, he is really healing. Oh, that miscast.
Oh, that miscast was an absolute disaster, although the explosion damage also almost finished off the Knights of Immolation there. So, we'll see. Festus might end up coming back from rout. He's not crazy expensive, so if Houseplant can manage to save the supply to bring him back, he could potentially bring him back if he gets fully routed off, but it's also going to take quite a bit of time for him to rout off, as he is a slow foot character. So it's unlikely that he's going to get him back in time to really affect the battle. That being said...
and unfortunately, he's stuck in... he's currently in his damage mode. So he would be healing himself normally, because he actually still heals or deals damage even if he's routing.
Yes.
But since he's in his damage mode, he's not healing.
That's correct. It does mean that the Screamers that are chasing him are probably going to die, but... yeah, I mean, it would be nice for Festus to heal himself and come back, definitely. We'll see. These 2 champions of Nurgle, though, have both taken very little damage so far, are doing just fine, and that huge Nurgling push on the side, a couple of Poison Warhounds do come out. I stand corrected. He did have some, just chose not to use them against the Feast, the Flamers earlier, and I hear the notification of Festus getting killed by the Screamers, so there's that, but... overall, I think Nurgle's still in a pretty good position here. These Exalted Heroes are just so strong. I mean, 60 melee defense, basically, with Cloud of Flies active. 60-60 for attack defense. I mean, that's like an Elven stat line, right? That is a very good stat line for attack defense.
Yeah,
so.
and on top of that, you're wielding a great weapon. You know, it's not like they're wielding sword and board.
Nope. Armor-piercing damage, 120 armor as well, 50 charge. I mean... just great stat line for the cost. Really, really solid. Let's see.
Tzeentch is really going to need to get an objective advantage, because Nurgle just keeps managing to force him off.
Yep, they are within range now where they're going to need to triple cap. I mean, he's, yeah, like 1,500 behind, whereas Houseplant only needs 1,000 to win here. So let's see if he can hold on to it. Basically, Houseplant just has to defend against the triple cap at this point. So if I were him, I'd probably just start sending everything to the center. But, I mean, Evenstar does have the ability to get a triple cap here. He's definitely pressing for it right now. And this side objective...
Those double Exalted Heroes, though, guarding the center, they're going to be a tough cookie to crack.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I think the best chance for Evenstar is just to out-capture weight them. Just macro tons of units into the center and just bog them down. You're not going to be able to kill them, but at least you can out-capture weight them, right? But we'll see. Right now, we've got Marauders coming and Blues from all directions. So the Toads are trying to come in to support here. The Marauder Horsemen also. I think they're pursuing the Tzeentch Horsemen, which is going to potentially be a mistake. Yeah, definitely want their capture weight just piling on into the center. And basically, Houseplant's just got to hold out for a certain amount of time on this objective, and that will be enough to keep them secured. But the Exalted Heroes are doing a great job right now keeping this locked down. Oh, man. Their animations, too.
Oh yeah, so this is the final push. Nurgle's trying to... I don't know, that's a lot of Tzeentch units!
Yeah, it is. It is a lot of Tzeentch units. Poison Hounds also not the best leadership. They're going to run away relatively quickly. The Toads have HP and mass, but they're relatively squishy to magic damage. And of course, everything here has magic damage, so those demon units are not going to get any benefit from their physical resistance. I don't know.
Tzeentch is very ahead on the amount of units he has left. 17 to 8.
Yeah, 17 to 8. I think we could see another triple cap comeback here. It's going to be tight, though. I don't know. This one is, I mean, there's just a few seconds left, right? I mean, I can't do math in my head right now.
I mean, he's only getting 5 per tick, and he's still got 200 to go.
Yeah, 200 to go.
A long way for 5 per 5 per second.
It is, definitely. And I don't know if he's just bringing in some Nurglings now off of the center location. I don't think. I think that's a sign of desperation. We'll see, though. I mean, there's only blues holding this side objective right here. Houseplant could switch directions.
Yeah, but Nurgle, I mean, if there's one thing Nurgle struggles with is that he's got reduced speed on any unit that has the mark.
Yep.
He's got to take objective 1. That's his only chance.
Yep. And those hounds are going to run away very quickly. The horsemen can only stay in combat for so long as well. The Nurglings, I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. So Evenstar clawing his way back, not taking no for an answer, and might be able to finish this game out. It's that slow, patient push again, kind of the reverse, like you said, of what we are typically used to seeing in this matchup. But yeah, all the Marauders, all the horsemen, everything should just come over to this objective now. Try and counteract these units. Oh, man.
The Nurgling Parade.
The Nurgling Parade and the Dread Column of Warhounds just instantly shatters as soon as they get close to the Furies there. So, what you gonna do, champ? See what you got.
I honestly don't think there's anything Nurgle can do. All of his units are getting met by the faster Tzeentch units. Furies are diving down to tie up units. I don't think there's anything he can do to capture it back in time.
Yeah, I think Evenstar's got this one locked. I mean, yeah, that was close, man. That was close. GG to both. What a way to open the series.
Yeah, that was a bizarre game as far as like Nurgle started off so heavy in the lead, and then just slowly but surely Tzeentch managed to pull it away from him. Yep. I almost wonder if some knights... I mean, I know it would have left him very thin on capture weight, but... I mean, Evenstar didn't take any halberds here, so like 1 or 2 knights of Nurgle might have been able to just wipe the blues very efficiently while taking very little damage in the process. I think one thing that was big initially, too, was the Flamers. I mean, only one of them pays for themselves, but the presence to kind of clear out those side objectives very quickly, I think, was pretty big for Evenstar here. Yeah, and the Knights of Immolation did fantastic. They were able to get Festus isolated and essentially cut him down. Like, he took them out with him, but they really did manage to get Festus into a bad enough position where he got isolated and killed. Yep, and that was... I mean, that's huge. Getting rid of your opponent's Mortis engine, especially like in that late engagement, if Festus was alive to drain out a lot of those tattered Tzeentch units at the end, I think Nurgle takes home the win there. But credit to both players, really well played on both sides. Festus, almost 3,000 damage value on him is fantastic. A lot of the Nurgle Marauders struggle in terms of offensive output, but it's kind of to be expected, I guess. Yeah, well, in a lot of the games we've seen, like, the Marauders really aren't getting much in the way of value. It's just that there are a lot of cheap bodies coming to the battlefield. Yep, definitely. That's something that, like, I have struggled with a lot when I try to play Domination, is that I don't tend to bring enough trash to just throw on objectives very, very quickly and spam summon. Yep, like that game I mentioned earlier with Hellstorm Rocket Battery against Kislev. My opponent's Empire build was literally Gandalf, the Min
Shadowcaster, who looks kind of like Gandalf, with just Pit of Shades only on foot, and that's it. And then a 20 stack of state troops and crossbows and archers, and then the Sunmaker.
Yeah, but
Like,
yeah, what a great game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, what an awesome game. Cool. Get this scoreboard updated. Get a drink of water too.
I also really enjoyed that match from both players because we did really get to see a lot of the new marked units, which was a really nice showcase. With the Marauders and the Chariots. We also got to see the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, who are so good when combined with the demons.
Yep.
Because just like having a very cheap unit that applies Warp Flame with a lot, like 16 ammunition is not bad on Marauder Horsemen.
Yep.
So just having that really easy access to Warp Flame cannot be understated.
And, you know, interestingly, Tzeentch, like, Nurgle gets the Poison Hounds now. Obviously, Khorne has his Hounds. Got the cheap light cavalry for Slaanesh. Tzeentch actually didn't have a light cavalry option too. So like after you use their ammunition, using them as a traditional light cavalry and like getting on squishy ranged units and pressuring your opponent, you know, in that way, they are just such a good toolkit unit for Tzeentch to have access to. I couldn't agree more.
And they're great for those trades because they have barrier, so they can really afford to kind of get in and trade with another like skirmish unit and get away scot-free.
Yep. Exactly. Like if you're, especially on some of the like super high level land battles from back in the day, you have like some goblin wolf rider archers like skirmishing with this like constant kind of back and forth, like dodging each other's shots. And now you can just like eat the shots on the barrier and not worry too much as long as you get back out of range in time. And yeah, I mean, they synergize so well with blues. The Wand of Whimsy, the item for the cultist of Tzeentch, you know, it's a map-wide attack and weapon strength buff that also gives Kindle Flame, obviously, because he has Lore of Fire, assuming you take that as well. So you can get a map-wide attack, weapon strength, and weakness to fire buff that directly synergizes with the Horsemen if they have to go into melee. It's like, there's so much awesome synergy on Tzeentch that with just a little bit of knowledge of how the roster works and how some of these things work together, you can create some truly disgusting builds.
Good stuff.
The best. Personally, I mean, I'm out of all the Monogod factions, Tzeentch is definitely my favorite. I love the aesthetic. I love the magic. I mean, I have certain thoughts about Barrier. It's quite strong, let's say, but aesthetically, I mean, you can't deny that like those Knights of Immolation and just the Tzeentch warriors and Chosen, they look so good, so good.
Yeah, it is very, very lovely to see the new designs for a lot of the marked units, or well, all the marked units actually. Their aesthetics are much stronger.
Yep. They are great, and I mean all of them. The Nurgle Chosen, like the fact that they're like black rusted, super heavy armor, like their weapons too, and their helmets. I don't know. I remember as a kid, you know, walking past the store where they sold all the Games Workshop stuff. Like, me and my brother collected the Lord of the Rings figurines that were made by Games Workshop also. And so, you know, through the years, we would go to the same hobby stores and, like, pick up new sets of that and paints and stuff. And I always looked at the Warhammer box art and was like, that looks super cool. But, you know, it was a little bit harder to convince my parents to buy me Warhammer than it was
Dude, I'm
Lord of
so
the
glad
Rings.
that my parents were so desperate to find me a hobby. They were like, "Oh, you like this? Fine, you're doing this." They were running out of options, man.
Yeah. We did other things, but at the same time, I always appreciated the aesthetic, especially of like Chaos and the Tomb Kings, and you know, there's a few kind of unique aspects to the art of Warhammer that are very unique, and Chaos is always one of the tops for me. Those heavy armored Chaos warriors. So to see now finally the Monogods represented in their full glory, it's excellent, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, they did such a good job with like, I love that, and I love that it's not just aesthetic. Like every mark comes with its own very specific effects that it has on you, where it's like, oh yeah, you got Marauders of Nurgle. Not only do they look different, but they also are going to have a different stat line and different effects because of that mark.
Right.
Because I wouldn't have been. It would have been a lot to do as just purely for aesthetic reasons. So I'm
Right.
glad that there's a lot of really interesting gameplay that came with it.
Yep. Yep. And again, it falls within the design of like, these are Warriors of Chaos. Still just the same Warriors of Chaos, but the new effects add enough, and especially them on the new rosters, that it's like they fit perfectly into the playstyle of a given faction, right? Like the Nurgle kind of poison, slower speed, more HP. It synergizes perfectly with their sort of overall slower, tankier style. The Slaanesh devastating flanker on the Horseman is another great example of like, it incentivizes you to use that maneuverability to your advantage. So I think they did a great job with all that stuff.
Yeah, because and I think that's the important thing for folks to understand as well, is that like if you take the 5 different kinds of Chaos Knights, where you've got undivided in the 4 marks, like they're all fundamentally still the exact same unit with extremely similar stats. It's that just each of the marked units has a additional cost, so they're a little more expensive to take, and they also come with some new a new stat, but a lot of those do come with downsides.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay, Nurgle, yeah, you've got more health and poison, but you are slower.
Yep.
Notably slower. Whereas if you're doing Khorne, I think you have reduced melee defense. But like there's so there's a lot of really interesting like tit for tat going on.
Yep. Yeah, everything's a trade-off, and I think the Monogod factions will be very strong, definitely, but I think a lot of the way that you approach them isn't going to change necessarily in terms of like Slaanesh is still going to be very fast and hard hitting, somewhat squishy. It'll change a little bit with the Warriors. You may have to plan around that, maybe have 1 or 2 armor piercing units, whereas before you would take 0, right? But Nurgle, same thing. Like you might have to plan, okay, I need 1 or 2 units that counter Marauder Horsemen just in case. Make sure I have, something that can counter Chariots and Knights also, just in case. But mostly it's going to be a lot of slow infantry push, right? Like Tzeentch, like I'm going to need some spell resistance. That's still true, probably. I would be nice to have some armor piercing and some non-armor piercing. That's the same as it was before, right? Like the matchups change a little bit, but they don't change completely. So I works well within the sort of design of those factions, I think. Like I said, they're not getting like long-range AP archers or Vanguard stock infantry or, whatever, artillery.
Yeah, they're still fundamentally relying on a lot of the same specific tactics.
Right, definitely. So I think these guys have just finished their picks and bans. Evenstar is going with Vampire Counts.
We're still waiting for Houseplant's
Houseplant
final decision.
Is picking between Vampire Counts and Slaanesh. So we're probably going to see a Counts mirror here, as much as I hate it. Oh, nope, he went with Slaanesh. Nice.
We got a rematch.
Nice.
Counts versus Slaanesh.
Fantastic.
Coming back.
Fantastic. I will update the factions here.
Wonder if it's going to be Gorst again.
I would imagine. I'd be very surprised if we saw anything except Gorst today. And who would have thought, once upon a time, if you would have told me a couple years ago, like, oh yeah, there's going to be a competitive tournament where Gorst is brought in almost every game, I would have thought you were nuts. But here we are.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that it's not necessarily that Gorst is like any better than he used to be, but rather the objective is different, because it's about holding those points rather than just killing your opponent. If we were playing land battle, Gorst would still be absolute trash.
Yeah, in a lot of situations.
Well, relatively.
There's a couple matchups, like I might still actually take him against Slaanesh because their lack of ranged units. But yes, I mean, and the other thing too is cost efficiency is arguably more important in domination than it is in land battles, for the reason that like your starting army is less funds, so each unit is percentage-wise a greater amount of the overall engagement. So, like, optimizing for cost is super important, and Gorst being so cheap for what he does means that he's just an auto pick every time, right? Like, he's so efficient at doing what he does, at being a Mortis engine and an AoE healer, buff wagon, distraction also. I mean, depending on how cheap you kit him out at, if he's only, 800 points, your opponent's dedicating like a 2,000 point lord to try and kill him. Value-wise, even if he dies, that's a good trade for you, given, how long it's probably going to take that lord to actually snipe Gorst. So, there's a lot to think about.
So while we're waiting for them to get their army situated, one thing I think would be good to kind of hear you speak about, if you'd be so inclined, would be, so a lot, I see people like kind of in the chats and stuff speculating about, like, they're surprised we're not seeing some of the other races. So what, like, for instance, let's talk about like the Skaven. Why have we not seen anyone take Skaven? So like, how are they falling short compared to a lot of these other factions?
Skaven are great, and one of the best aspects of Skaven is the summons for cheap. You can just flood the field with bodies, but unlike the vampire counts, those bodies will actually rout. So it's a lot harder to hold on to the objectives as the Skaven than it is, like, let's say, the vampire counts. While they do have some healing, like, you can get a pretty nasty little healing molder monster blob going, you can't get the same heal blob to the same level as vampire counts. So, like, it's a lot of the reason why is that, like, number one is melee is very important. I'd said this a couple times, but Domination kind of favors melee factions to a degree. So, like the Empire relying a lot on their ranged units, although their ranged units are Vanguard and they can be very good in Domination in certain matchups, they don't necessarily match up great against the Monogods right now. And I think that's ultimately what a lot of it is that the Monogods match up well against a lot of the old world factions, and I think that's also what people have been practicing as, because that's the fun new stuff that they wanted to try, right? And, there was only so much time for these guys to practice before the tournament started, so they're probably just playing what they've been able to familiarize themselves with, and that happens to be a lot of, Monogods, Lizardmen, Vampire counts. Those, again, also the factions that tend to have the best melee capabilities as well. So I'm kind of surprised, like, Greenskins is one I think we might see. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen yet. Their leadership does come to haunt them in a lot of situations, but, like, Squigs, for example, I think are 300 cost in our build right now, and they have, do they have infantry capture weight, I think, which is just insane. They're nice anti-infantry as well. You can pile them on top of hordes of orc boys and other cheap, cost-effective units. So, I mean, it just kind of depends on the faction's characteristics, right? And because the Monogods and Warriors are so good in melee, I think that's probably the primary reason why. I don't know. Hard to say. There's a lot of factors to consider.
So I saw someone ask this question in one of the chats, and I adore this person because it's something I too once thought, and then it becomes readily apparent when you think about it. But someone said, well, I mean, when I hear about that, I think, why aren't dwarfs showing up? And it's like, they're just too slow, man.
Yeah, they're too slow.
They're just way too slow with no fast options that have any capture weight.
Yeah, they have a lot of armored capture weight, which, certain factions will struggle mightily against the dwarfs. Like I mentioned this earlier, but Cathay, I think, has very little hope in Domination right now against the dwarfs, but Cathay's already not that good in Domination anyway. And again, the Monogods all match up pretty well with the dwarfs. Nurgle and Tzeentch maybe is arguably a little bit even, but the fact that they can outmaneuver the dwarves is pretty huge. And then obviously Slaanesh and Khorne are hard counters for the dwarves. That is a terrible, terrible matchup for the dwarves. So again, kind of another reason why Warriors of Chaos also is a matchup that I think in Domination favors Warriors over dwarfs pretty considerably. Because of the difference in speed. It depends a lot on the map, too. Some of the smaller, more confined maps are going to be better for dwarfs, like Grove of Slaughter, for example, because the center objective is literally in a forest. That means all large units, anything without woodsmen, is going to be debuffed, while fighting in the forest, which means an infantry-based faction like the dwarfs suddenly has a lot better time. As long as, again, they're not fighting like a hard counter like Khorne or Slaanesh, then they can hold that center objective pretty well while trying to bring in like miners and bombers and stuff onto the side objectives. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see.
All right, so we're getting all loaded in here, which will be good. And we are returning to the Black Ark. I love the Black Ark map. It's so good.
It's I mean, cinematically, like just looking up at those huge stone sails, the statue of Cain, you know, citadel, it's aesthetically stunning.
Can you imagine how long it would take to walk across this thing?
Oh,
like
man.
to walk to that top tower. Like, good God. Thank God for flying mounts.
Uh-huh. Yep, I can just imagine, you know, Lokir on his dragon swooping up there and swooping back down. Everything's, yep, there we are, all loaded in. And then, of course, you've got this cliff edge over here on the side, just out into the sea. And then, for scale here, just real quick before we go to the armies, you can actually see that there's some, like, regular-sized ships down there. Which is, yeah, they look absolutely tiny. There's, like, a couple of Imperial-looking ships, and, like, I don't know, that one could be, like, a Norskin ship, maybe. Anyway. Let's take a look at the builds here. I will start with this Slaanesh build led by a Sorcerer of Slaanesh on the War Shrine. So we get to see a War Shrine game, and I think this is a great pick against Vampire Counts. That Mortis Drain effect will be able to consistently deal damage to the blob. And let's take a look at that now here. So it's this one, this Giver of Torturous Glory. Of course, it's all the Giver of Glory, which I should mention as a quick aside, that does mean that the Norskin War Shrine Mammoth gets the undivided version, which I think, is that a weapon strength buff? I'd have to double check. Maybe, no, it's physical resistance, I think. Anyway, yeah, this one will give a little bit of area of effect drain. Rest of the build here, we've got some Devoted Marauders, Spears as well, and then on the low ground, some Spawns, a couple more Spears, another Devoted Marauder, and 2 Hell Scourges, 1 Anti-Large, 1, yeah, Hellscourge. Hellstrider. Anyway, let's have you go over Helmengor's Foul Horde now.
All right, so I know this is going to be a complete shock because we haven't seen any of this before today, but we've got 4 units of zombies and then 4 units of skeleton spears. We've got, and then we've got Cryptors, but we do have a Mortis Engine, so we're going to have some Mortis Engine on Mortis Engine action here, which will be fun.
Nice.
And then, oh, we do have a Necromancer on horseback with a surprising amount of spells. He's bringing in Gaze of Nagash, he's got Raised Dead and the Bound Raised Dead, and then he's got Invocation. And then Gorst has only brought his Graveguard Summon. So it seems that the other Necromancer is going to be kind of doing the heavy lifting on the actual spell casting.
Yep. Definitely.
I love the War Shrine so much, especially because we haven't really gotten to showcase it for everyone out there, but each War Shrine for the different gods are lovely different. Not only do they have like substantially different colors, but the icon atop them is also completely different. It has completely unique effects. So like the Slaanesh one is the only one with all those little spirits and stuff flying around.
Yep, the little souls for Slaanesh.
Yeah, like the Nurgle one, if I remember, is like dripping with like ichor and bile and stuff, and the Corn one I think is like bleeding or on fire or something. Oh, we got an early engagement going on down in the south.
Yep, looks like those Hell Scourges doing a little bit of a hit and run action, just trying to keep those zombies. Yep, another corpse cart coming out. We've got a Vargolf coming out as well. Looks like the vampires just bringing in a bunch of stuff. I kind of like Slaanesh going to, like, initially just, like, kind of box out these units from this objective. Definitely important to try and get as many tickets as you can. Try and get as much objective secured as you can. But let's look at this. Wow, that Gaze of Nagash just full missed. 100% missed. That's a terrible, terrible aim on that Necromancer. I mean, to be fair, he probably doesn't have a lot of practice, right? Vampire Counts don't really have any ranged units, so it's not like he can go...
Somebody check that man's eyesight.
Yeah, for real. He needs glasses.
Yeah, I actually really do like what Slaanesh is doing here as far as, like, I feel like one, I don't remember exactly which matchup it was, but one of the games we saw earlier, which was Slaanesh versus Vampire Counts, it really felt like Slaanesh kind of goofed by allowing the vampires to engage them on their big objective. So the vampires were constantly kind of eating away at it. Oh, we do have an engagement down on objective 3 with the Mortis Engine getting in there. I don't think Slaanesh has noticed yet.
Nope. Looks like we're going to get a zombie summon from that Necromancer too, although that miscast did do a little bit of damage there. Looks like
Ooh, good rear charge.
Yeah, good rear charge. He's going to be piling in with some of these other units as well. The issue is if you kind of pile into that blob, you're sort of playing into the Mortis Engine's strengths there. But yeah, someone in chat was asking, this is the Slaanesh Sorcerer Lord. So the Sorcerers, I should say, for Slaanesh and Tzeentch and Nurgle can all get this thing as a mount option. The Cultists can as well for the Monogod factions. So, yeah, it is the Lord on this thing as a mount. Here comes the Varghulf.
Is that the Lord, or is that the... there is no Slaanesh Lord. That is a hero.
Is it the
Slaanesh
hero?
does not have a Sorcerer
Oh,
Lord.
yeah, that's right. He doesn't have a Sorcerer Lord. That's right. He has the melee combat Lord. That's right. I stand corrected. So it is the hero acting as the Lord on the Mortis Engine there. The Shrine, Chaos War Shrine, but looking at a wide view again, looks like the Hellstriders managed to isolate and take out that Dire Pack very quickly. Slaanesh did secure this objective. They've got the Sibilant Slaughtercade. This is a new regiment of renown. It's a ROR Slaanesh Chariot. Instead of being pulled by horses, it's pulled by the steeds of Slaanesh, right? That's the name of these
Yes, and
things.
they also have Soul Hunters, which is very spooky if they get up and going with that.
Yes, on a chariot, certainly very spooky. We're missing the Pit of Shades over here, though, from the Slaanesh Sorcerer, doing some really nice damage to those zombies and Grave Guards, especially mixed in there. Skeleton Spears, that was a juicy, juicy blob, and a couple of those units fully disintegrate. They're not going to be able to be recovered with healing, so Slaanesh in a pretty good position initially. I love the Sibilant Slaughtercade here, just pushing back all of these infantry. It's also just a very fun name to say here, but you can see they're starting to get their ward save juiced up. A little 1% ward save, very tasteful at first. And
the War Shrine has already maxed out his Giver of Torturous Glory, so he is doing full Mortis Engine damage to everyone around him.
Yes, if we take a look here, yep.
Check out some of those combat animations he's got.
Yeah, oh yeah, I need to watch these up close. He'll like kind of climb down. Yeah, he like swoops down and gets a hit with his staff. He'll kind of like climb down the sides here and take swipes at the enemy infantry below him. We'll try and get some more of those animations as he gets into combat again. And I do like how you can kind of see the outline of his ability, even if it doesn't have a super flashy effect, just to have something sort of visually representing where he's draining from. Another nasty Pit of Shades here as well. And this is a triple cap. We haven't seen, I don't think anyone's been able to get a full triple cap on the vampire counts like this yet. This is very impressive performance from Slaanesh. I mean, the Mortis Drain over time certainly will be able to win via attrition, but the initial engagement just going so heavily in Slaanesh's favor, it might actually be irrecoverable here. And look at this in the back.
That Gates in the Gash hurt.
Oh, I must have missed it. Did it go? Oh, yeah. Wow, all of a sudden all the HP's gone from the Sorcerer. I'm just a bit too busy watching these Crypt Ghouls get slaughtered by Hellstriders in the back.
Well, so yeah, it looks like right now the Vampire Counts are desperately trying to kill that War Shrine, but that thing's got like what, 11k health at max?
Yeah, max.
So like he's taking a lot of a beating, but Vampire Counts are kind of in a rough. That triple cap is getting away from him.
Yeah, it is. It's getting away very quickly, and keep in mind, even at like 4,000 HP, or now 3,700 for the Sorcerer here, the Slaanesh Sorcerer, he still has more HP than the Necromancer, who's almost full health. So just to kind of put things into context of how much HP those shrines actually have to begin with, I mean, he's taken a beating, and he's still got a workable amount of HP left at the very least. Over here on the low ground, the Sibilant Slaughtercade has not taken much damage. There's not that has a lot of offensive potential here against them, to be honest. But we might have had a crash or a player drop, perhaps. Let's hope not.
It is. We'll see here in a sec.
Okay, stabilizes. Nothing yet. Maybe someone crashed. Let me check my messages here.
Nothing yet.
Gonna probably, I mean, at this point, I might try and, yeah, we'll see. There is a kind of a process for if we did have a crash, but let me see here.
And we're still getting sound effects. We're just waiting for something to, oh, this is interesting. In the meantime, though, there we go.
Nope. Yeah, I think
the
Houseplant's...
music. Someone kicked the DJ. Music's back on.
I think it's stabilizing. Here we go.
There we go. Now we're
There we go.
stabilizing.
Okay.
And we're coming back. Someone went hyperspeed somewhere in the map. Oh, we lost
Looks
Evenstar.
like Evenstar dropped. I mean, I would probably give that one to Houseplant anyway. Let me just quickly double check here. But, I mean, he had a triple cap. And, I mean, Vampires were struggling to capture even one objective. So let me just double check here. I'm going to see if...
We do have a listed protocol for drops.
Yes, and it does say that if it's clearly in one player's favor, then it goes to that player in the event of a crash. So let me just double check here, guys. Bear with me. I'll be right back.
In the meantime, though, hopefully y'all are enjoying the showcases. I gotta say, I love the Chaos War Shrines. They are so very, very fun and do have a lot of really impressive abilities, because as Dov was saying, they each have a unique ability. And depending on which version it is, some of them, they have an ability that gets more intense up to a certain level. Some of them have an ability that activates when it gets to a certain level. So like the Nurgle one provides AoE healing. The Slaanesh one provides AoE damage over time. The Khorne one provides combat buffs. The Undivided one provides physical resistance. And the Tzeentch one provides spell mastery. The Tzeentch one is definitely much more... it's very I think it's difficult to use to its full effectiveness. It's probably the weakest of the 5. But it does, like, if you have a flying lord like a herald on a disc, or a hero on a disc, or the new Chaos Lords of Tzeentch on a disc, the Sorcerer Lord, or you have Kairos flying over it, you can make really good effective use of it. Or if you have Village, who's a combat lord as well, he fights pretty nicely in showdowns. But it's a fun unit, and also it does have so much health. Like, you look at it and it doesn't seem like it would have like 11 or 12,000 health, but it does. It can tank out against a lot of stuff. In the event, we are waiting for things to settle. They're just having a very quick about how they're going to resolve it. It's looking like well, I'll let them announce that when they get over here.
Yes, indeed. So just got confirmation from Creative Assembly. The win goes to Houseplant. That will take us now to another Game 3. Awesome. That's great, man. That is just fantastic. So we will go ahead and update the scoreboard here. So the official ruling is now 1-1. Now we'll also just go over the post-battle action. There's not a lot to talk about because the game was cut short, but just in general, I mean, that aggression from Slaanesh here initially, and the huge kills, 44,000 damage dealt from the Sorcerer of Slaanesh. Very, very important stuff. Yeah, I mean, the Marauders all getting a lot of kill totals as well. Low value, high kill totals, kind of the name of the game against vampire counts. On the flip side, for vampires, I don't think a single unit pays for itself here, except maybe one Crypt Horror, arguably. But most units are generally going to struggle to output enough value, which is very interesting. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on to the next map. I will get that here locked in, and we'll get it going.
So we've kind of talked about the different abilities of the War Shrines. How would you rank them as far as like most useful to least useful?
Definitely. I would say it's a toss-up for me. The Nurgle and the Slaanesh one, I think maybe the Slaanesh one, just because it helps you in that attrition playstyle that we've seen Slaanesh is so vulnerable to, right? So I would say probably a slight edge to the Slaanesh one, but the Nurgle one is definitely very good as well. It must be said, especially since you can stack that healing. Like if you take just the unit level War Shrine, or maybe a Cultist alongside Festus playing as Nurgle with the War Shrine, like that will give you a huge amount of passive healing, you can almost like grind the vampire counts, I would think, if you have enough passive healing in that way. But yeah. So yeah, we'll go ahead and let me get the next map lined up. It's going to be Battle for Itza for the final. And yeah, let me get this updated here as well. Make sure the map is correct. And we'll wait for these guys to get their faction picks locked in. Just getting everything sorted out on the back end here, so we'll
Oh, we can take a quick intermission to let everyone get water and go to the bathroom and everything.
yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. Let me queue up this sweet Evil 2 soundtrack again. You and I can go take a quick bio break, and we will reconvene very, very shortly. All right, and we're back. They're still getting their faction picks and bans locked in, but we're all set for game 3. And I am refreshed, got a little bit of water, stretched my legs, so ready to go. We got this series and then one more to get through, and that will round us out for today. So thank you all so much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to, of course, Creative Assembly, Lore Master of Sotek, all the competitors. It's been a blast.
Yeah, and make sure to consider checking out the newly announced DLC.
Yes, definitely.
Oh man, I was like, why do I hear backsounds? Because I turned on, I was listening to that music. A different stream. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, if you haven't already, do consider checking out the new Champions of Chaos DLC that's been announced, which a lot of the units that you've seen today are showcasing from. So that's pretty hot and neat. But do you have any thoughts on who we might see going into the last game?
I think probably so Houseplant is most likely going to be in either Tzeentch or Vampire Counts, I think. And I think Evenstar is leaning towards Slaanesh right now, but we'll wait and see. So yeah, I mean, it could be interesting. Ooh, he's also thinking about some Dark Elves right now. We haven't seen any Dark Elves yet, but they were the recipient of some pretty major buffs, especially, I mean, I mentioned Bleak Swords earlier. Their weapon strength was significantly buffed. I think they got like a little bit more charge bonus and stuff too, but they went from like 28 weapon strength to 35, which is a huge difference.
Oh, well, that's really good, because they really kind of had a very weird, like, they didn't really seem to have an explicit purpose.
Yeah.
Compared to the, like, because it's like, okay, I take Dread Spears for the anti-large stuff, and then I've got like Corsairs for more infantry engagements, and then I've got like Dark Shards and stuff, and then you just kind of had Bleak Swords who were just sort of there.
Yeah, they were just kind of a filler unit before more than anything, but now they'll beat most other low tier infantry in a similar price range, just straight up. So that's great. They have a good missile block chance too. I mean, at the end of the day, they are still just a basic low armor infantry. They'll get wrecked by a shock cavalry charge or, you know, a chariot charge or something, but they're going to trade pretty well into a lot of things. So as kind of just it's still a filler unit, but a filler unit that actually does a thing now. They're much better, definitely. And what else got buffed? I think there was some cost tweaking. Of course, the Cold One units got the reworked Primal Instincts as well, so that the Cold One Chariots, Knights, Dread Knights, they got a little bit of a buff from that. I think they also might have just got a straight HP buff too. I don't remember exactly, but there was quite a few small buffs to the Dark Elves, and they all kind of added together to where I've had some crazy land battles, even with the Monogod factions against Dark Elves, where they were able to just beat me straight up. And it's, I mean, Malekith is much better on the dragon. Lokir is much better on his dragon. Rakarth, I mean, all the Dragon Lords, of course, because dragons also got a general buff. But the healing, because it's percentage based, right, for Lokir and for Malekith both, is better. Malekith through Soul Sealer, of course, and Lokir with, is it his helm that gives him one of his items?
Yes, the Kraken Helm.
The Kraken Helm, that's right. A lot of stuff to remember in this game. Sometimes I wonder how my brain can keep it all together. But anyway.
Yeah, some other stuff, of course, which we've seen this buff a lot with the Lizardmen, but the removal of Rampage from a lot of the Cold One units, and instead the replacement of Primal Instincts, which is just a flat buff.
Yep.
Very, very strong. Makes Cold One Cavalry a lot more reliable.
Yep. And the chariots no longer in rage at exactly the moment when you need them not to. So yeah, it's a good time to be Dark Elf. Actually, probably not, just because of their society and culture, but you know what I mean.
Right. You know, teach their own.
Each their own, right? Yeah, I agree. Have you tried a chance to try Malice's start position yet up in the Chaos Wastes?
I have. I actually really enjoy the new Malice campaign.
Nice.
It is quite a bit of fun, especially because they added some more shenanigans as far as how his possession functions, where when you're fully possessed with Zarkan, you actually get significant bonuses to like diplomacy and some other stuff with the other Slaanesh factions.
Nice. That's actually super cool. I hadn't played his campaign yet, so I had no idea about all of that. That's very cool. Oh man, a classic. Oh, this is an interesting one. So historically, we got Dark Elves versus Vampire Counts, right? Historically, Dark Elves have had a favorable matchup against Vampire Counts in land battles, at least in Warhammer 2, for a few reasons. The biggest being the Marathi kind of foot debuff blob would nerf the undead unit stats to such an extent that they would literally have like 0 attack and defense most of the time. And then, of course, Blackguard of Nagaron. They are, in my opinion, the best elite halberds in the game because they have immune to psychology baseline, they have really good stats in terms of attack, defense, and more importantly, weapon strength. Like in a comparison to Phoenix Guard, for example, Phoenix Guard have pretty poor weapon strength. They don't output that much damage, whereas the Blackguard are very different. They also, of course, get Murderous Prowess, which gives them an additional leadership buff, usually right when they need it the most. So just kind of as an individual unit, it's a nightmare for Vampire Counts to try and deal with. And some other, powerful tools. Just in general, the Elven high leadership with the additional leadership of Murderous Prowess makes them very hard to deal with. But here in Domination, that could be a little bit different, given that, the Murderous Prowess is going to go off, still only one time, right? And then it'll be gone. Dark Elf units are a little bit more likely to get singled out, and they won't be able to kind of fight all together, potentially, because they're going to have to spread between the different objectives. So we'll see. It's going to be really interesting. I don't know. I really can't call it at this point, but I don't think it'll be Dark Elf favored. If anything, it'll be pretty even, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how the Dark Elves are going to handle, because the vampires are definitely pretty much almost exclusively relying on those just mass blobs.
Yep.
To really go after the objectives and try and get on them and sit on them. And I'm curious what the Dark Elves are going to really have to try and rely on as far as either shifting those blobs or preventing them from getting there in the first place. Because we saw with the last game, which unfortunately had to end a little prematurely because of the drop, but it was much more effective to meet the vampire counts either just between or just off the objective, so that they can't try and take advantage of being hard to kill while they're on it, because they're not super fast, those blobs of like skeletons and zombies. So it's like if you can engage them in a bad position, they may last forever, but at least they're not going to be doing really getting the full use of their capture weight.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, it's and we're on Battle of It's a map, of course, again for game 3, and it's one of those maps that it's small enough that you can kind of work around lower speed, but at the same time it's also big and open enough that you can operate mobility fairly successfully. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see the interplay between those two things. Personally, back in the day, I was a big fan of heavy cavalry builds. For Vampire Counts against Dark Elves, I found that the shock damage from something like even Black Knights with lances, they do enough shock damage to the low HP of Dark Elves that you can get units off the field pretty quickly, and like even before they get Murderous Prowess and stuff. So I don't know. It's outside of what we've typically seen from the Vampire Counts, so I don't know that we will see a heavy cavalry build, but it would be cool. I would definitely enjoy it.
Yeah, it would be interesting to because I feel like they are probably going to have to mix it up a little bit, because Dark Elves do seem like they're a little better kitted when it comes to really setting themselves up on an objective, and then bringing out a lot of presumably shooting units to start heavily harassing, because that's kind of something we haven't gotten to see too much, is an army that has access to really good shooting for like assassinating characters from a decent distance.
Right. And I mean, the Dark Riders with repeater crossbows were always a terror in land battles for Dark Elves. It have some potential to be pretty good in Domination as well, especially since you can bring a couple fast in off of Vanguard and start dealing heavy armor-piercing damage very quickly. But likewise, I mean, thinking about Vampire Counts, they've got Bats and Direwolves that can both come off of Vanguard, that can be fast attack units to screen light cavalry. And just in general, I mean, it's always tough to keep missile units protected and operational against vampire counts. In Domination, almost doubly so, because you just have less units overall to try and protect them with. So, yeah, it should be interesting. Well, very, very curious. And we also get another faction that we haven't seen before, which is Dark Elves. Just wait.
Yeah, that is lovely.
Variety is the spice of life, and there's so much variety in Immortal Empires. Oh my goodness.
I know, it's almost kind of a staggering amount, to be honest.
Right?
In a good way.
In a very good way. It's like you look at the Lord selection screen and you gotta like take 10 minutes to figure out like, what do I want to play today? Like and some of the hybrid factions too, like I saw that Arnessa gets Ogre Man-Eaters now as part of her Sartosan roster, which is...
Oh, yes. I love that so much.
I
That
love
was
it,
definitely
too.
high on my wish list.
Yes. I am so happy about that. And it would be great if we got more pirate units in the future. But for the time being, I mean... you know what's weird too is part of me almost wants them to add the boarding axes back in. I don't know if you remember that. You probably do from back.
Oh
in the
yeah,
day.
I've always wanted them to bring the boarding axes back. Like, I understand a lot of the community was like, "Oh, their animations are bad," but it's like we have great axe infantry that I assume they could use as kind of the base for those animations now.
Yep.
Like we got boys with axes. Just copy those dudes.
Yeah.
Because I think the problem was they used like great sword animations or something that looked a little weird with their axes.
Right, where they should probably use like the Marauder animations instead. Yeah. But I was just gonna say, as like another variant of the Sartosan Free Company, I think that'd be awesome to have. You have the one like kind of non-AP anti-infantry high damage variant, and then you have the boarding axe AP variant as well. Oh, cool. Just gonna check on a couple things here. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Just about. Just waiting on a couple more things.
Yep, it is the last match, so they're going to be, pretty particular about making sure that they bring the best possible build as they should.
Yes, as they should. Very carefully consider what to do, what to take, what we'll see. I'm genuinely excited, just based on what I see already. This is going to be a fun one for sure.
I am so very, very curious to see. I'm kind of like really wanting to see how a lot of the factions try and handle vampire counts, because it really does seem like vampire counts are kind of one of the big spooky big bads.
Yes, definitely. And as far as like thinking about, I hate to advocate for nerfs before the game's even actually out, but I mean it's pretty clear.
Don't say it. Don't say
this
it.
tournament that vampire counts are one of the top factions in Domination. So if I were to think about maybe how to bring them a little more into line, maybe they went a little bit too far on the buffs to crypt horrors. Maybe just pull that back just slightly. I would need to actually look at the tables for capture weight and see. I think all skeletons and zombies have expendable capture weight, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, could you explain that for the people that maybe don't know what you're talking about when you say that?
Okay, so all expendable units, units with the expendable trait, count for less capture weight than all other infantry units. So, ideally, infantry have the most capture weight, cavalry have a little bit less, monsters, and that includes monstrous infantry, so single entity monsters and monstrous infantry have a little bit less even than that, and it kind of goes on down the line. Now, expendable infantry, I think, is even less than monsters, I believe, in terms of capture weight. So that's, like your goblins, your peasants. Even though the undead skeleton and zombie infantry doesn't have the expendable trait, they've still given them expendable capture weight. That might not be true of the Vampire Coast zombies, actually. I would need to double check on them, but I believe it's true of the skeletons for Tomb Kings and for vampire counts. But
Really, the Tomb Kings, that's kind of surprising, I think.
Yeah, I think. Don't quote me on that, but it is a little bit inconsistently applied, which can lead to some questions over certain things. But I think that is one thing I know that they're they are addressing is kind of going through and making sure that the...
Oh, it's go time.
Yep, it is just about go time. We're loaded in. So, speaking of capture weight, there's a lot of undead capture here. We've got some crypt horrors through the center, 4 crypt horrors, front line of zombies, second line of skeletons with some spears. And then, we've got a vampirist, Lore of Shadows here, Shadowcaster with Pit of Shades. Cannot escape it, even in this matchup. A Necromancer on the cart. He's just got bound zombie summons. It doesn't actually have the spell. Oh, no, that is the actual spell. Okay, and Forbidden Rod for extra winds of magic. And then, yeah, I'll let you go over.
I do actually like the Forbidden Rod pick on the corpse cart just because you get that regeneration to keep the character for longer.
Yep, you can potentially get, like, all 3 uses out of it, right? So, how about you go over this Dark Elves build right here?
Sure. So we've got Malekith, the Witch King, escaped to Lustria apparently, so you can get away from Grombrindle. Showing up with some lovely. He didn't bring any. He just has Soul Stealer and Power of Darkness, so he's probably going to be going for a lot of single entity or character Grand Slams. And then we've got Bleak Swords. I think just 2 units of those. We've got 2 units of Blackguard of Nagaron. That's what they're called. And then we've got 4 units of Dread Spears and a sneaky assassin who's running around with both the Black Dragon Egg and the Web of Shadows. And oh, hey, the Raven's Heralds.
Nice.
Whoa, I feel like there's way more of them than there used to be.
It's ultra unit sizes, so yes, there are, I think they had 18 before. Maybe they had 16, I don't remember, but definitely going to see them coming in initially. It's doing some nice damage. They
are beating that cart.
They are going straight for that Necromancer on the cart.
Where are they going? Oh yeah, no, the cart.
This is interesting. I wonder if they're just trying to get rid of the summons, perhaps. I mean, this is a basic corpse cart, right? It's not an unholy lodestone.
No, it's a Necromancer.
No, it is.
He's got 2 of them.
Yeah. Okay. So, oh man, and look at this. The Vampirist of Shadows getting caught up in the air by Malekith, takes a couple of huge hits and immediately has to run away. We've got some Harpies coming out to intercept. So Bats also come through to intercept the Raven's Heralds. Both players kind of trying to counteract their opponent's flyers. But I'm not loving the chances of the elves on the ground here. It looks like they're getting outnumbered pretty significantly. Houseplant already has 22 units on the field. He literally has more than a full army already. Which is part of the thing.
I think he started off with a 20 stack.
Yep.
And he just summoned Helmengor a minute ago.
Yep. So that's one thing about domination. You can potentially even get bigger armies than in land battles, but a big Soul Stealer here, I'm not sure about this usage. I'm going to be 100% honest. He's not taken any damage on Malekith, and you can see it's 1% heals per second, which is not insignificant. I think, 15-second duration? Yeah, a 12-second duration, so 12% heal that he just kind of wasted there. And Malekith is not Marathi. He's not going to get as much Winds of Magic to be able to cast a whole bunch. Right now, Houseplant is also just heavy body on the capture weight, completely outcapping. And like this one sad sword here, I mean, despite the buffs, they are still just going to get absolutely pounded by the combination of skeletons and crypt horrors here. Looks like we've got some Dark Riders with repeater crossbows coming to help support that engagement, but it's looking like perhaps an early double cap at the very least, maybe even a triple cap. But look at this, a beautiful Pit of Shades right on those Blackguard, just punishing that elite infantry super, super hard here. It looks like Malekith also drops down to try and finish off that Necromancer, but yeah, with the shots coming in here as well, that Necromancer is definitely having a very, very bad time.
I mean, the Dark Elves are doing a pretty darn good job of getting really destroying a lot of the high value target, but I am really worried about them on the horde aspect of this battlefield.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of units that are good for cutting through chaff on the field right now, and there's a lot of chaff to try and cut through. Great screen here with these spears to kind of screen for the Dire Pack, keep them from eating a charge of those Dark Riders here. And then also, of course, the Bleak Swords getting broken off here. So the high ground is pretty decisively in the Vampire Count's advantage. The center objective is just a big brawl right now, but this kind of a grind fight 100% favors Vampire Counts. because of this foul Britain right here. This absolute...
Dark Elves do have did manage to capture the bottom area, which is a godsend for them. Ooh, are we getting a pit of shades there? Ooh.
Another beautiful pit of shades going after those
that
black
looks overcast
guards.
too.
Yep, definitely overcast. It's probably just going to one-shot the unit straight up. We've got some Black Knights with lances here, dropping an immediate rear charge through the pit of shades, just to finish off the leadership of black guards there. So, yeah, it's looking pretty rough right now initially for Evenstar. The vampire count's definitely just pressing on all fronts, and there's Murderous Prowess going to pop off just in time, help stabilize the leadership of like these Dread Spears, for example. And as much as I like the pick of Malekith for style points, he is like almost 3,000 points of monster that can't capture. So in this type of a situation, he's going to be more of a liability, I think, than anything.
Yeah, it probably might have been way more efficient to bring him like on a cold one to really like get away from that dragon value. That way you could have a much more of a substantial starting army. Because those, I mean, the vampire counts are just entrenched on every single start position now, or every single objective.
Got some wild Cairn Wraiths coming out now for some cheap terror as well, to start to terrorify away some of those Dark Elves. And, oh man, Black Knights with lances, very underrated. Look at this color scheme, too. All black vampire counts. I love this color scheme.
Yeah, this is the Lamian Sister, or the, it's whatever the Nephiroth faction is. I can't remember what their actual name is.
Lamian Sisterhood, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, man, looks great. I'm not that big of a fan of the vampires, most of the vampires aesthetics. I like a few units, but on that color scheme, I might just be a fan, honestly. Oh, yes. It is looking pretty rough for Malekith and co. They're triple capped now. They're down. I mean, he did manage to get... Evenstar got 17 units on the field, which is pretty impressive. He's got some Corsairs here. They can actually cut through the chaff pretty efficiently. But another Pit of Shades just immediately going to punish like any infantry over 500 value that comes out, which is really...
Yeah, that Vampirus on the God, what is it called? A flying undead horse that I can't remember the name of.
Yes.
Hellsteed, there we go. She is so fast with 105 speed. I mean, that is like one of the fastest flyers. I think the fastest in the game is like 110.
Yep.
So she's like impossible to catch. Like the Dark Elves have been throwing harpies at her, but they're way too slow. Malekith is too slow.
Yep.
And she's just getting amazing pits of shades.
And she's, I mean, she took that damage, but that Immortal will self-heal, just easily able to restore and get her back up into tip-top shape. Black Knights,
she's already got 2,200 value just
right?
by casting Pits of Shades.
Yep, and there's probably more where that came from. I mean, yeah, things are looking rough. Technically, the Dark Elves have this many units on the field, but like more than half of them are routing right now, I think, or about half of them are routing. Looks like the Raven's Herald's going to get retreated there after they've used up all their ammunition. And again, it's just kind of another expensive ranged unit that's also flying and can't capture. So nice Soul Stealer here. We'll punish those Cairn Wraiths. Probably will finish them off and heal Malekith back up. But I mean, what is he really gonna do at this point? Even the breath attacks.
He can't be everywhere at once.
Yep. It's the truth of Flying Lords in domination. Even as powerful as Malekith is, and he is very good now. Like I would 100% take him in land battles. Probably not in domination. At least not on his dragon. Yeah. Rough stuff, but I think I don't want to hand it too early to Houseplant, but I mean, he is technically behind on army damage value, I guess.
I don't know if you have a spare second, but it says Houseplant's playing Slanesh at the moment.
Oh, whoops. I did definitely forget to update that on the scoreboard. That is my
Not a huge deal. Like, come on, Slanesh, Dark Elves isn't really that much of a difference.
Right.
Or wait, no, they're vampire counts. Never mind, there's a huge difference.
Yeah, I think I still have Evenstar listed as vampire counts as well, so my mistake on that.
Whatever, use your eyes, chat, you're fine.
Right? It's fine. It's fine.
Nice breath weapon there to get rid of the Black Knights, but
yeah,
man, this damn place is just swarming with corpses.
Yep. And looks like Evenstar is going to hand in the towel there. So Houseplant will take the victory and move on to the semifinal. Yeah, there we go. 2-1, just like that. And if we head on over to the bracket, you can see, whoa, I kind of messed things up. Accidentally make Houseplant's name absolutely massive, but here we go. Houseplant now moves on to the semis and will face the winner of Grimm versus Platypus. So we'll get that lobby loaded up next. And this is the final series, folks. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying today. Again, my name is Dov Plays. You can find me here on YouTube, Lore Master of Sotek. You can also find here on YouTube if you somehow don't know who he is and you live under a rock. Also streams on Twitch. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. So, yeah, thanks to the competitors here. We'll move along. Grimm versus Platypus now is the match. So let's get these guys in here. And it's updating the scores now. So what do you think of that that last one? I mean, I'm pretty impressed. Not typical in land battles that you would take anything except lore of vampires. So although I'm a little conflicted about, you know, seeing Pit of Shades in every single match, at the same time,
it seems maybe a little overtuned.
Maybe a little.
But I mean, the thing that I found interesting that as I'm kind of looking at the post-match screen is that the like Malekith did great. Like he murdered all the necromancers, he killed Gorst, he killed the bonus necromancer. I think the thing is that that really ended up unfortunately kind of biting him in the butt is honestly the Harkneth, or I keep saying that, the Blackguard. The Blackguard of Nagaron, like they're so expensive, and they just got both of them just got immediately destroyed by Pits of Shades. And once they were out, like the Dark Elves were already so heavily outnumbered and had already invested so much money in Malekith that while Malekith got his money's worth, the Blackguard just got completely ripped to pieces before they could do anything.
Yeah, and it's they definitely relying on those, you know, absolutely. So cool. I had to rehost the lobby real quick, so we'll get this and here.
I wonder if he might have been better served with like maybe some like harpies defending some crossbows, and then mainly having like corsairs and dread spears taking up a front line, and maybe like if Malekith had been on a cold one, because the dragon's amazing, but it also it felt like overkill.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
I think it would have been worth it if he could have killed the enemy general, but Houseplant made a really, really clever decision taking the Hellsteed.
Yes.
Because it's so fast, nobody could catch it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the self-heal, I mean, the combination of the speed and the self-heal just meant that it was, I mean, the survivability is through the roof, right? Like, very little chance, unless you made a serious error, of actually losing that caster. Oh, that's
which he almost did. Like in the beginning, like to be fair, like Evenstar did a really great job of the moment Houseplant made a mistake with that vampire, Evenstar jumped on it.
Yep.
He just wasn't able to finish it off.
Yep. On the flip side, you know, thinking about things again, if I were to take up the mantle of Evenstar and fight in his shoes, you know, I would probably have taken, again, just seeing kind of how the meta of the tournament is shaking out, I probably would have taken a minimum Supreme Sorceress, of course, of Shadows with just Pit of Shades. maybe on the is it also called the Hellsteed for Dark Elves? Dark Pegasus. That's right.
Dark Pegasus, yeah.
Yes. So I might have taken her on the Dark Pegasus, and then maybe also take a Master on a Dark Pegasus to try and hunt my opponent's Shadowcaster. And then kind of go from there. But I agree, Malekith was an expensive kind of, yeah, just a dead weight almost.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did a good job popping people, but like maybe it would have been more effective to have like Morathi, so she could have been out there doing like debuffs to stats.
Well, she has
Pit of Shades too, she would have just as easily popped those corpse carts.
Yep, and she has Pit of Shades too, and not only she has Pit of Shades, but she also has Greater Arcane Conduit, which means her Pit of Shades does 10% more damage, right? Like,
that being said, it seems like Pit of Shades is not pulling its weight against the vampires. Like, it seems like it's really good against expensive units.
Yes.
But, like, we saw Slanesh trying really hard to beat vampires with Pit of Shades, and it almost never worked out for him.
Yep. Only only the combination of that plus like the Mortis engine, right, was able to break through. So
Yeah, but vampire counts have like overwhelmingly won the vast majority of their games today. It's like it's like we're back in Warhammer 1.
yeah, just about. And speaking of which, have you tried Fate of Buna recently?
Are you? I mean, yes. If you're talking about the animation, it's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. It also like one-shots a lot of units now. It's not quite back to the power level that it was before, but like I had a game where my Knights of Immolation like took a volley, broke their barrier, and then as soon as their barrier was broken, my opponent put Fate of Buna on them, and they just died. They just.
I mean, at least it's like a hyper expensive spell,
right? And it only
now
hits
you get
one
to watch
unit.
a beautiful animation as the spell literally laughs at you as it murders you.
Oh, sweet. Looks like these guys are gonna go Lizardman versus Nurgle. Nice. At any time Lizardmen face off against one of the Chaos factions, it feels, appropriate.
Oh yeah, to me that's just it gets my jollies going real good.
And it will definitely be jolly considering it is Nurgle. I'm just glad it's not Nurgle
Okay,
versus
we're getting
Vampire
Nurgles
counts.
versus Warriors of Chaos.
Oh, Warriors. Okay, not Lizardmen. Okay. All right.
But Warriors it's so interesting now because when someone says Warriors, that could mean so many different things.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it can. It can. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Festus on Festus action here.
Yeah. So for anyone that's curious, because what you could do with the Warriors of Chaos is we can't show it to you right now, but there's just because they're doing their faction selection stuff, so you have to see it at a later date. But there's this really cool thing you can do where whenever you select a unit that can have a mark. When you select them, just how in current, if you were to go play multiplayer right now, you can see like, I want to like take these spells on a character, put them on this mount. Units now have options as well where you can give them marks. So you could buy a unit of Marauders and say, oh, okay, I'm going to upgrade them to have the Mark of Khorne, and it changes the unit. So like a Warriors of Chaos army can have a really crazy mix of unit types.
Yep. A lot of different synergies, like, a lot of the Khorne units get flaming attacks, which, of course, Khorne doesn't have access to magic. Warriors do, though, and you can definitely take a Lore of Fire caster and just get value off of Kindle Flame by, on your Khorne units by just, spamming Fireball over and over again. Or, like, you can heal your Khorne units, your Slaanesh units, you get that kind of interplay between the different marks, and you can only take, like I said, 4 marks in multiplayer, which kind of keeps things from getting too far out of balance. And like, of course, lores and heroes also count towards your mark cap. So like Sigvald is Slaanesh, obviously. Sartoriel, the Everwatcher, which is a personal favorite of mine from Warhammer 1 and 2, is still available for Warriors of Chaos. He's a full-fledged Lord of Change. He flies, he's got Barrier, he's still got Lore of Metal, and he also has Greater Arcane Conduit now. Even though he doesn't have the same attack defense profile, he's a little bit worse off than an Exalted Lord of Change. I think actually he has the same stat profile as a regular Lord of Change, I want to say.
He is still a traditional Lord of Change. He just happens to also be a general.
Yep, happens to also be a general, available for Warriors, and has Greater Arcane Conduit. So he's a nice option, honestly. I wouldn't take him on Tzeentch's roster just because I think the Exalted is a little bit better. But for Warriors, it's a really nice option to have, like a powerful flying barrier demon lord.
All right, so here we've got Grimm versus Platypus.
Yes, Grimm versus Platypus. Let's switch on over, already up on my end. Let these guys know they're good to start when ready. Platypus is the player that won my tournament, which was the final qualifier. Just snuck in there at the end, and I put up a really good fight. Had to beat some super solid players on his way up. Did he face off against Hadris, or I think he beat the person that beat Hadris? Either way, Like, he had to fight some serious high-level tournament players in order to even be in this position right now. So, and I think, I could be wrong, I think Platypus recently started, like, since the start of Warhammer 3. At least I'm not familiar with him from, you know, the tournaments from the Warhammer 2 days. So, yeah, it should be interesting. He's a good player. I'm definitely interested to see what he can do here. And, well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe this series also goes to 3 games. Who knows? Every other series has so far, so...
I mean, I would not be upset. That's how you know that things are intense.
Yep. The parody, as they call it, right? Good competition.
Yeah, we definitely got our money's worth for games today. So, like, I'm really pleased that there were a lot of very, very strong matches today, which is just great. A surprising amount of bounce backs from triple caps.
Yeah, a few really, really tight games in that way, and yeah, like it's so nice now that they've removed the comeback mechanic. When you see a legitimate comeback, it feels so much more rewarding and satisfying. Someone in chat, Festus on Festus chin touching action, please. I mean, like, it's a strong possibility that you will see that.
There's a joke I really want to make, but I'm not just on my channel, so I must resist. Otherwise, CA's not going to invite me back to anything.
Oh, yes. Romulan Dog, a good friend of mine, asks an important question. Looking at the factions and taking into consideration of the meta, where are the Doom Wheels? Never enough Doom Wheels, definitely. All joking aside, though, actually, I played Kislev versus Skaven a few times, and the Doom Wheel is very good in that matchup. Yeah, a lot of scale.
Yeah, I do think, if you, sorry to interrupt, just because I want to listen to you talk about this for a second, but I do think it's worth pointing out that this tournament is a bit of a skewed showcase, so to speak, of what to expect in the multiplayer scene, because there is so much at stake for these guys, because these are huge price pools for Warhammer tournament, and there's a lot of pride and a bunch of other stuff at stake. So, like, everyone is tryharding as tryhard as they can possibly do, which they should be.
Yes.
So, like, there are a lot of factions that are good. They're just not the absolute god tier.
Yes, and like that, and especially given the matchups that you're seeing, like, there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Familiarity and also counters. Like, the Monogods factions are probably the best counters for vampire counts, right? Which is why you're seeing them in that matchup. Like, the Monogods are also generally the best counters for each other. So it's just kind of the way that things have played out. And, you know, again, this is these players are very good, and they are competing for significant prize money. So yeah, they're not going to be taking any risks, taking any fun builds. It's going to be all seriousness. Although, I mean, I say that. A lot of people would argue that a giant is not a competitive pick, but we saw before on that Nurgle, that Warriors game. Yeah, it was very good.
Speaking of Nurgle, oh my god, we do have the double Festus.
Yes.
We got the Battle of the Chin Warbles.
Yes. Jolly old boys. For Festus here, for Nurgle's army, he's got a mix of regular Marauders and like one great weapon. Yeah, one great weapon, and then 5 regular Marauders of Nurgle. He's got some Plague Bearers and Spawns to back them up, and then Festus leading the way. For the Warriors side, we've got Black Festus here. He's got a War Shrine of Slanesh. So this is a disgusting combination. It's a double Mortis.
No, he didn't.
And he's also got some Slanesh Spawn here for Soporific Musk, and also Spawn of Tzeentch for Armor Sundering. So this is quite a disgusting death box here. A couple of Chaos Warriors to provide some heavy backbone.
The old ones help whoever fights on that flank.
Yeah,
my lord.
Just best to just avoid that. We've got some Marauders with great weapons here. Let's see here. Yeah, just making sure. Got my preview going here. Got some Forsaken, Undivided Forsaken, some more Chaos Warriors. That is gross Death Blob.
Yeah, that, man, double Mortis engine that also does not require you to be in combat for either of those Mortis engines to work. Ugh.
And Festus can heal this Slanesh Mortis engine. Yeah, see, okay.
yeah.
This guy, I could see somebody making a mod where this guy is like a unit captain, basically, because there's a mod, right, where someone adds like a captain to each unit. I'm just looking at this Slanesh dude on the back of the shrine right now, or on the front of the shrine, rather.
So the basic shrines have shrine masters instead of sorcerers or cultists. So that is the shrine master who is on the generic war shrines.
Right. I could see some modders repurposing this model for very excellent use. Yeah, so let's see how they get on here. The Festus Death Squad advancing, ready to touch against the other Festus Death Squad here. Just gently touch each other.
Yeah, we're almost done. Don't.
Don't fall to Slanesh corruption. Okay. Yes. This is nice, though. I like the pick of multiple spawns together. It's something, like, I've kind of memed about with, like, Archaon, like, Thanos Gauntlet of Spawn, like, one of each. But in a competitive sense, the Tzeentch spawn and the Slanesh spawn having really good contact effects. You combine that with the fact Festus has poison, right? Pestus here. He has poison already, so you've got the 3 main contact effects. You're just missing fire, really, from the Horn spawn. But it would be nice to have, actually, fire in hindsight against Nurgle, considering how much healing they're likely to output. But let's see. Let's see what they do.
That should... that's new to Warhammer 3, right? The fact that fire interacts with healing now?
Yes. It reduces healing by 50%, which is... it's nice. It means that even against factions which do a lot of healing, if they don't have an innate regeneration, it's still going to be nice to have fire damage. Of course, High Elves will sometimes cackle at your fire damage, and just... Oh, man, the fire resistance. Like, I remember a recent battle I had where I had a Tzeentch Warriors stack in my Kolek campaign. He got caught out by Imric. Oh, that was pain.
Oh, jeez.
Just all the fire damage, just wet noodling dragon princes. It was so bad.
Festus has the best idle animations because it's usually him interacting with that little demon creature on his back, and they just look like they're having so much fun.
Well, they are. I mean, he's just like tossing stuff in the pot here and just like sniffing his brew. Got man, he has a worse nose than Vlad, which I didn't even think was possible, but like, yeah.
No, Vlad's just missing a nose. Festus's has like inverted itself.
Oh, so disturbing. Anyway. Yeah, we've got Marauders of Nurgle coming forward here. They're just kind of...
okay, Objective 1, here it comes.
Yep, full secure, and it looks like he's just blocking. Objective 2 also secured by Nurgle. So both players just sizing each other up right now, but okay, here we go. Chin touching commence.
Yeah, Festus on Festus.
Yes. Oh, yes. Let's see. I'll pull the UI back up. We can see the effects on both sides. I think Warriors Festus is healing. Nurgle Festus is draining. So very interesting to see kind of both effects going off at the same time.
One of them brought the Pestilent Potions ability.
Oh, yeah, I see that now. It's debuffing the melee stats significantly. We're also going to get a Blight Boil. Oh, my goodness. One Festus chose Violence. Is going for AoE damage instead of heals. That is going to do some pretty good non-AP damage. Yeah, detonates those Marauders, does some pretty good damage to the Plague Bearers as well. Taking a look at the rest of the battlefield, though, we've got some Marauders of Nurgle coming in, making contact with those Warriors. Exalted Hero on a nice slide charge will be able to provide some AP splash attacks here.
Yeah, being able to heal and Mortis Engine at the same time is really putting in work. Like that fight's gonna take a while, but the Undivided looks like they do have it under control. But
Yeah.
Nurgle has triple capped, or is about to.
I was just gonna say, Warriors have local control in that area, but Nurgle has battlefield control over the entire map. Right now, they are not giving it up. Grimm's a little bit stacked up here. He's a little bit over blobbed on some of his units. the Spawn and the Chaos Warriors on the side. You can see that Platypus is going to be able to come in and get a nice full surround there. So we'll see. It's definitely going to be anyone's game at this point. Does look like, yeah, full triple cap as the Warriors. I mean, they're competing on value, but it's going to be tough. I mean, this Death Blob can only be in one place at once.
Oh, that Blight Boil was so juicy it lagged the entire match.
Oh, right. I just saw that go off, blow up those Plague Bears there. I mean, of course, they'll keep healing through the damage because that's just Festus for you, but someone says Festus Fiesta. That's also...
I've been to that restaurant.
I just am picturing him in a sombrero now, and I think I need that.
Those Spawn of Nurgle, like, while they're not going to win that fight, they are going to last for a very long time.
Yep, a lot of HP per model, and especially saturated on top of those Nurgle Marauders there. That's going to be a great engagement for them.
Yeah, Grimm needs to get out of that engagement. Like, while he would win that little fight, it's true, he has no objectives, and he is not anywhere near any of the objectives.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're getting reasonably close to triple cap territory here, where Grimm would need to, yeah, come back in full triple cap in response, which seems unlikely at this point, but we'll see. Crazier things have happened, I guess.
Yeah, Platypus is about to be here in about, I don't know, 5 to 10, probably like 30 seconds. He's going to be over halfway, and Grimm hasn't even crested 1,000 yet. Tickets.
Yep. Yeah, after that initial capture, he's just been absolutely stuffed. So, we'll see, though. He is starting to get a break here. Some of the Nurgle Marauders and the Plague Bearers starting to break. He kind of senses Festus and his Death Squad come over, and they are quickly going to cap that objective, at least get him on the board here and staunch the bleeding. But he does need to triple cap. Definitely needs to try and triple cap here. The Manticore also getting circle beaten by Spawn. That's a pretty painful engagement for the Beastie. It's Forsaken in here. Man, Forsaken, look quite good now, I have to say. They got even the Undivided Forsaken have their kind of glowing claws now. Looks great.
Yeah, they look much more demonic.
Definitely. Definitely. And getting rear charged by Nurgle Forsaken. So now we can see the Undivided versus Nurgle. You can kind of see their models side by side. I love the extra, like, rust and kind of, like, dirt and stuff on the Nurgle ones. They look
Man,
fantastic.
Platypus did such a good job at making sure that all of the engagements are taking place just outside the objectives. So, like, even if the Warriors have the ability to capture it, they have to fight their way through the Nurgle units, which just takes forever.
Yep, exactly. And being that Nurgle's positioning, you know, they're as a relatively slow faction, they're fairly unforgiving for positioning. So making sure that you're on point, being where you need to be at the time you need to be there, and blocking your opponent from getting to the objective in the first place is really very good Nurgle play, I would say. Definitely very, very good Nurgle play. But look at this, bunch of Marauders over here about to break off. Maybe Warriors can come back and cap this other side objective. But
he's gonna need a triple cap. He has so much catching up to do.
Yep, he does definitely need a triple cap. These Warriors with halberds coming in here and just drowning in plague bodies.
Yeah. I feel confident that, like, if they were fighting to the death, I think the Warriors of Chaos team would easily have this with that nasty War Shrine Festus combo.
Yep.
But, like, I just don't see him getting any of these, either of those two objectives he's missing.
Yep. Yeah, and even as he's going to try and take these other objectives, we've got, you know, Nurglings and Marauder Horsemen and Warhounds, the Champ too, the Exalted Hero, just continuing to pound this objective that the Warriors do have under control. So it's a rough situation to be in. Platypus definitely showing his strength in this first round here. Oh, man, I just can't get over how awesome this Nurgle Champ looks. That three-eyed helmet.
The Exalted Hero of Nurgle is absolutely my favorite of the new designs.
Yep, out of the characters, I 100% agree. Just whacks that warrior.
But the Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle is also absolutely incredible. He's got, like, these antlers growing out of his head.
Yes. Looks so good. Looks so, so good. I don't know. I said earlier Tzeentch was my favorite aesthetic, but I will admit sometimes it waffles over to Nurgle because they're warriors also. I mean, they have a great aesthetic.
And the triple cap's back.
Yep.
Oof. Oof.
Yep.
My lord.
Yeah, it's nasty. Grimm's, I mean, he's behind on damage value now as well, so I think mercifully the game will end soon, but
this was a surgical demonstration by Team Nurgle.
Yep. Really top-tier Nurgle play, definitely. And I like the build construction from Grimm here. I think he just got outmaneuvered a little bit, which, you know, saying you got outmaneuvered by Nurgle is definitely something. All right, so Festus, Nurgle Festus, pretty decent job there. 1,200 value on the drain, good heal as well. Kind of just nice value spread all around his army, to be honest. Spawns 1325 is fantastic. And for the Undivided Festus, he got a lot more value. But I'm very interested to see that the Slaanesh War Shrine really didn't get a lot of value at all. That surprises me. Maybe it wasn't doing all that much damage.
It was fighting a lot of time against those spawn. And like when your whole thing is that you're a drain effect, those very low entity units are just not good targets.
Yeah, and the good point. Another thing to consider too is with the spawns, you're not getting as many kill numbers, and it does charge up on a per kill basis, right? So like murdering like a unit of infantry is going to charge it up pretty quickly, whereas if you're having to fight some monstrous infantry, it may not even charge up at all, which is I think mostly what we saw here. But anyway, good game to both competitors. Let's go on and get to the next match here. Just quickly mouse through the values for those of you guys who wish to see them. A little sad we didn't get to see the Swords of Chaos too much there, but there you go. That did come out right at the end. Let's move on over to Black Ark, and I will update the scoreboard. And let's see here. So, in terms of the new kind of Warriors upgrade system, right? How you can like recruit Marauders at first, and then over time, would you say that's a pretty good representation to how Chaos works in the lore for the Mortal Champions of Chaos?
I'm gonna be honest. I only heard the second half of what you just said. So could you repeat it for me?
Yeah, I was just saying the upgrade system for the Warriors, right? How you recruit Marauders and kind of build them up over time. Would you say that's a good representation?
That is exactly how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are because Warriors don't have families. They don't take they don't have kids. They don't settle down. They spend their entire potentially eternal lives just fighting and earning glory for the Dark Gods. Most of them don't eat anymore. They don't drink anymore because their armor sustains them through unnatural powers. So like Marauders are like people that are like born in their villages, whether they're Kurgan or Norskin or Hung or from any of the thousands of more minor tribes. And then they desperately hope to earn the favor of the gods enough that they can be gifted a set of chaos armor by the Dark Gods, which will literally like grow out of their bodies. And it's like it is their body now, though some of them earn them by making deals with like the Chaos Dwarfs, for instance.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of which, well, maybe we shouldn't actually speak of them, but yeah. I mean, when I saw them implement that system for Troy way back in the day, I always thought that it would work well, and just in general, I really like that system. It's like, for me, like, experience in Total War games has always felt, what's the word I'm looking for? It feels like I wanted it to matter more. And now with this system where your units actually upgrade based on their experience, just seems very, very natural and very normal, And it's super fun too, because you almost build up like a little personal story, right, with each lord, and especially how the lords themselves also upgrade over time with the warriors. It's like you start out.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you start out with some, basic undivided lord earning the favor of the Dark Gods, and then slowly over time, like, those units, they've been with me for all this time, and now they've grown into this powerful war band, and maybe we lost some along the way, but we made some new friends, and yeah, just the way that it
we made some new friends.
Yeah,
that's what Chaos Hordes are about, is earning friendship.
It is about making new friends and, forcing people to be your friends.
Yeah, I very deeply love the very RPG feel that the more RPG feel that the Chaos or Warriors of Chaos campaigns have, where like you have to earn those high tier units. Like you can't recruit chosen. In order to get them, you have to earn them by having units that, work their way up the chain. Which just I have found it makes me feel a lot more attached to those units. It's also a lot more bitter when you lose them because you're like, great, I gotta train up some babies now.
Yep. Or you look at your auto resolve and you're like, oh, it's gonna kill off my like rank 5 Chaos Warriors who are 1 rank away from ranking up to Chosen. Like, no way. There's no way. I have to fight this one just to keep them alive,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's great, and I will say there's some fun kind of hidden interactions too with the and I'm kind of giving away something that I could potentially use for a video here, but whatever. With the Warriors of Chaos, there's an old interaction from like even Rome 2, I remember Rome 2 Total War back in the day. If you vassalize another faction, you will get all of their vassals as your own, right? So totally applies to Warriors of Chaos too. Like if you, let's say, like I started an Azazel campaign, I beeline straight for Sigvald. As long as he still has 1 settlement left, if I take that settlement, I can force vassalize him directly, and then it will also give me his Norscan vassals as well. And it's a way that you can build territory and vassalage super fast. Or like, with Kolek, right, you can beeline over for Cathay, and Village starts right there, right? So you can force vassalize him, or like, Archaon with all of them. Just, it's such a cool mechanic, and the way that it works. I was skeptical at first, because I like direct control, but the more I played, the more fun I realized that it actually is.
Yeah, I love the vassal system for the Warriors of Chaos. Like, being able where it's like, okay, I'm just going to focus on building some, like, super giant cities where I can. But then I'm just like, I'm not going to worry about all the rest of the garbage. I'm going to let the AI deal with that crap, and they just give me money.
Yep. And it feels great, too, when you can get, like, in my Kolek campaign, I managed to convince Grimgor to be my vassal by, like, feeding him a bunch of territories. And so now I just have, like, strength rank number 2 Grimgor as my vassal. Like, it's so good. Yes. Okay. These guys, I think, speaking of Norska, are we going to see some Norska?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay.
I'm still waiting on Platypus to do his final pick, but we are getting Ogre Kingdoms.
Yes, I did see that. Fantastic. Let me go here while I update this. Yeah, looks like Grimm is going to go Ogre Kingdoms.
Yeah, we're waiting for Platypuses to pick from either Vampire Counts or Norska.
I
bet he
bet
goes Vampire Counts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet it's gonna be Vampire Counts. Okay. So
Ogres versus vampires. This will be interesting.
Yeah, I have played this matchup once, and it didn't go well for me as the Ogres. So I'm curious to see what Grimm can do here. The issue is that Ogres actually lack magic damage, so Ethereals are really nasty in this matchup. And also, Ogre's poor leadership does come back to haunt them, quite literally, against the Vampire Counts.
Yeah, it's too bad Ogres in Total War don't have the Ogre buff in Age of Sigmar. So on Age of Sigmar tabletop, Ogres have this super annoying rule where if they are out of combat, I think it's like, oh god, I forget what their buff is when they're not fighting. But when they're out of combat, they have like improved, I think they have improved movement or something, because they're like eager to get into the fight, start eating. But when they're in combat, they get improved staying power. So like they get way better like leadership essentially. And it is so annoying. Like, because you'll be like, oh man, I can finally like break some of these ogres. And they're like, I'm eating, so I have higher leadership. And you're like, damn it.
Oh man, that sounds so frustrating to deal with. Yeah, I mean, we'll see in the future. You would definitely know better than I would what the ogres could potentially get someday. But magic damage is one thing. Like, Maybe they should even just give Bullgorger magic damage on.
They actually are missing a magic unit.
Okay.
So the Yetis have magical. They have magical damage in tabletop, but I also suspect they'll have frostbite as well.
Nice. That's gonna be fun. Someone recently
Yetis are all about that ice magic goodness.
I think it was Stradivarius, who's another kind of tournament player, also a modder. I think he recently released a mod featuring a Yeti Lord, like a custom Yeti Lord, which is super, super good. Actually looks fantastic. I'm always like, I shouldn't say surprised, but in a way, I am surprised at how high quality some of the mods are. Like, some of the work that's being done on them is just really, really good. And like, I don't know if you've had a chance to try the Sea Dragon mod, but it adds like a full-on airship for Cathay, adds like some like pirate kind of naval themed units, including like some like Ronin kind of Wako pirate like samurai dudes. And yeah, it's, again, I've said this before earlier in the stream, but that's another reason to be excited for the release of Immortal Empires is mods as well.
Yeah, mods are gonna get crazy. In a good way.
In a good way, yes.
Like, there's just gonna be so many, like, I can't, like, I don't think it's possible to express to anyone how overwhelming Immortal Empires really is.
Yes.
Like, when you step into it and you just see all the options, you're just like, oh, sweet Jesus.
Yep. I mean, I've released probably 50 battle replays since the start of early access, and I haven't repeated a matchup once. Like, that's crazy. I mean, there's just so much to explore, from multiplayer, from single player, modding, you know, vanilla game, just everything. There's a lot on all sides. And I feel like an ogre, just like sitting at a buffet table, just like crying with joy. There's so much. Oh, yes. Let's see here. See some familiar names in chat also. Thank you guys all so much for being here. Thank you once again to Creative Assembly. And we will finish strong here. This could potentially be the last game if Platypus just goes straight for the throat here. This might be the end. It's possible. If Grimm takes the game, then we'll get one more, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Ogres are gonna definitely have to pull out their best tricks.
Yes. Yes, in fact, I am going to spy his build right now and just see what's going on here. And, oh boy, it should be interesting. Should be very interesting. This is Black Ark as well, which I don't know if I've actually played ogres on this map yet myself, weirdly. But it does seem like the ogre's speed is going to be an advantage here. I mean, ogre infantry is 54 speed, and it's something that not a lot of people think about, like ogres being a really fast faction. But if you think about kind of the average speed of the entire faction, you know, put all together, the fact that all the ogre bulls and other ogre infantry are, you know, 50 plus speed means that on average ogres are alarmingly fast. So
yeah, I mean, the ogres excuse me, the ogres could absolutely get on those objectives extremely quick. How do the ogres perform, like, capture weight wise?
So all ogres infantry counts still as infantry, unlike, say, Chaos Spawn, who count as monsters now. If they did that, if they made all of the ogre monstrous infantry count as monsters, they would not be viable in domination, so they all do count as just regular infantry. And of course, Noblars also are expendable, so they have pretty poor capture weight. So you definitely need to rely on mass bulls in domination to win, definitely. And that's kind of something to consider if you're against the ogres. You can kind of plan around that and, you know, take lots of high damage, non-AP units. I mean, vampire counts, thinking about them, I think Crypt Horrors will do just fine, honestly, at that role, even though they are technically AP. But
I don't think Cryptors are bad at anything right now.
No, they seem pretty good at most things. Except maybe getting shot by Free Company, but...
A little specific, but yeah.
We didn't get to see any Empire today, so I'm feeling a little sad personally, but it's all good.
Looks like we're about to head in.
Yep, we are now loading in, and you guys can see Grimm is a hero. I mean, he's taking Greasus, so that automatic
my God.
hero.
What a hero of the people, as Turn would say.
Oh, Greasus is...
He's got the Greasus!
So what can I say about Greasus? He is as slow as the Noblar. He has no armor. I mean, he has some armor, but not enough. Attack animations are really slow as well. He does a lot of weapon damage and has magic attacks, but that's basically
I love
it.
I could tell the instant chat was able to see it because I just saw someone in chat go, oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh, yes.
Sound like Dale Gribble, dude.
I think I'll take that as a compliment. I've got some pocket sand here.
Dude, I love Dale.
You know, King of the Hill is one of those shows that I didn't appreciate
Masterpiece.
it. It is a masterpiece.
Masterpiece.
And I didn't appreciate it until I was an adult, but watching it now, I'm crying, laughing sometimes. It's just...
Someone that grew up in a Texas suburb, very, very close to where that show is canonically based. It is so accurate, it's painful.
Oh, good times. All right. So, you know what? I'll start with Greasus army here. The true hero Grimm coming in with the big boy. He's got Fire Belly, some Lead Belchers, 3 Lead Belchers, and some Saber Tusk packs. Very interesting build. I mean, he's up against a full 20 stack of Vampire counts. So why don't we take a look at this here? And I'll let you go through the units.
Yep, so pretty much exactly what we've seen all day. Where it's going to be a large horde of 5 zombies, or is it less than 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 5.
4. Yeah, 5. You're right.
Yeah, so we got 5 zombies. We got 4 units of Cryptors, and then I think 4 skeleton spears, and then 4 regular skeletons as well. So just tons of skeletons, tons of Cryptors, tons of zombies, and then the double Necromancer on Corpse Cart with staffs.
Amazing. Just amazing. Absolute undead horde here. Yeah, vampires all day long. It's the way of things. I kind of expected this to be the case. I knew vampire counts were going to be very strong in domination, but yeah.
I'm curious how I don't... Can the Lead Belchers, like, take down the Cryptors?
Let's try and do some mental math here. I mean, they have less than 100 health per model, right? If I can math correctly. I don't know. The Lead Belchers, I guess if I could bust out a calculator, figure out exactly how much HP per model they have. I think it depends. If they can one-shot, which I don't think they quite have enough to one-shot these guys, then they would be really good, but I think we'll see. I mean, I don't really want to speculate too much just because I haven't really tried it, to be honest, but ostensibly, the thing about Cryptors, if you can...
Cryptors have, like, 650 health per model.
Oh, 650. Wow, I was way off on my math. There we go. See, you shouldn't do math in public. Don't do math, kids.
No, do math so you know how to do it. Unlike Dov.
So it's going to take, what, like 8 shots plus for these guys to kill an individual bottle of Cryptors, and that whole time they're going to be regenerating, so it's not... I don't know. I don't think they do enough damage to really fell the models quickly. And even if they do fell models, of course, the Invocation of Nehek does heal unit models, as does the lore attribute for lore vampires, which I don't think he even took. So, anyway, it's gonna be tough.
Maybe if he gets off Flaming Sword of Ruin and times it with a blast, that way he's got the fire bonus as well as the just base spell bonus. But yeah. You see, ogres are aggressively summoning a lot of Noblars, though, to help out.
Gotta get some extra bodies in there, although the Noblars' poor leadership, they're not gonna last a whole lot in combat with vampires. Even with, like, basic skeletons, just the leadership issue. The fact that skeletons and zombies cause fear, gonna not be great. But we'll see. Maybe the Lead Belchers are there for clearing the chaff. We We'll see. Yeah, I can't really speculate too much. Iron Blaster does a lot of DPS as well, but it is a relatively expensive limited target, so I don't know. The Empire's being very patient right now, getting their units together. And, yeah, I got some Cairn Race. Here comes, of course, who else would it be but Helman Gorse. Didn't even bother with the Graveguard summon. I don't know if we've actually seen anyone use the Graveguard summon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it never got used,
Yeah,
to my knowledge.
They all paid for it, and no one actually used it, so...
I mean, someone might have snuck out a unit at some point and we didn't see it, but...
Oh, man. Wow, look at the volleys there. Not even magic damage, making great contact with those Cairn Race. They're going to switch targets now onto the Crypt Horrors. Let's check the damage there. I mean, it does knock them over.
They do get the stun lock, at least.
Yeah. It's really doing very little to them. Like, surprisingly little damage, actually.
But Belchers aren't the most accurate, unfortunately.
Yeah, and a lot of their power also comes from their bullets penetrating multiple models, which they are not against the Crypt Horrors. So... yeah, looks like we're going to get a little combat underway. Flaming Sword of Ruin, hopefully off cooldown, ready to go for some sweet magic and fire damage against these two targets. Just kidding. Nope, looks like the Vampire's going to feint away from that engagement. Yeah, and the Lead Belchers are using up their ammunition, but I don't think they've not even killed a single Unimodel yet off of these Crypt Horrors. That's pretty rough stuff, honestly. Do zombies beat Lead Belchers? No, I doubt it, but they will tie them down for a long time. And like 2 or 3 zombies might do the trick, who knows? Let's see.
I mean, that is kind of the Vampire specialty. It's not that they're going to kill your stuff, it's that they're just going to muck you up and keep you forever engaged.
Yep.
The Ogres are just castling up on that objective.
Yeah, just deciding to try and value trade initially, which, I mean, he's almost 1,000 ahead without the vampire counts doing hardly any damage to him in return, so that's pretty good, I guess. These Lead Belchers kind of stacked up here. I have line of sight issues a little bit, but they're getting some pretty good DPS at the same time. Crypt Ghouls also are going to be probably just mashed by the Ogre Infantry. Let's see, the Ogre's charge wasn't the best in there, but should be okay.
Wow, Grease is very good at killing Crypt Horrors in like one hit.
Yeah, makes sense actually. If they're even just a little bit wounded, he can smash them in the face. He's not going to be fighting anything that could potentially snipe him either, so maybe Greasus actually does a thing in this match. I doubt it, but we'll have to wait and see. Ooh, Flamestorm. Missed that coming through and just cutting through. Swath through these zombies. Wants to come back and go after these skeleton spears, but then decides not to. One of the issues with those non-stationary vortexes is the movement is very randomized now, so it's pretty hard to use with any kind of reliability. But, I was going to say, is that another Flamestorm? Nope, just the Fire Belly exploding. Very appropriate. This big force
I love his explosion ability. It seems like such a random ability to have, but it's fun.
It is, definitely. The vampire count's not even being contested at all on this low ground objective here. Grimm just content to kind of, like you said, castle, and then probably try and do like a delay counter push, perhaps. We'll see. But,
I mean, that honestly kind of just seems like his only option is that he needs to probably try and kill a lot of the high value targets, and then maybe he could use the Ogre's superior combat skill to wrest back control.
Is it just me, or do the Crypt Horrors look like wet? Do they look like sweaty?
They are slimy, yes.
Okay, that's what it is. Maybe the ogres look sweaty too. I mean, they both just look kind of weirdly shiny. It's like, must be really
try
hot.
and fight and not get sweaty.
True. I mean, fair. Depending on where this Black Ark is too. If it's in like the South Seas, ugh, that would be brutal.
Whenever Greasus just like winds back the Scepter of the Titans and he just like bops a Cryptor in the face to kill it, it just cracks me up so bad. It's so funny.
Oh, it's great. Unfortunately, the Ogre's leadership is not so great, and they're starting to lose out some bulls here. We've got some Noblars routing as well. The Lead Belchers are safe, though. They managed to mostly stay out of harm's way. Let's see.
Yeah, their front's getting pushed back slowly but surely.
Yep. And Platypus is clawing his way back in terms of damage value as well, getting nice and close now. Probably going to pass Grimm fairly soon. So again, I hate to call it early for Grimm, especially since we've had a lot of, all 3 game series so far, but not looking particularly promising. A beautiful Flamestorm, though. Oh, man.
Not quite going the direction he would have hoped for.
Yeah, it's just slightly off. If it had, like, rolled up this line of skeletons, that would have probably gotten him back in this game, actually, but a nice little outmaneuver here. You see this Mournfang cavalry going back to threaten this other objective, or nope, just kidding, they're coming for a rear charge.
Greasus is actually winning pretty handedly against the Cryptors.
Yeah, he's getting the job done slowly but surely. The question is, will he get the job done with enough time to be able to recap another objective here? And that is going to be the big question, right?
I mean, the Ogres, they have enough of a situation now. I think they could actually make a really good run for Objective 1 because there is nothing guarding it.
Yeah.
But it's a little tricky to do that, especially because Platypus is actually doing a good job using Cryptors who have stock now, so they're very good at being hidden little guards to protect objectives from any would-be attackers.
Yep, intercept those Noblar trappers. The Hounds, too, in the back line, chasing off these routing Leadbelchers. Sabertusk, I don't think Grimm hasn't noticed. Yeah, Sabertusk's had an opportunity to get them, but instead bringing them back into the main combat here. He has quite a few units that have routed off. I don't think he's noticed have come back yet. It's definitely one of those things. Ogres, like Skaven and like Greenskins, and Beastmen to an extent as well, one of those factions that you need to practice bringing your routing units back into the fight because it's going to be happening a lot.
Yeah, they're very micro-intensive because of that.
Yep. We are getting to triple cap territory, though, as many people are mentioning in the chat here. So
here it comes.
Yep. Here it comes. There's the triple cap, too. So, yeah, I think that's going to be game blouses for Grimm, unfortunately. Menacing Platypus here. I love that name, too. Looking pretty good. I don't know. Greasus is still holding. Let's see. How much damage value has he got? Just out of curiosity. 100 kills? Only 800 damage value? That's just kind of the thing. Greasus...
his issue is he attacks he attacks very slowly. Like, he can hit kind of hard, but his animations are very, very slow.
Yes. Yeah, they should probably increase his weapon strength given how slow his attack animations are. But Greasus, though, has a lot of the downsides of the Footlord. He's as slow as a Footlord. He gets, locked in Footlord jails, I like to call it, surrounded by stuff, and just generally has a hard time affecting the battlefield. But he still counts as large, which means he has, not all of the benefits of being a Footlord, right? So... Anyway.
Yeah, he's definitely a character that could use a pretty significant rework.
Yeah, I agree. But here he was able to, at the very least, survive and get some damage in. Another Flaming Sword of Ruin here to juice up the damage of these bulls and whatnot. Go after those corpse carts, but it's just not looking great for the Ogres right now. Yep, Grimm is going to throw in the towel. So there you go. Platypus takes the only 2-0 of the day, and that is going to wrap us up for the quarterfinals of the official Summer Championship of Total War Warhammer 3. Just going through the values now a little bit, and somehow one zombie got 250. I don't know how that happens, but yeah, Firebelly, 349 kills, less than 700 damage value. Pretty typical against vampire counts. And there it is. Looking
almost like
good.
The skeleton zombies need to have like half of expendable
right
capture value.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Some great games today though.
Yeah, definitely some really awesome games, some nice back and forth, great showcase of a lot of the new stuff. We didn't get to see any Corn champions today, but I'm sure they'll make an appearance perhaps tomorrow. We can all keep our hopes up, right? But anyway, that is going to be all for me for today. Let's go quickly now and we'll finish up with the bracket. Here, Platypus now moving on, and he will face Houseplant, of course, in the semifinals. That will be tomorrow, same time, same start time as today. Turin, of course, will be hosting, and thank you.
Same place too.
Same place, yep, right here on the Total War official channel. So keep it right here. We'll be back with more soon. Thank you so much to my co-host here, Lore Master of Sotek. It's been an absolute pleasure, my friend.
Yeah, it was a bomb.
It was indeed. And hopefully we'll get to do it again sometime relatively soon. For now, thank you all so much. That is goodbye from me, and take care. So long.